Welcome to day 3 of the English Open Pickleball Tournament 2025, and it's singles day here at the Telford International Centre. Today we move on from doubles to individual competition, which is a completely different game entirely. We have full court coverage. There's no partners to rely on. Every decision is yours to make alone. And we're pleased to welcome back as well several medalists from the first 2 days that we'll be taking a look at here on the Players' Court, including such names as Chris Freiling, Federico Pasquale and Marcello Jardim, just to name a few. And we also get a first look at the 15-plus division today. These young competitors will bring speed and aggressive play. And in singles, of course, court positioning and shot selection become so critical when there's no one else to cover for you. So let's see who can handle the pressure on day 3. So I'm Tim Spurway, and taking us through the action in the morning, I'm very pleased to welcome Rob Williams. Hello, Rob.
Morning, Tim. Great to be back in the booth. First time for a change, actually. First time to get in the booth on day 3.
Yeah, and we're delighted to have you here. No doubt those listening at home will have tired slightly of Chris Beaumont and mine voice over the last couple of days, so very pleased to have a change in commentary team here. And you will of course be joined by Julia Stevens at some point this morning, and she will be bringing her tactical awareness and considerations into the commentary booth here, so we'll be looking forward to hearing that.
Yeah, Tim, it's going to be an interesting first match we have here. Obviously, Paul Gouge is a local lad from Telford. So, obviously, on his home turf, obviously, different venue, but not far from home. And obviously, you have Marcello Jardim, all the way from Bilbao, Spain, coming off gold medal yesterday, gold medal the day before. Probably number 1 seed to come through the box again and maybe get for a triple crown.
Indeed. Singles is completely different to doubles. I was saying it in the intro, Rob. What kind of things are the players going to have to be adapting from playing doubles the last couple of days, now shifting into a singles game?
I think it depends on the style you play. Certainly this game has evolved through the last 3 or 4 years with paddle technology, and particularly singles has evolved, and the people have been able to generate more power and more spin off the ball. So it meant that the strategy you would use previously isn't quite the same. So we used to see a lot of cat and mouse, where you'd be serving hard, returning hard, and then trying to get a third shot drop in. Now you're not going to be able to get that, in that strategy hasn't really worked for the last 18 months in men's pickleball in the Pro Tour. And we've certainly seen a lot more baseline grinding rather than that sort of chip and charge we used to find back with the sort of legacy players back in 22, 23. Certainly things have altered. I believe Paul is a fireman, possibly. So I seem to remember, I think it was a year or so ago, did I do a taster with him? Here, I think he's looking really familiar, but it's difficult when you do as much touring around to remember everybody that you meet. So he's looking confident in those ground stroke when he's warming up. But obviously it's a big mountain to climb in Marcello Jardim. I mean, he is the number 1 singles player for a reason in America.
Yeah, very experienced player, and we've seen him, of course, at the English Open regularly. A really fun player to watch, and playing in the championship court last night in the final.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. And so, if you haven't seen him, of course, all the YouTube footage from both courts, Players' Court here and the Championship Court, is available on the Pickleball England YouTube channel. So it's absolutely fantastic games that we had yesterday, and no doubt that will continue over the next 3 days as we welcome new players from the 15+ division, which I'm looking forward to. And I'll be making my debut, Rob, in the tournament later on this evening in the 4.5 men's doubles 35+. So fortunately, I won't be up against some of the younger guys.
There's always benefits to that slightly aging over time. So that boundary when it goes from 15 to 35 to 50, you're almost counting down the days until you get to that point where, oh, I don't have to play someone that's 15 years younger or 20 years younger.
And that is the great thing about pickleball as well. It almost rewards you for aging, whereas there aren't many sports that you can say, oh, you know, I look forward to hitting a certain milestone.
I can remember specifically playing a English Nationals where myself and one other competitor, combined ages were more than everybody else in my box added together.
There you go.
This has changed now. They've got a little bit more bracket, so that helps.
So the players warming up on court here. Referee is out on court as well, a regular face.
I
And
think it's from Turkey, Tim.
from Turkey.
Yeah.
All over. And it's truly an international tournament, this, the English Open. It's fairly unique in this country. People travel from far and wide, such is its reputation. Everyone wants to be here. And yeah, it's really such a fantastic event, and every year it seems to get bigger. There's more things added. 2 stream courts, of course, this year, which is a new feature, and brand new courts, and they're playing pretty well. Rob, you've been playing on them the last couple of days. Any thoughts on the courts and the conditions here?
Certainly the new courts we're using on Champ Court here and on number 1 court and on the Players Court here are slightly grittier than previous years. They feel a little heavy where they were going down, so they seem to be really maintaining their integrity strongly. And it's that slightly thicker rubber surface is keeping it going.
And action is about to get underway here.
Just a slight
Gouge
push on the
to
rest.
serve. So, first game, singles day. Gouge versus Jardim.
Yeah, Jardim, they're using the classical style return down the line and approach the net. A little bit of tension there, I think, Tim.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a tough ask. Jardim's movement is so measured. It's like he's got more time than everybody else. He's always there. He's always on balance.
Yeah, and he'll want to establish himself, Gouge, early on in this game. Getting an early point for him, I think, is going to be crucial. Not letting this game run away, and it's the first 3 points that go to Jardim.
It's interesting facing that serve. It doesn't look particularly heavy, but there's a lot of action on it. Painting the lines.
Yeah, that just pure accuracy there, and stretching the play, moving forward as well. And it's, as you say, a tough going so far for Gouge.
That's the right shot, but you're under so much pressure there.
And it's that pressure, isn't it? And it's if you don't make it, it's another point gone. And Jardim looking fairly composed and confident on the near side here. And he'll be happy to reach a very, very quick change of ends. Let's see if a different look at the other side of the court will help Gouge here.
Just wide, I think. Oh no, it's in. Clip the line.
And that's a lovely backhand. You just said painting the lines. Absolutely painted the line. Gouge with that. And we'll see on his serve.
Really solid. Really solid play there from Jardim. It's the accuracy and everything is there or thereabouts.
Yeah, deep returns, moving forward into the court as we see again. And the touch as well.
Oh, just so controlled. Beautifully unbalanced, just directs it into the open court.
7-0. Point. 8-0. Point.
The pressure's just relentless. There's no opportunity to get a breather or a loose ball. Everything is on you. And again on that line.
Yeah.
First match point.
He's looking
9-0.
absolutely, I think relentless is the right word, Rob.
Side out.
He lives to fight another day.
He does. And Gouge really unable to move forward as well on his shots. I think he's feeling a bit nervous about coming forward given Jardim's ability to pass him. We just saw there. And another opportunity now for Jardim to get his first game in this category on the board.
And he is. There we go.
Game. Match.
Tim, 13 points played, 11 to Jardim.
Yeah. It was definitely a learning experience, no doubt. Gouge, despite the loss, will take a lot from that game. And they do say that you learn a lot more from losses than you do wins. And I have no doubt that he will be looking back at that game and thinking about perhaps some things he could have done differently. Obviously, Jardim, as you were saying, Rob, one of the favourites here, and it's always going to be a tough match against him. But Gouge will no doubt take a lot from that, and there are more games for him in the future, and they won't be against Jardim.
Yeah, it's always a tough ask to play the first game on show court. I had the privilege yesterday morning on championship court with Lee and Marcello, and they do put you under a lot of pressure right from ball one. There's that aura that they've got that always makes you feel like you've got to play your absolute best in every single shot on every single ball. But there'll be things to learn from that, certainly. Maybe he wants to explore getting forward more, changing his strategy because everything was topspin. There wasn't a single slice I seem to remember seeing there, so he didn't buy himself time to move, didn't slow the ball down, and you're not going to out-hit him.
Yep. Absolutely. So we've got 6 players in this group. That was a Group A match. So in this group, Warren Urquhart, Marcello Pava-Jardim, who we just saw, Mike Gaunt, and Neil Beavin, Paul Gorge, and the recognisable name of Mark Eggleton. So 5 games in total, a nice few matches to come, and we'll be taking a short break before we bring you our next game.
So we can see warming up on players court here on your far side, Andy Hill, and nearest to you on the camera is Federico Pasquale. This is the next game in our men's open 50 plus singles. So Andy Hitman Hill is from Dorset. A very experienced player on the scene, certainly comes from tennis. He did a lot of work with his doubles game in the last sort of 6 months to a year. And Federico Pasquale is from Italy. He was part of the European Championship winning men's doubles team back in Southampton in November last year. Was in our bronze medal match yesterday with Marcia Alderbert. Unsuccessful yesterday. So we've got about a minute left before the warm-up will be finished. And our referee will bring our players in. Oh, early body bag there off the net from Andy Hill. Completely unintentional. Pasquale, a very experienced player. Over 150 podium places in pickleball so far in his career. I'm joined now this morning by Julia Stevens. Welcome back to the booth, Julia. Oh, very good, thank you. Yeah, I think this is going to be certainly a power game. So welcome back, Julia.
Hello. How are you today, Rob?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you.
Yeah, so something from Pasquale. He obviously has a background in tennis and has a very big drive. So I expect him to do some incredible passing shots for the rest of the day. And I expect him to probably get quite far in the draw.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this battle comes to fruition. Certainly the first game was very quick. Marcello Jardine very much in control in that match against Paul Gouge, the local lad. Let's see if you have a little bit more of a back and forth in this game would be interesting. It looks like Andy Hill's going to serve. Or maybe not. Yeah, Federico Pasquale to serve. So first to 11 win by 1. Federico Pasquale to serve.
Very well executed out there, out the side, causing that angle.
Yeah, and he'll put that ball into that deep backhand corner, but Pasquale equally able to put it into his backhand corner.
Just long there.
Yeah, an interesting corner-to-corner pattern of play there. Certainly both gentlemen moving well early in the morning. Andy Hill there looking at the ground. I think that's more a case of bending your knees, Andy.
That's outstanding movement.
That's so good from Pasquale there. Pulled side to side. The hitman approaching. Now to successfully play one more ball and get it past him down the sideline.
Unlucky there.
It's all going in one direction at the moment for Federico Pasquale. A quick 5-0 lead. That is so good.
One corner from the other there from Andy Hill.
Yeah, really hard topspin on that ball. Able to whip it into that side and halfway up the mid transition zone there. Really great angle.
Outstanding again.
Yeah, brilliant angles again there from Hill. Hitting both sidelines in successive points.
I do think that Hill is starting to warm up. So what we can see here is getting more into the rhythm of the game, getting used to the court, getting used to using the paddle against the power of Pasquale and really executing well. Let's see how many points he can get here on the board. There's the commentator. Unlucky there, just needs to get a little bit more knee bend to get under that ball to push it up further through the court.
We're on the turn here. 6-2 to Pasquale versus Hill.
So what I would say that we need to be looking for on the change of ends is for Hill to try and execute more of that corner side to side. Pasquale got quite deep into the draw yesterday, so we are going to be looking for him to try and work on his endurance, see how far he can be stretched.
So I've just seen Jack McGregor on the sideline there. Also plays in Andy Hill's home club, just giving a couple of pointers. A little crowd starting to build on players' court here. Just seen Tara Creasy also on the sidelines, giving some support to her local friend.
Outstanding one-handed backhand down the line.
That's the kind of thing he's going to have to do. Pasquale not quite got enough on that and wasn't quite fully set. So it gives him the lane to hit through.
That's such a good drop.
Yeah. And he's just taking the pace off. It was all a bit drivey. And now he's just slowed it down every so often, making him play balls.
That was the right shot.
Yeah, it was there for the taking. But it is a little bit hit and hope, because if you play that forehand and run around your backhand, if that's not in the court and good, there's a whole open court to hit into.
Taking the pace off again.
Yeah, suddenly Hill's now able to get forward in the odd rally. But when you see that oncoming rushing player, it always puts pressure on that next ball you have to hit.
You just hear a little bit of ranting there from Hill.
Yeah, I think he knows he's better than that. He just needs to lift it a little bit more.
Yeah, we've got, on the change of ends, we've got a few points there from Pasquale in quick succession.
Yeah, so now just 3 from the finish. Yeah.
Definitely frustration coming in on the side of Hill. He just needs to keep his temperament here and remain focused. Outstanding movement on the kitchen line there.
Yeah, Hill's always got to cover more ground, because once that ball is deeper on you, it's always got a bigger angle. Pasquale can move smaller to cover the same amount of space. So we bring up match point. And that goes long.
To be honest, I think if Hill kept his temperament there, that would have been a little bit closer. I do think there's actually hope for him, and that's his first match of the day. So I think throughout the draw that he's probably going to be somebody to watch for the rest of the day once he gets used to the courts, get used to how the ball's bouncing. Whereas Pasquale had some experience from yesterday as well.
Yeah, so big 11-3 victory for Federico Pasquale against Andy Hill. All to play for in the rest of the tournament as we go through today. Coming up next, we will have Darren Cornish versus Juan Carlos Hintz.
Vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycats, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I wasn't visible. Cooler than the breeze, fresher than the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make him taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Falling on you, baby, not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? Can we one of one? Can we one for all?
Come on, finish that.
So coming up next, we have Darren Cornish from the Wells Pickleball Club, and we have Juan Carlos Hintz.
10 seconds.
Here we go, about to get underway. On the far side you have Darren Cornish. And on the near side you have Juan Carlos Hintz.
Change and at 6. Time in. 0-0.
Cornish to serve. Lovely drop shot there from Hintz. Beautiful control to ring Cornish in.
0-0. Side out.
Just looking down at the floor there, but again, he just wasn't set.
0-0.
Yeah, Cornish putting that really short serve in, bringing Hintz in, making it easy for him to get to that net and put him under pressure for that fourth.
0-0.
Good hustle there from Darren Cornish. Pulled from side to side and able to make that final ball. Towards the error from Hintz.
0-0.
So both gentlemen are able to get anything on their serve at the moment, Jules. Really waiting for that first point to happen. Oh, it was a point. Okay, yeah.
1-0.
Not the mark.
And one brings two. A little bit loose there from Hintz.
2-0.
Beautiful misdirect on that ball.
Side out.
Really sent Cornish in the wrong direction. Fully set to play forehand and it goes back behind him to his backhand.
0-2. Point.
And that return sails long. It's been very bitty so far. No really extended rallies in this game.
1-2.
Ooh, that was a very well constructed point.
Point.
Yeah, first rally to get beyond 6 shots. And it goes to Juan Carlos Hintz. Deep into that left side backhand corner.
2-2. Side out.
Again, Hintz looking at the floor, but there's no problems there.
Yeah, with this surface, the ball, you need to really get down to the ball. You have to use your biomechanics in those knees to really drive through that ball. There's an
Yes.
example there.
Yeah, we can see there. These courts do play a little lower than they may be used to, but they are playing extremely true, particularly on Champ Court and Players Court. Certainly it's been behaving itself. Just a little mini timer there from Martinez to get his... So, Juan Carlos Hintz. And that goes wide.
Point.
So Cornish 4-2 up here.
4-2.
And that goes wide and long. Cornish, one of our regulars on the scene, travels all across the UK in his camper van to go and compete. A regular on the sort of Picklebee tour we have as well. Playing as much as he possibly can and obviously getting reward for all this time he's putting on court. That is filthy. What control on the half volley there to send it cross court, Jules?
Yeah, the touch on there. So the drop was actually really well done, but he just was able to change the direction of the ball off the feet. That's a good response.
Yeah, great coverage on the net, on the non-volley zone there from Darren Cornish. Really covered his angle really well there.
5-2.
Beautiful passing shot there from Juan Carlos Hintz. Stayed low, had all the time in the world to execute that backhand roll straight down the line.
That is exactly what singles is about, finding those passing shots so you're able to continue building the points on the board.
That is just inside the baseline, Jules.
We are seeing some really, really good singles here. So for people at home who don't necessarily play singles that much, if you're getting the ball in the deep depth of that court, it's very difficult. You have to execute the right amount of top spin.
He almost got a little bit interesting with his paddle there, I think, Jules.
Yeah, I think the ball before he thought it was out and he kind of lost a bit of his concentration there. And then it came back and he's like, oh, and then he had to hit it, and it then ended up with him hitting it a little bit wide. That's
great analysis, Jules. That's exactly what was happening. And we find Cornish 6-2 up at the turn on the timeout change. So Hintz was successful last year in the English Open in the 65 plus cash, if I remember correct. 55 plus cash we had last year for Senior Open. So I know he was certainly a fixture on the championship court last year. And Cornish has just exploded out the gates. Really playing well.
I'm very impressed though with that. This is the first time that I've seen him play, and he's definitely got a lot of weapons to his arsenal.
Certainly Darren is another one of those players I've had a little bit of work with in my time. Oh, a little cute. A little cute. I don't mind the intention, just the execution not as good as it was earlier in the game when he dropped that lovely soft volley over the net.
7-2.
Oh, and Cornish almost takes the barrier out as well. He was there, just not quite able to control that ball. Still a big 5-point cushion here. That is a sign of pressure. Serve going straight in the net, a good 4 or 5 inches below the net tape. But he just rushed a little bit through his process as well.
7-2.
Yeah. A little bit of a nutmeg there, deliberately to let the ball go long.
Ooh, unlucky there on the volley. I think it came a little bit higher than he thought.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit loose and expansive than he was expecting it to be.
Yeah, 7-4. So we're breaking the gap a little bit. Let's see if he can get any closer to that number 7 to draw it level to put a bit of pressure there on Cornish.
Yeah, singles is a game of runs.
It's a cracker down the line.
Yeah, so we're now down to a 2-point game. Certainly you find big momentum shifts in singles games. If you get in a roll, you get in a roll. There's no one there to help support you. And a very unfortunate net called there. Juan Carlos Hintz. Let's see if Cornish can turn that little bit of luck into some more points. That is such a good shot.
So not only did we have an execution where he was bending his knees going cross court, it actually dipped, so then he actually went straight to his feet, so he couldn't do anything but any paddle on that ball.
That's precision there from Juan Carlos Hintz. Right on that left sideline as you're looking on camera. Really pushing Cornish wide and making it hard to establish a base to hit from.
5-8.
And that goes long. Hints indicating it was out before it even landed.
6-8.
Oh,
And then he's got that shot in his arsenal and the shot of his own right back at Cornish.
yeah, beautiful control just to dip it inside that sideline. Out past the reach of Darren Cornish. He's very frustrated on the far side of the court. Hints knowing he can do better on that. Just pulled up a little early. Still this 1 point lead. And that does so long.
So we have a tight game, which is what we were talking about at the beginning. We thought there would be a tight game from what the weapons they have at this arsenal. Hints seem to have built a bit of momentum here. Let's see if Cornish can break that.
Ah, so good from Darren Cornish.
Oh, we almost saw a cat and mouse there in the senior singles, which would have been fantastic to see, but we saw some good hands there at the net.
8-7.
It's going right back the other way.
Yeah, this is getting a bit like Groundhog Day. No one wants to lose a point. It's just fight all the way to the end. And again, just poor contact there from Hints. I think this is going to be a case of who can execute the last couple of points better. And just sails long.
So normally the net call would go in your favour if it went bounced in, but that time it went against him because he didn't expect the ball to come back that narrowly.
Oh, we got the hot dog out, and then the ball ruins the beautiful rally that was unfolding in front of us. So now time for both gentlemen to reset, to refocus. It's back to Cornish at 9-7. Often these interruptions make the next point go a little bit squirrely. And yeah, you see the very short rally there. It can be really hard to refocus once you've been in the thick of a really solid rally, and then there's that break for the ball on court. And there we go, back to within one.
Very tight game here, Rob. What do you think is going to push one of these players over the line?
It's just going to be making balls. It's just going to be being consistent. And not that. Certainly what you're going to find in these phases, you've just got to ask a question of your opponent. You get the ball over the net, they have to play another ball, and then sometimes the magic will happen. And it's about consistency at this phase, not going too big. Yeah, beautiful disguise on both of those forehands there from Hints.
Lovely inside out forehands there. So that's when you think that it's going to go cross court and you suddenly flip your wrist the other way. Definitely deceive Cornish on that.
I believe it's from Padel as well, so there's certainly an element of that. Great play there from Juan Carlos Hints. Twinkle toes across the non-volley zone, trying not to step in. I can see our referee looking really closely at his feet, but no contravention to bring it to 9-9.
9-9. And also very good hustle there from Cornish. His movement was incredible there. From going from one corner to the other. Very, very good.
Oh, that's gone long. Back to the execution phase again. We are basically in a 3-point game.
9-9.
And now Cornish has earned his first match point off that return error from Hintz.
10-9.
Let's see if he can put this across the line.
And he does.
Point.
Congratulations there to Darren Cornish off a very good match here on court number 6 at the Antigua and Barbuda English Open.
Yeah, great play there from both gentlemen. A real back and forth, real hard fought match there. Excellent performance from both gentlemen, but in the end, Darren Cornish gets it over the line 11-9. So our next match will be Paul Hammond versus Rajesh Balpandi. We'll be back after these ads.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make 'em taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Falling up, you baby not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we wanna win. So we go for all.
Come on, finish that.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this. But you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination. Here to have some fun.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
Okay, here back on court number 6 on Players Court at the Antigua and Barbuda English Open powered by the APP. So next on court here we have Paul Hammond and Rajesh Balpandi. So this could be a very interesting match. Two players that I have not had the opportunity to watch personally, but I'm sure that it will make something of an entertaining game for you at home.
Yeah, my other player is here. He's right here. 8:45 and we're 8:48. 49. That's right. No, 6 minutes and Byron comes on.
Whilst we're waiting for our players to appear for the next match, we can catch up with the results in this box and around the Telford International Centre. This is a Group B match coming up in the Men's 50 Plus Singles Open. So far we've had on Players Court Federico Pasquale and Andy Hill, which we saw Federico Pasquale take an 11-3 victory. Second match we've had in this box is Augusto Avanzini versus Rajesh Balpandi, who's coming up next. Augusto Avanzini won 11-5, and we appear to have a withdrawal in that it's like Ruckman Nagunik and Paul Hammond have a 6-0, so I suspect the match we're due to have on Championship Court now may be cancelled and may have something else coming up. Let's look for what we can see here. It looks like there's been a withdrawal because we had a 6-0 on our pet system. If you want to follow back home on the upcoming results and what's happening with everybody in the games, if you go to the Pickleball England website and click on the link on the front page to the English Open 2025, that will give you a link to the PET system, which is our live results system where you can follow every single match after it's been across all 5 days of the English Open. You can search by your favourite player or your friends and keep up to date with what they're doing once they've finished their matches.
So next up on court that we have Paul Gudge and Warren Uquart. So what we're going to do, we're going to have an ad break just before when their match is scheduled at 9 o'clock. So do not go anywhere and we will back very shortly.
Vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination. Here to have some fun.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up your face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me. See, I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I wasn't visible. Cooler than the breeze, fresher than the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this. But you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make 'em taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Falling on you, baby, not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? And we want to win. So we want for all.
Come on, finish that.
Okay, so we're just getting our next match on court here, and it's scheduled to be Paul Gouge versus Warren Urquhart. We had the previous game was a 6-0 withdrawal by one of the players in that game. Paul Hammond hasn't turned up as far as we can tell. So it looks like we're just about to get underway in another couple of minutes. They're just... But the referee is now talking to Paul Gouge. As that Warren Urquhart is at the far end of the court. That can't be when... Jules, he doesn't look 50, does he?
No, unless he's gone some radical, like Lazarus life-changing situation. I wouldn't say so.
So maybe they're just having a little bit of a warm-up here while waiting for the players to arrive. But they are due at 9 o'clock. So I'm not quite sure where Warren Urquhart is at the moment. So Warren Urquhart has just appeared on the side of players' court. For the players, by the players. Just got a couple of players warming up whilst the court is free here. Miyaprajis Balpandi just near us here. He was unable to play his previous game due to the withdrawal of Paul Hammond. Just about to get underway. The referee, Jarrell, is just getting briefing together. I think she's going to do the next game. I think it'll be our Turkish male referee. If not, just talking to head of referees for this event, Byron Fresso, who's also the APP Director of International Development for Asia. In the Elite Island Resorts Antigua and Barbuda English Open, we currently have 40 courts underway all around the Telford International Centre. All 3 halls being used this year for the English Open, as it has the previous 2. We've also got a series of seminars today for the first time on Friday, where you can learn more about the game. So if you are coming later in the day, there's some seminars around court surfacing, facility building, paddle testing. I know certainly coming up. This is the first time this year, Jules, we've had paddle testing in the pro divisions on site.
I did see that, the post that was coming up from Pickleball England. I think paddle testing is going to become more and more as the game develops. We need to make sure people aren't cheating. We need to make sure that we've got paddles that are to the standard that we need to play, so there's no unfair advantage going on to court.
Yeah, certainly this year, I believe we are doing a deflection testing and core integrity testing this year. There isn't the Starrett tester that is available in America, which gives you the surface roughness. But certainly, having played in the Open Pro Division in the 50 plus the last 2 days, it's become a very familiar sight for the referees to be checking your stickers on your paddle, giving your number from your paddle, and then giving the old little stroke and feel to make sure no foreign surfaces have been imparted onto your paddle, and checking that it is on the legal list.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, you're not allowed to have any stickers on the actual paddle face because it can cause reflection from lighting and it can actually off-put your opponent. So they have to check anything on that paddle surface will not disrupt the play.
And there is also the opportunity to put foreign surfaces on to aid spin or potentially generate more power. So there is very much a case of trying to keep it a level playing field. And there is an element, I suppose, to a degree of safety, also with edge guards attached to paddles. If they're starting to degrade and possibly could fly up and damage and hurt someone, that can be a challenge. But really, paddle testing is all about the integrity and the fairness of the game, just to make sure the equipment being used is safe and obviously equal for everyone within the limits that's been set out in the game. And it's been evolving so fast in the last 5 years. If you think about pickleball pre-COVID to post-COVID, it looks a different game. People have got more fit. There's been more training, particularly in the program. Athletes are now able to play pickleball full-time rather than have to fit it around coaching commitments to earn an income. And the paddle technology has also completely revolutionised the game with that ability to generate spin off those carbon faces.
Interesting that you say about the revolution of the paddle. So I was watching a coaching video with Lee Waters, which is the mum of Anna Lee Waters, which is the number 1 female in the world at the only age of 18. She was saying how Anna Lee can literally speed up any ball on the court. It does not matter where it is. She can speed up any ball with these paddles. So what she was saying is that she needs to basically be aware that she's going to get that ball back as a speed up on every single ball. If it comes back as a dink, she has the time to think about it, but we'll get the ball back as a reset or a counter every single ball because she's just anybody's able to speed up any of those balls. But if you're a beginner, do not speed every single ball up because you have to generate a lot of spin off the paddle face to do that. But because of the technology, we're able to do it. So we're about to start on this little warm-up between these two players. Do you have any expectations of this, Rob?
It's going to be interesting. I don't know anything about, obviously, Warren Urquhart, but I'm aware that Paul Gouge obviously had a 11-0 pickling off of Marcello Jardine earlier on court 6. Obviously, he had a very first baptism of fire on the players' court, so hopefully she can be a little bit more positive and move forward from there. But I would believe that he's going to have a bit of a better game here. I mean, interesting, I saw some slice coming in. If I remember correctly, I think he's a fireman that I met last year at the English Open, and I did a little clinic with all of them, and I can see there's like I'm pretty sure it's Shrewsbury Fire Rescue Service is the initials that stand for on the back of his t-shirt, and they were playing in their firehouse, literally in like the driveway, and they taped out pickleball courts. We're trying to get permission to do that. They do a lot of singles. Does that ring bells, Jules?
That's actually such a really good point. But I think we're about to start here on court number 6.
I think that... No, it's been called short. It's been called long by Warren Urquhart. It's calling it out. So our referee asking for a clear and early call. The fist pump of it going long doesn't necessarily indicate an out ball. And I think Gouge is looking at that baseline as well. I'm not sure on that one either. So, first point to Warren Urquhart.
0-0.
Oh, 0-0. Been some questioning on the score here. I think that serve was called long as well from both gentlemen.
Please make the out cross. Side out. Please make the out cross. 0-0.
And first strike there to Paul Gouge. First one on the board on quarter 6.
1-0.
That is a lovely critical forehand there from Warren Urquhart.
That was an outstanding angle. So if you do an angle that is so wide, your opponent will not be able to even put a paddle on that ball, and that was a great example of that.
Point.
Just not able to get underneath that ball enough to lift it over. Seems to be in position for it, just not low enough to rip it up.
Side out.
Do you think we're going to have another close contest here, Rob? It could go a little bit backward and forward,
1-1.
but excited to see the remainder of this match.
Gouge finally comes in from the baseline for the first time, but unsuccessful on that approach shot.
1-1. Point. Two, 1. Point. 3-1.
Ooh, great hustle there. Running from one side of the court to the other, but holding that kitchen line very firm, keeping that ball very deep in the court.
1-3.
Great passing shot there down the line from Urquhart.
3-1. Point.
Just a little bit of momentum here from Urquhart. Let's see if that is maintained
1-1.
with Gouge.
Side out.
Again, Kes, the commentator, just followed just long on that serve. So back on the paddle of Gouge.
1-4.
Nice volley there. Good approach shot. Nice and low, forcing the opponent to hit it high. And then he was able to hit that ball wide on the volley, not giving an opportunity for the opponent.
Side out. Whoa, 2.
Ooh, that was great hustle there from Gouge. Just a little bit long, but great positioning from Urquhart, forcing the error on that play.
Point. Time out. Change ends. 6-2.
So here we have the change of ends here. Very quick points there from Urquhart in quick succession, but Gouge has a lot of movement on court, very quick around the court. And I do think that we could have a closer game if he was just able to get a few points on the board and make it a bit tighter.
I saw some excursions to the non-body zone by Gouge in some of those points. Hasn't seemed to have changed his fortunes.
But something I really like from this year to last year, we've seen a development in the change of tactics from players, not staying at the back, getting forward, getting the advantage of that territory, and that is what singles is all about. That's the difference from pickleball, and it's good to see that.
Point. 7-2. Side out.
Just seeing little couple of loose forehands from both players, just not bending the knees enough to lift that ball up over the net. Like we mentioned earlier, the ball does bounce quite low on these courts, so you really do need to lift the ball up.
What's the call? Waiting to hear.
Point.
Yeah,
That was in.
that's in.
That was an outstanding point construction there. Spin, forcing it out wide, and then put that angle short.
Again, pulling up early. I can say, Jules, with my knees, getting down low is not easy when you get past 50. And certainly, you've got to really get low on these courts to be successful in trying to drive through that ball. Oh, I like his foot fault. No, I think he's all right. He survived it.
Side out.
Obviously, from our position in the commentary, we can't see quite so clearly those non-volley zone discretions, but obviously our umpire, our referee, is helping us in watching that non-volley zone line for us. Did that serve go wide?
Point.
Looks like it's too close to call.
Yeah, I mean, the rule is if in doubt, it is in. So
Yeah.
if he
I
had...
will hope no. I will hope no. Here we go.
Oh,
He's
one
called-
sec.
yeah,
Oh,
called
no,
it out again.
he did call it out.
Just really, really late and really quiet. In our referee's briefing, it is, can you please make your out calls loud and early and clear? I don't think we had any of those three there.
No, because
The
I
referee
think
just
for
having a
him,
little call here, having a conversation.
for him, what the players need to do is make their job as easy as possible. I have done a bit of refereeing in my time last year when we did a bit of PPL stuff. It is harder than it looks. They're watching the volley line, they're registering the score, they're making sure it's the right numbers in right order, and when you get into doubles, it's even more confusing because you've got to make sure it's the right server, the right points, and the right positioning of the server, so if it's a 1 or a 2. So in singles, it's a little bit easier, but still they need those calls to be clear because they could have marked their scorecard wrong and then have to change it.
Maybe the ball was in. If we talk about that whole phenomenon of pickleball karma when the next point tends to resolve the error from the previous one. But I believe that ball was out on that return previously.
Well positioned shot there.
That was a great third across court though, really dipping wide. But Gouge successful to get the ball back in play and force the error from Urquhart. And that goes wide.
Side out.
You'll get a little bit of negative self-talk coming in. So if you're talking about the mental game, you have to always try and be positive on the court. It's only you out there.
Yeah, we can see the body language isn't good here from Paul Gouge. That's the kind of thing that can fuel and fire up an opponent.
8-4.
Lovely adjustment step, I said, to get in a good position from Urquhart on that final drive down the line. Really just took a couple of little stutters, got balance and executed it perfectly.
And then on the contrary, Gouge just needed to take one more step on that point to get to it. Possibly a little bit of fatigue coming into the leg. He's had to do a lot of running this game, but...
The interesting thing is footwork is everything in pickleball, and it's even more so in singles when you've got double the court to cover.
Yep.
It may not translate on screen, but it is really hard work and it's really quick. Great hustle there from Gouge. Really good.
I think he's hearing us a little bit in the commentary booth about movement, but that was very good adjustment. Very well played there from Gouge, moving his opponent one way to the other, using slice to force that high ball.
Problem was on that previous point, there was a ball that was hit straight down the middle to Gouge to get to, so he didn't have to move as far. And on that one, got him moving, forces the error. You've got to get your opponent moving as far as you can in singles.
That was just an example of a little bit of what in tennis you would call it would be trading in the middle of the court.
Yeah.
It's almost like the players don't want to move that much at the moment. They want to reserve some energy, but then going for a winner that wasn't necessarily there, the angle wasn't open. So we'll see if any more of this little chess game will continue.
It's interesting, the amount of shape from that top spin from Warren Urquhart is really, from where I come to this, we can really see the curve on that ball over the net. That's long. Yeah. So still that 4-point cushion. Oh, just got a little bit close to him and he had to open out.
Yeah, just a little bit of misdirection on that volley. Had the open face. Probably wanted to use that spin that he's able to generate to get over the top of that ball.
And again, is there going to be a conversation about ball abuse? Obviously, if you smack a ball in angle, you can get a warning from the referee. So still a bit of a gritty battle here. So the Urquhart will look to try and do a better job in his next forehand volley that comes to him because he's been unsuccessful on the previous two. That goes long, brings up match point for Warren Urquhart.
Do you think the difference has actually been the spin generation on the paddles, getting that depth on the ball and really getting underneath to bring it up?
And there we go on match point as the game goes 11-6 to Warren Urquhart against Paul Gouge. And correct, Jules, you can see that there wasn't the same kind of shape to get that ball over the net on that final return. Goes into the net and the victory goes to Warren Urquhart.
Yeah, so for those who are playing doubles, who are so happen to be listening to us today, you need to generate a lot of spin. You have to get down to the ball. If you're wanting to do a third shot drive, you really do have to get under that ball. It's not going to be the same as possibly the surfaces you play at home. You really do have to lift that ball up.
Yeah, but a valiant effort there from Paul Gouge. Certainly a much better showing on court 6, our players' court for this week, than his first one against Marshall Jardine, but that was always going to be a big mountain to climb. Hope he can draw some more positives for that and take it into his next match. Coming up next, we have the Wimbledon PPL grudge match between teammates John Banks and Chris Freilink. They are running 2 or 3 minutes behind, so I'd imagine the referee may have already done their briefing. A couple of minutes more up and we'll get underway. You can see the teammates there standing on the sideline just on the left of shot here. In the standout t-shirt is Chris Freilink, who is part of the standout UK team. And in the green t-shirt you have John Banks from Winchester Pickleball, one of the founders and leaders of that club, using his Yola Agassi paddle. So Chris Freilink is South African, currently living and residing in Fleet. John is actually Welsh and was recently trying out for the Welsh national team for the European Championships. Or I believe he has Welsh ancestry, if not necessarily first generation Welsh. Just having a paddle check there. Getting the briefing underway. Obviously half as much time taken on checking the paddles as we've only got 2 people on court rather than 4. We've seen for the previous 2 days.
Something I have to commend is the fact that we've had the unity of both the APP and the EPF in their refereeing qualifications. So they have the same scruples as the APP. So it means that the quality of refereeing that we're coming through in the United Kingdom is actually really high, and it's actually really lovely to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've got referees from all over Europe, but we've we've had them here for a couple of weeks. We had in the recent Picklebee tournament, the warm-up for this event in Abingdon, we had a number of referees undergoing training and then passing their level 1 and level 2 qualifications. They're then going to roll that into the EPF European Championships. And certainly I know some of our referees. Tara Creasy has been refereeing at the US Open this year. And certainly we're starting to send some of our refereeing crew around the world, and hopefully that can continue to cross-pollinate and build the quality of refereeing across the game, because it's such a vital thing. In speaking from my own experience, I love having a refereed match. It's one less thing I have to worry about. I don't have to think about the score. I don't have to remember where I'm going to have to be. I know that will all be resolved for me. I can really focus and lock in. And certainly that experience in America is starting to replicate over here, and that's a really important thing for us. It's the next step of the evolution of the game in England and particularly in Europe. And it's great with all of these guys giving up their time for little or no pay. Even in America, it's not the best paid job, but obviously you do get to have some amazing experiences as a referee.
Yeah, I mean, I've known referees in the UK that have gone across and done some refereeing in the States, and it's just only going to get bigger and bigger. And the fact that we've had members, so I was the 850th member of Pickleball England.
Yeah.
So that was 6 to 7 years ago. We now have over 20,000. So to kind of gauge how long I've been in the game, I know quite a lot of people, and I know quite a lot of how the game's evolved. And what's really lovely to see is somebody else sat beside me who's also seen how much the game's evolved. Yeah. And even in the past year, I think it's gone from one level to the other. Players coming through from lots of different disciplines and showing their talent on court.
Yeah. One thing we must mention Kelly Dawson, who's been in charge of organising all of our referees and the schedule. That is a thankless task when you have so many courts to cover and so many matches of importance. And to have a referee on every single championship court match and players court match has been amazing. You can look around, and I remember many medal matches all across the week. I've had a referee on there for when it's really got to the important stages of that. But the spirit has been brilliant in these games across the Open. Yeah, certainly Kelly's doing a great job in building refereeing, along with Tara Creasy and Eva Pradzik. We've got Neil Lawson-Smith, we've got Helen from rugby, and a continually growing fleet of referees in the UK. It'd be great if we continue to see them at more and more of our events and really growing their skills. Because there's Ron Ponder, who's over here as well, has been at every English Open. He's like, don't be afraid to make mistakes. I've made every mistake you could ever make. He's done it. But you've got to make him to learn from him.
And that's the same in pickleball.
Yep. You should be seeking growth and learning at every stage in your pickleball career. And that's generally by what you do wrong, not by what you do right.
I mean, if we just think about professionals, how many balls they hit in a week, how many they hit in a month, how many they hit in a year, how many they hit in a season, they hit way more balls than you think. They drill about 80 to 90% of the time. Right,
we better get underway, Jules. So Chris Filling to serve. Nearest to you on the camera against John Banks on the far side.
0-0.
First to 11, win by 1. This is going to prove to be a great match. Banks comes from high-level tennis. Filling's got a strong tennis background, so certainly the singles game will suit both gentlemen. And that goes... Oh, how we go. First warning for John Banks, serving whilst the score is being called. But gets away with that long serve as well.
I do see this going backward and forward quite a few times. So I do think whoever's going to get the first run of momentum has a massive advantage.
0-0.
Yeah, I think we can have a little bit of trading of ground strokes here from the baseline. So Banks has thrown a couple of loopy lob serves in, which is interesting. And again, I think what he's trying to do is put Frilling under pressure to generate any pace. He's giving him nothing. So every bit of power has to come from Frilling's paddle. That's... he's done it again. He's lost the point. Oh, he served even before the score had been called. He got away with it again. That's a great passing shot from Chris Frilling there.
Definitely seeing the tennis background coming from these players running around that backhand to get the inside out forehand down the line.
A little loose there from Frilling. But in pickle, we always say there's the odd long or wide serve in the budget, particularly in singles. You've got to go big. Banks is interesting. He hasn't ripped a single serve today. Everyone's been a little loopy, a little spinny, a little bit of something on it, but no oomph. It's a good strategy against Frilling.
I feel like he's trying to use the court surface against him because the ball does decelerate quite a lot off these surfaces. But what I would say is the more comfortable that Frilling gets at hitting this drive, it would make it more uncomfortable for Banks. Let's see if there's a change of tactic at all.
Good point there, Jules. Certainly, yeah. It's a variable that people don't consider. What is the ball going to do off that surface? That's a clean ace there from Chris Frilling. Just inside the sun. I think Banks thought it was going to go along and let it. Little tap of applause there. And a fortunate net call there brings Frilling to 4-1.
Yeah, we got that first burst of momentum. Definitely something that Banks needs to try and eliminate.
Really good hands from John Banks. They're coming in, controlling that backhand cross volley.
And that was the first time we've seen somebody come to that kitchen line. He was very much controlling it, waiting for the right ball to come forward and executed it perfectly out wide.
Yeah, Frilling not going to miss that. Too high, too much time. And again, another loose serve from Frilling. I always prefer a fault serve to be long, not in the net. Certainly, it's all going Frilling's way at the moment.
Nice rally there from the backhand, from the baseline exchange.
Yeah, Banks really hustling there. I remember watching him in PPL trials. He was never giving up on a ball. Great play there by Banks, adjusting on those balls. Finally getting it behind Frilling. Let's see if we can get one on the board in this serve. And he does. Let's see if there's any change in that serve strategy. So far it's only brought him 2 points on the board. Is he going to really let loose and rip one at Frilling? Nope.
Yeah, I do think he needs to put more on his serve at the moment. That's definitely what's missing, I would say, from his game right now.
Yeah,
and I know he can do it because he's generating that head paddle speed.
Good play there by Banks. Good construction. Really smart where he's placing the ball to move. Frilling can ease him into going cross court and giving him too much to cover. Great spot again from Frilling hitting those lines.
They were getting too much time for him to think about where he's going to hit that shot and too much time for him to generate the pace.
There's going to have to be a change from Banks strategically here. doing what he's doing is not going to get into it. And I think you're right. There's too much time for Frillink to make a decision and place that ball. Trying to hurry him up.
So something that shout out to my friend Susanna Barr. She said something that was very interesting to me. It was possibly a couple of years ago or last year. She said after the serve, when they hit in the pro game, sometimes they take a step back from the service line because of the amount of pace that's generated on the return. So if you're giving somebody a very easy return to make, it's going to be more powerful. It's going to generate pace. So you need to be effective on that serve.
Lovely drop shot there by Chris Frillink. Great angle there again. Shaping it across, just controlling his paddle head to get it hitting that sideline.
So what I would say from what I could observe, there's two things that he could possibly do to get out of the situation. That would be hit the ball a little bit harder from the back of the court and drop it when Chris Frillink is forward.
That's gone wide, yeah. Frillink even calling it wide himself. Didn't even need to wait for Banks to do that one. And it goes wide, and Frillink again indicates without Banks even needing to do that. Great sportsmanship there from Chris Frillink.
Really good to see.
See Banks there shadow swinging what he wants to achieve. Bend your knees, Banksy, bend your knees. Lovely control to drop that ball short.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Just pushed a little bit to the side.
Yeah, lovely.
And he has to bend.
Yeah, lovely Faraday touch, like you said, to bend it to the side. Just taking the pace off. There's a little bit of the tennis touch that we were talking about. Just taking the pace off the ball.
Yeah, you're not coming back from that. Really dangerous to use slice against someone that wants it as heavy topspin as Chris Frillink. You're just going to let him magnify it. And that goes long. So, a strategy that has been deployed successfully by people is to try and get Chris Frillink to bend.
Yep.
So the difficulty is you don't want to give him a slice, which will help keep the ball low, but you don't want to give him height to make him bend. Great control there on the paddle head.
Yes, so for those at home who can't see, Chris Frillink is very tall, so you want to get him to bend more. So Banks' mobility will probably be a little bit better because he's a little bit smaller. But what that means is that he's going to have to generate a lot of pace on that ball. On the run, ATP round the corner from John Banks here on court 6.
That is the highlight of the day so far. I was watching going, this is a great rally. And that's the way to end it. And he's gone again. Our referee has been really, really kind. Certainly he could be taking some points here.
Change of serve there.
He's a little bit of slice, but there he got it really wide and kind of got it close on Frillink. So again, making him bend. Going to get down to the ball. He's done it again. Did he early serve that? I'm not sure. Banks is really rushing. You can see he's tense. He just needs to take a breath and slow down. Yeah, the ref's now going to have a conversation about it. I think we're going to have a little warning here. Just he's going far too fast, and the rule is, well, technically, if you serve whilst the call of the score is being done, you lose the point. I believe there's a single warning. There's been a sort of a referee instruction that's come from USAP. Give them a first warning per match. But on this time, I think is it a little bit of lenience, a bit of common sense maybe, but obviously it can be very disruptive of the flow of the game. So, for Link now, at match point. And he secures it with a lovely half volley forehand cross court to take the game 11-4 against John Banks.
That was actually a really lovely match to watch. We've seen some little bit of showboating as well and the movement of what Banks is able to do. So let's see, and he might be somebody to watch with his movement because Chris Fillon is a very big hitter. So if anybody was trying to play him, I would probably say hit big. That's what he's basically the way to counter him. But if people don't do that, he might do really well with just getting more balls over the net.
Yeah, it's interesting just seeing how Banks is trying to stretch. We haven't really seen, everybody's been going really big and really forehand top's been dominant on their serves. Just a little bit of a sort of change up here, some variance in height, in spin, in paces. Unfortunately unsuccessful in this game against Chris Frillink. Let's see if he reappears on Championship or on Court 6, the Players' Court, later on this weekend. So there's any more outcomes from there and see if that strategy is successful against other players. Coming up next, we have Colin Cutler versus Manoj Pradhan, and that'll be their next match on Players' Court.
With my feet in the sand, Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up your face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me. See, I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, falling on you, baby, not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we want to war, so we want for all.
Come on, finish that.
Okay, so next here on cart number 6 on Players' Court, we have Colin Cutler against Manoj Pradhan. So, two players that I do not know a lot about. However, with being in this level of the draw, we could have had very another interesting match, like every match that we've had today on court number 6. There's definitely a buzz about the place today here at the Antigua and Barbuda English Open, powered by APP, with our following sponsors: Zimmer Biomet, Diadem Pickleball, Head Pickleball, Nutties, Pickleball Nuts, Paddle Tech, Owl, Scan, Pickleball United, and the last but not least UK Pickleball Shop. Thank you very much for all of the sponsors. This event could not happen without you. So as we just wait here for the players, let's have a little bit of an insight into the development of the English Open from the time that I've known it. When it was first captured, it was in Nottingham in a sports hall at the university, and then following that it went down to the David Lloyd Tennis Centre in Southampton, and then after that for the past 3 years we have had it here at the Telford International Centre just because of capacity, having led in the past 3 years. 3 years ago we had about 494 registrations. Then over the past 2 years it's gone up to 2,500. So we have a lot of players here this weekend. Tomorrow will probably be the biggest day with gender doubles, and then mixed doubles will have a lot as well, combining both those men and women on court to show their exuberance of talent. Another big shout out to our organisers who are behind the scenes. None of this is possible without them. And a big shout out to our tech teams that are doing the streaming of both courts, on court 6 and on championship court. Most of today on court number 6 you will have myself, Julia Stevens, and my fellow commentator Rob Williams. Rob Williams definitely somebody who is a big face now in the coaching aspect of pickleball in the UK and Europe, doing coaching holidays across in Turkey, and also developing the coaching manual with another fellow coach which most people will have heard in the UK as Sam Basford. This coaching qualification, I would say it's definitely one of the best, I would say, that I've seen in my time of pickleball. Why I recently did my conversion course to get my level 1 in pickleball, as I've had another one in the IPTPA for quite a long time. So here we've got some players coming onto court now, just waiting for the players to arrive so we can get back to the action.
whilst we're waiting for our next match, we are going to have a little look on court 5 just from the side view camera here. On the left of your screen we have Mike Gaunt, and on the right of your screen we have Paul Gouge. Unfortunately, in our commentary position we can't actually hear the score, but we can kind of have a little look at what's happening on each point, and then obviously give a little bit of commentary here and there for what we can see on the screen.
So, not to our knowledge, but we've actually skipped a match because we weren't able to actually film that last one. So next on court we have Fabio Costa and Ian Banks. They're just there talking with the referee at the net. So this won't be long before we shortly get underway. Here we have Costa talking to Jardim, fellow Spanish teammate. Probably somebody who's going to give you a lot of insight, being the brother of pro Simone Jardim, was once #1 in the world in women's. So definitely it's going to see what insight that we've got as we progress through this singles match. So just to shout out to our sponsor of the ball, which is the Franklin X40 ball. Definitely a ball I would say that's at the top of the game. It's now actually the official ball of the APP Tour. So if anybody's wondering what ball do I practice with on your build up to any APP event or an English Open event, you just need to use the Franklin X40 ball. So something that I want to see, do we have the employment of those deep drives at the back of the court that we've seen throughout of today, or we're going to have a little bit more placement, a bit more placement into the kitchen, moving forward on the drops, some slides. It'll be very interesting to see what we have tactically employed. So we're about to get underway here on court number 6. We have Ian Banks to serve. There we go, an immediate deep return causing the error from Banks. Same thing again, could have one of those matches where it's going backward and forwards for quite a while.
So Ian Banks is out of the Halton Tennis Centre.
Ooh, little bit of cat and mouse there.
Yeah, don't see a lot of that. So Banks is a converting high-level tennis player. But certainly this format of the game will work well for him. Using a Diadem V2 Warrior paddle. Certainly a common thing, because I know that Diadem Pickle, one of our sponsors, is also part of the Purple Pickleball setup over at Halton.
That was on his paddle.
Yeah, Halton is also the home of the England trials we had this year. And we're obviously selecting our team for the European Championships in Rome in September. Pitching fault there. Yeah, a little bit of an experience there, maybe not sure, aware that obviously anything you're holding, wearing or touching that makes contact with the non-volley zone in the act of hitting a ball is a fault. And there, Banks was successful in hitting the volley and sending it out, but the paddle touched before the ball landed, so point lost on the fault, not on the out ball. Yeah, just calling that wide.
Yeah, just wide on that. Backhand down the line. Yeah, again, the ball very low on the court. Definitely need to bend those knees to lift that ball up over the net and give it a bit of dip and whip.
Another pattern of play there again, unsuccessful. Banks done a couple of those in that wide forehand and able to get them back cross court.
He was on the floor there. It's great hustle though from Costa to get that ball back, but it was an outstanding drop which forced the error.
Oh, hang a minute. Something's happened to the paddle there of Banks. I think he needs to get another paddle. I believe there will be the opportunity for an equipment timeout. But it looks like we're going to carry on, but certainly something's happened to the paddle on his fall. Let's see if that affects him.
It's all about the mental game, I think, at the moment. Like, just trying not to let that paddle affect his play and just focus on one point to the next.
Great play, successful there on that volley on the forehand. If you are coming to the Elite Island Resorts Antigua and Barbuda English Open, we do have some retail opportunities to demo paddles with our vendors out in the outside of the 40 courts we have here. Yeah, we have hot stands from Diadem Pickleball, Head Pickleball, Pickleball Nuts, this is new to the scene, and the ever presence of the UK Pickleball Shop, Owl and Paddle Tech.
Just looking there to Jardim on the side of the court thinking, I shouldn't have missed that one wide.
Great ball there from Banks. He's definitely not sure about his paddle. He's looking again to try and get something. I reckon he's broken the back cap. He looks down the bottom of that paddle. So there's something right at that end. And it can be really difficult to play someone that's got something going on in their head to try and remain in your own process. Obviously, we've seen that Fabio Costa's been very expressive all through the previous 2 days. Kind of that stereotypical Latin flair, that frustration coming in.
It's exciting to see though, so we'll see if he's able to control.
That's such a good ball there from Ian Banks.
Already going to the change of ends to look at his cap, see if he can change anything in that time.
Yeah, definitely something's come out. I think it's the little diadem mark on the back cap. Suspect he'll be making a little visit to Harvey at the diadem stand after this game.
Yeah.
To try and get a new stick in his hand. Certainly in certain formats you would be able to take an equipment timeout, but typically it's more of a safety thing. I'm not sure whether these back cap issue would term as a safety concern. We can see here on the screen the referee just checking what's going on here. A little bit of conversation.
So we don't want any debris or anything like that on the court that would actually upset the safety of the players, especially when we're changing ends as well. So it would affect their opponent.
Well, like I can remember when Riley Newman was playing in the PPA and his paddle broke from his handle and literally it flopped into the kitchen after the point and lost the point because the head had fallen off the handle.
He was a little bit fuming off that, wasn't he?
Yeah. So Banks is at our end. We'll see if we can see anything when he's preparing near us on our position for the commentary to see what's going on there. Yeah, I can see there's a little crack or something that's come away where he fell and dropped it.
Leaning back a little bit on that forehand. There's a bit.
There's a good depth there. Just pushing Costa back into that corner. Let's see if we can keep this momentum. Yeah, great hitting into the open court there. Resist the temptation to go back behind Costa.
The interesting thing about that tactic is even though the ball's going to drop where you think it's going to drop, the opponent really can't do anything about it because it's going into that kitchen. So if he employs that tactic more, moving your player out of the way using the kitchen and then going down the line, I think it'll be really effective.
Costa taking the barrier with him there on that rally.
So if anybody did see, we had David Young actually taking out the backdrop at the back yesterday.
Yeah, second time for that, happened in 22 as well at the English Nationals. Great rally there from both gentlemen.
I've got to say, I was impressed with the footwork there from Banks, but he just lost his footing on that last shot, but it was from good placement from Costa's shot. Nothing on the side of Banks, just really good play.
He's looking at his foot, he's looking a second time, look, he's just shaking his leg out. We can see a lot going through Banks' brain here at the moment. He's not missing that. Too high. Dispatched.
Actually shows the quality of hitting from Costa for the rest of the match, because we haven't seen that. He hasn't just put that high ball on that third.
That's a really good... Oh, hello. Something's going on there. Certainly that was a great serve right on the baseline.
9-6.
That just goes wide. Yeah, again, we can see the expressiveness of Fabio Costa there, frustrated on that ball. That's going wide. Good lead there by Banks.
Yeah, half the pickleball is actually knowing when to leave the ball rather than hitting it.
Yeah, bringing him up. Match point. And that sails wide off that backhand drive from Banks to take the victory. 11-6 against Fabio Costa.
So something that was really good there was the mental temperament there from Banks. Having a paddle that must have had an issue with it, but regardless, carrying on and playing well and grinding out those points. And that was a really good victory there at 11-6 against Fabio Costa.
Probably not, but I'm going to risk it.
Okay, so we have Marcelo Pirate Jardim versus Mike Gaunt in this showtime. So Jardim was a member of the Spanish pickleball team in the European Pickleball Championships last year in Southampton, and they actually won gold in the men's doubles. So he was actually playing down in age, so he's definitely someone who's got very formidable movement across the court. Mike Gaunt to me is a little bit more of an unknown, but going in at the open category, nobody's out of it. You're definitely in it to win it. So let's just see if we can see any sort of a challenge from here, any interesting forms of tactics, and if Jardim changes anything within his play. And he's just representing Team Zebra Pickleball, which is actually a Spanish pickleball paddle company, which has been around for a little while. It's good to see repping his home brand. He was also the gold medal winner yesterday in the mixed 50+ open category. So did formidably well in that, winning a cash prize. So let's see if we have anything else on show today from Jardim, any showboating, or if we're definitely going to go down to business, keeping the basics very tight and consistent. Yeah, so Jardim is the one in the zebra light blue top, and then we have Gaunt, who is in the turquoisey top at the bottom of your screen. Just as we warm up on court here, if it was from watching Jardim over the past couple of years, his play, I would say to Gaunt that he needs to try and use kitchen more. He needs to remove some of that tennis-like things at the back of the court. Definitely had a history in tennis from the way of his mechanics. However, being the brother of Simone Jardim, he will have exceptional mechanics and exceptional perception on court. Yeah, so here on Players Court, we're about to start. Yeah, very quick there to the kitchen line, closing down the court, making it very difficult for Gaunt.
It's going to be interesting. Gaunt on the near side. Only been playing 6 months. Based out of Southend. Only previous event is the English Nationals, which I'm assuming is going to be the singles, and he was in the final of the 60 plus English Nationals this year. So he comes from a tennis background. We have a little survey that all our pro players in the open divisions were asked to fill out. Who's your dream player to play against? Roger Federer. What we have here is the pickable version of 50 plus Roger Federer in Marcello Jardim. Hopefully he's going to appreciate the experience of playing against a number 150 player in the world. And again, he gets to everything. That backhand pick-up on the volley is a trademark of Jardim.
Very loose. That's something I've noticed from Jardim. Very loose, very relaxed on court, very definite in what he's hitting.
Just so much time.
Something about pickleball, you have more time than you think. People tend to rush their shots and they'll be a little bit off balance or they'll causing an error.
Hits the line again. You've got to stay away from the backhand of Marcello Jardim. Well, I understand it's typically the weaker wing for most players. That is the kind of shot you could hang in the Louvre. It just works every time. It just happens.
Yeah, we just got to change of ends there at 6-0. Definitely dominating the court at the moment.
What is Mike Gaunt asking about here? I don't quite get what's going on there, but... And commentator's cursing that backhand, Jules.
I was going to say unlikely error there from Jardim. He's already disappointed with himself off that one shot. But if you're a perfectionist in these sports, you will be somebody who'll keep tightening things up and be better and better all the time.
That heavy slice in that backhand and trying to slice it back from Gaunt is never going to work. If you're getting something that slicey, it's going to just jump down off your paddle, so opening your face is really hard to do. That shows the sort of tennis inexperience of him. And you can see he's getting in his own head now, can't you, at the far end of the court, Jules?
Yeah, I mean, when you're 7-0 down, that will just naturally happen. It's about telling that voice to shut up and keep going, keep grinding through the points, because at the end of the day, you just need 1 point to get the serve back.
I think that was an apple that Jardim hit there. Just don't take a chance.
8-0.
What a beautiful angle on that. So calm, so controlled.
Something that's interesting that he did, though, he took off pace to hit the angle.
Yeah.
Because if you put that angle on the court, that player's not going to touch the ball.
There we go again. Brings up match points and Marcelo Jardim.
He is literally everywhere.
Yeah.
When you think that you've got a passing shot, no, he's there to hit an excellent volley back into touch.
I did on the score. 9-0.
And there we go. Clean win across court. We take the game 11-0 against Mike Gaunt.
Yeah, very quick game there, but showing the prowess of Jardim and somebody we'd probably expect quite deep in the draw today.
Yeah, obviously Marcelo Jardim is our number 1 seed. Being the best over 50 singles player in the world, you would expect him to take a relatively simple path through the draw, but I believe a few points were taken off him by Warren Urquhart, I think it's in the same box. I'm just going to pull up our PEC system that we have here for the English Open that gives us up-to-date details on all the results in every bracket.
Oh, lovely moment there on court. Just getting a photo opportunity just to say that you played with the best in the world.
Yeah. So let's have a little look at the previous results from Marcelo Jardim. Yeah, he was 11-6 against Warren Urquhart, who we saw earlier on here. Certainly the tennis coach really from New Zealand that was been living in the Cayman Islands, Warren Urquhart, gave a little bit of a push to Marcelo, breaking a bit of a sweat. Other than that, I think it's been plain sailing for him through the rest of the day for Marcelo, yeah. Oh, 11-2 against Neil Bevan, so a couple of points gone there. We've also had a couple of pickles here on Players Court.
Yeah, for those that don't know, a pickle is when that you've won a game 11-0.
So standings at the moment on this group, we have Marcelo Jardim, played 4-1-4, only lost 9 points in 4 games. Second place is Warren Urquhart, who's played 4 games. He's 3-1 with a positive point difference of 11. Michael Eggleton is in third. He's 2-2, so it's going to be all to play for the Eggleton's last game. It's going to come down to the Eggleton or Urquhart, or possibly Neil Bevan, who is also on 2-2. He's on with a -5 on points difference, so it'll be tough to get back from there. So let's see what we've got coming up in that box. We've got Gouge versus Eggleton, so we'd expect, based on previous results, Eggleton to probably pull through on that one. We have Urquhart versus Bevan, which should be a good, interesting match because both of those have taken points on Jardim. And then we've obviously seen Marcelo and Mike Gaunt finish here, so we can see that Marcelo's going to come out of the box winning all 5 games. And that was another pickle there, so that's a real confident start to the weekend for Marcelo Jardim in his final event. Coming up next, we're going to have Augusto Avanzini and Russell Nagunic. So at the far end of your court, you have Russell Negrinic, and nearest to you, you have Augusto Avanzini, who hails from Italy. He is part of last year's European Championship winning men's doubles team, the Team Italy. On the far we have Russell Negrinic. I want to see if we've got some information on Russell to share with you for everybody back home. But he's been a bit of a presence around the scene. Unfortunately, Russell did not appear to fill in our request for information for players in this bracket. I can give some more information that Augusto Avanzini hails from Rome in Italy, so possibly he'll be playing for his national team again in the European Championships. He plays with a goat paddle, the greatest of all time. Age 59, been playing the last couple of years. His dream player to play against is Marcello Jardim, so potentially later in the knockouts, if he gets through successfully, he may be able to get his dream match. So if we look at the standings in this bracket we have here, this is a Group B match. Currently, we have Federico Pasquale 4-0, top of the group. Second place we have Andy Hitman Hill, 3-1. Augusto is 2-2 at the moment, so this is a must-win match for him. This will get him back into the running to qualify out of the bracket. And he's 4 points positive, with Hill on 8 points positive. Russell Negrinic is 4th, 2-2 again. So a pickle by Russell Negrinic would bring him dead level with Augusto in this situation. And then it would come down to the final match for Augusto to pull it through. 4th place we have Regis Balpandi, and we had a withdrawal earlier in this bracket from Paul Hammond. Still to come in this final round, we have Regis Balpandi against Andy Hill. Federico Pasquale will get a walkover as Paul Hammond has withdrawn, we believe. And then we have Augusto Avanzini and Russell Negrinic on court now. So our referee is Marsha Fresso, wife of Byron Fresso, one of the most experienced and loveliest ladies in the refereeing community on the APP and USAP tour. She's going to run this ship very tightly. So Augusto is nearest to us in the pink, and on the far side is Russell. First strike and first point to Augusto Avanzini there. A lot of slice deployed there by Negrinic. And that sails long. Good early call there from Augusto. Yeah, just wide indication of a call there from Russell Negrinic. And that sails long. Jules, is interesting. Negrinic is really bouncy, but it looks like when he's making contact, he's sometimes airborne and losing some power. Oh, it just sails wide. Great play there from Avanzini. Cutting across the non-volley zone line there, using the backhand to drop it across. Great control of the paddle head. Lovely, filthy, soft drop there. Completely changing the rhythm of the rally. And Negrinic not able to control that ball. Big serve. Looking down at the baseline there, unsure whether that was in or not. But it's played the ball, so 4-0. just a little early on the shot maybe, but a right decision to make. Be successful with those earlier in the rallies.
It's definitely a match. It's a must win from both players.
Oh, he just pulls up early. He was in that rally. He got there.
Very much so. I think the quality of hitting that we're seeing from Avancini is actually very high. He's just very unlucky on there on the movement, because even his movement is very, very good, and he's stopping at the right time and decelerating to be able to hit the shot.
And that's a ball, I think, on court, or a distraction. No, they're going to carry on. Oh yeah, ball on court. Yeah, so they have to replay. Although whether Marsh is going to call that, it's the referee's decision to call the ball on court. Okay. Yeah. So a couple of points to the ball now for Russell and Nagunic.
Something that I'd like to see from Nagunic is seeing him come more forward to that kitchen line, because every time that he's come forward, he's been really effective there. Not going into those baseline exchanges.
Certainly it's often said in singles, whoever gets the non-volley zone line first is the one that wins the rally. Marshall Fisher there just correcting the players' positions. That's going to go wide. So certainly Nagunic is really trying to cut underneath that ball, but it's so aerial. It's not biting through the court, and that's why it's going long. He's kind of opening the paddle base and really not... He's kind of floating it back, which I kind of see, but he's not coming in behind it. He's just lobbing it up in the air. Whereas if he can kind of really drive through that and slice it with that, really knife through it, it's going to spit off that surface, stay low, and start to ask some different questions. Just see referee Master Fresso there talking to the player, saying if there's a ball on court, say something early straight away, because obviously she may not be able to see that, and certainly with these courts, if it goes on the sidelines, that might possibly... there we go. Error there from Augusto Avanzini. He's got his warning. Luckily she hadn't even called the score, so he doesn't get the penalty. And still the ball goes on the side out. Back to Russell and Nagunic. Good approach shot there, but unable to control it. Avanzini knowing a bit of power is going to help. Always hard to control those balls if they're coming away from you with your backhand, to keep it back in the court if it's going opened out.
Yeah, that formidable inside out forehand. Just getting those angles on that court, making it very difficult for Nagunic to actually get anything on that ball. Big, big drives.
A little bit too big that time. But go big or go home in singles.
Absolutely.
All about the margins. It's all about those baselines and sidelines. Boom, I think would be the phrase on that.
Absolutely. Can't give an off-pace ball when he's able to generate that much pace on the ball. It's just going to hit it into space.
Just got a little close on that, I think. Didn't quite swing freely through it. Had to just adjust on his swing path. Yep, that's dangerous. The drop volley is always dangerous. Your player opposite to you is always going to be trying to move towards you. In that situation, when you telegraph it that strongly.
Ooh, nice use of slice there to get the approach to the kitchen line.
So another one on the board for Negritnich. Good pick up there. Even better. But unsuccessful on the third attempt on defending that ball.
Yeah, like I was saying, when Nicky Nick's just getting forward, he's able to convert. So that's what we're kind of looking for.
That great forehand down the line again there. What a forehand down the line again there from Avanzini. Precision. Oh. In, out, shake it all about. Yeah, it's in. Brings up match point. Great ball there. And again, another forehand hit down the line. Now brings up game point. He's got a set. And another player barrier interface.
It just shows the commitment from players on court, though, because they're really, really going flat hard out.
And these courts are bigger than we're used to in the UK. We're not playing on sports halls here with those big walls and those converted badminton courts. We have plenty of runoff and still not enough. He's calling that long. No, okay, no, it's in. Certainly from our position in the commentary booth, we struggle to see that far baseline, to know for sure. That's going wide. Lovely spin on that ball there. And
Yeah.
the first real approach off return we've seen from Negritnich. He's not really been able to execute that play all through this game, but he has success as soon as he does it. And that's going to so long.
Yeah, it's nice wrong footing from Negritnich. She's just, I haven't seen him just off footing his opponent, not able to return that back into court.
He's in again, and he's passed down the line to take the win to Augusto Avanzini, 11-5 against Russell Negritnich. This will be our last of the round-robin men's singles senior open we'll have for a while. When we come back for the next match, it will be the start of our women's singles 50-plus senior open with Carmen Aragon against Fiona Edwards.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make 'em taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Falling on you, baby, not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? Can we 1-1? So we go for all.
it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination. Here to have some fun.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
So next up here, we've got the start of the women's singles 50 plus senior open category. We have Carmen Arajon and Fiona Edwards. Fiona Edwards is someone that has been in the game for quite a long time, and her son actually recently been accepted into the APP category across in the fort in Florida in America. It's actually really exciting for him as he develops his pickleball career at only the age of 16 years old. But with Fiona Edwards, very big hitter, got a pass in tennis, hitting deep in the forehand. So let's see if we see anything from her that will change the outcome of this match. It's very interesting what we're going to see from Fiona Edwards. Does she employ some of her tactics that we've seen throughout her whole time in pickleball? Definitely improved over the years. Definitely singles is something that she's very, very good at because she's very consistent from the back court. So definitely a match that I'm looking forward to seeing. Yeah, so as we just wait for players to arrive, we'll just have another shout out to Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda, the main sponsor of the English Open, powered by the APP. And Team Franklin, so the company of Franklin, is the official ball and net up of the Pickleball England governing body now, that was given its governing body status in the past year or so, which was a hard battle won, but we were able to achieve that to continue to develop the game of pickleball in the UK. And another shout out to our sponsors, Zimo, Biomet, Diadem, Head, Nutties, Pickleball Nuts, Paddletech, Owl, Scan, Pickleball United, and the UK Pickleball Shop.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me. See, I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brush it in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make 'em taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, falling on you, baby, not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? Can we 1-on-1? Can we go for all?
Come on, finish that.
So next up on here, we have the men's single 50+ senior open round of 16. One to be confirmed against Warren Uruguay. He was on this court, the players' court, earlier today. Did a very good match there, winning against his opponent. So the atmosphere here is definitely buzzing. A lot of people put in a lot of effort in today in the singles, because as you can see, the court doesn't get any smaller on singles compared to doubles, so double the amount of court to fill. Some of the movement, I've been very impressed. Doesn't really matter what age you are, movement is still really important. As we wait for other matches to conclude so we know who is on this court, let's just have a little bit of a reflection of the world scene in pickleball. So we've had a combination of the World Pickleball Federation and the International Pickleball Federation, which is absolutely huge for the sport. So it would allow possibly a World Championships to take place in the coming years, which would allow not only players to play from a European level, but also from an international level in intercontinental way. So we could have Americans playing against Europeans and seeing how the level of the Europeans goes against the Americans. It's just seen that the Americans are incredibly experienced in the sport. Had it been made in 1964 by 4 men who were trying to find something for their children to play whilst they were doing something else in their back garden, and this is how it's developed. We've now got competitions all across the globe. There are 70-odd countries that play, and it's something that I would say is just going to get bigger and bigger. I would say the ambition for pickleball now is to try and get it into the Olympics. Definitely something that many players will want to be part of. It's a massive accolade, I would say, if the sport ever achieved this, but it's definitely something I would say is on the cards. But it would be, the next time it would probably look for it would be in the next 8 years. That would be down in Australia. So Australia's pickleball scene is incredibly big. They've got around about 20,000 plus players than last time that I had checked, which is now actually what England was. They're only going to get bigger and bigger because they are such a sports-centered nation. And we obviously have our history with them in guarding the Ashes, and we have a very big competitive accolade with them. But we do have a very strong relationship regarding the Commonwealth as well. If we were able to bring pickleball into the Commonwealth Games, that would also be another big accolade for the sport. It would also probably bring people from other sports into it because they would like to have that opportunity to compete. But something that's really, really must be emphasized is that pickleball is a sport in its own right. It has its own unique skills, some things that can be translated across to other sports, but some that are very much unique in pickleball, which includes dinking at the kitchen line, which is a ball that lands in the kitchen and on the other side in the kitchen. But in America, I would say the pro scene's getting bigger and bigger as well. Not only in prize money, but in the endorsement side of things. So the best in the world are millionaires through the progression of their participation in pickleball. So they've just got sponsors, they've got things that are able to get them through. And not only that, they're able to win a lot of prize money just from getting the top in their categories. If anybody is just picking up pickleball recently and would like to look at any coaching opportunities, or anyone who wants to become a coach, that is accessible on the Pickleball England website. If you just go to pickleballengland.co.uk and you will find it there. There is a coaching tab. If you want to find a court, if you have never played before and you want to play, there is an opportunity to play on courts that are near you, so you can find a location or find a club part of the page. Something in recent years that is developing is the development of wheelchair pickleball in the UK. So wheelchair pickleball, you have the 2 bounce rule, so the ball is allowed to bounce twice before they can hit it. It can bounce once, or it can bounce twice, or it doesn't need to bounce at all. And they're only allowed their front wheels of their chair into the kitchen whilst they're volleying, and not the big wheels. So I think we just heard through who will be the opponent of Warren Uruquart. It is Christian bow hurt. So we've got the American that's going to come through in this round of 16 against Warren Uquart. This will be a very tough game for him, but it'll be really good to see the exhibition of what we've got on store.
So whilst we've got a pause on players' court here on court 6, let's time to catch up on some of the results that are going around the Telford International Centre in some of the other divisions. I can see some Women's 4.0 going on side court 5 there between Nikki Coots and Anna from the Hassocks Club. We look at some stuff that's going on that's almost completed their box today. We are looking at the men's singles 3.5 50 plus. With 4 groups going in here. They're into their knockout phases. So qualifying out of Group A, we have Jeff Abrahams and Mark Malicki. So they're going to move through to the next round. In Group 2, we have got Andrew Walsh and Jim McKnight, who have moved through. Just nearly knocking Dave Mills and Noble Johnaswar out from there. In Group C, qualifying from there was Ian Lucas Bond and Keith Nunn. A really tight bracket there. We had a withdrawal, and then it all came down to points difference. And Keith Nunn came through past Nick Jones by a difference of 3 points overall. A very, very close bracket there. And in our Group D bracket, we had qualifying from there Daniel Garraway and David Tassandier. So that set up the knockouts in the men's singles 3.5. And it stands now, those are underway. Our quarterfinals, Jeff Abrahams and Keith Nunn, Daniel Garraway and Jim McKnight, Mark Malicki and Ian Lucas Bond, and David Tassandier and Andrew Walsh. We'll have the semi-finals and finals that coming up fairly soon. Those matches are underway now on courts 13, 14, 15 and 16 around the Telford International Arena. Looking at the standings in a men's singles senior open, obviously that's been the focus of Players Court 6 this morning. Our setups are, in round of 16, we have Marcello Pavavajim and Federico Pasquale and Darren Cornish all getting buys, along with Richard Love and Rupert Robertson and Atto Stevens. So round of 16 matches still to go. Chris Frolink and Andy Hill, Warren Urquhart and Christian Bonar, and those are the 2 underway. They will then feed into our quarterfinals. The winner of Frolink and Hill will play Marcello Jardim. Our second quarterfinal is Atto Stevens versus Rupert Robinson, one of our all PPL quarters. The winner of Warren Urquhart and Chris Bonar will play UK number 1 Richard Love. And our fourth quarterfinal will be Darren Cornish against Federico Pasquale.
I'm actually really excited to see Darren Cornish play again. I was quite impressed the first time round, but don't know if he's on this court, but definitely something you need to watch.
Just a quick update on some of the upcoming matches. We've just been looking at our schedule, and one of the scheduled matches between Carmen Arajon and Fiona Edwards has got a withdrawal in there. Let me just look at that outcome, who is withdrawn from here. The withdrawal is from Fiona Edwards. So this group has already seems to have resolved itself. So across the morning, we're just waiting for that to come through. As it's looking now, we've got one more round of games to go by. Let's maybe a couple more. Standing so far in the women's Open 50 plus singles. Top of the board, Marcia Alderbear. Played 4-1-4 with a loss of only 15 points. In second place, Tara Jones, 3-1. In third place, Helen Kenner, who's won her first match. And then our fourth game is Karen Eraho, who is only played 3 games so far. So all to play for with only 5 ladies left in the competition and only 4 going through. So it's all to play for in that final couple of rounds that's coming up. Looks like the next match we're going to be getting on Players Court 6 is going to be Warren Urquhart and Christian Boner. That'll be our men's round of 16 match. That should then follow up with Federico Pasquale and Darren Cornish in their quarter-final. We'll then have on Court 6 stream, we will have one of the men's semi-finals, and we'll also have the bronze final around about 1 PM today. The Telford International Centre is currently a hive of activity. We can see some players warming up as we've got a little bit of a lull in the action. We had a few withdrawals. Obviously, we're into day 3. Certainly for some of our older players, it can be more tiring on your body. A bit challenging on here. So it looks like we've jumped a match possibly. I can see Darren Cornish here. Is Federico going to join us on here? Just check in. No, I think he's got another match to go. Just going to sort that out. We can just see on the stream here. The referee here. But yeah, just waiting around here, we can see some side courts getting some warming up with some games underway. Lots of referees all over the place.
Warren, right? Yeah, Warren. Yeah. Game to 15. That's still too long.
So we have the players back, ready for action again. We just had a brief delay on courts waiting for other results to come through. So we have the American Christian Werner, and then we have Warren Urquhart. So it'll be a very interesting round of 16 there. So Christian Boner won the silver medal in the mixed doubles yesterday, and that was a really good privilege to watch that from the sidelines instead of behind the mic. But at the same time, let's see how his singles game is going. The fact that he's qualified, and I heard him over talking saying that he was not actually a singles player, so we'll see how he gets on. most Americans, regardless on if they are a singles player or a doubles player, if they are a credible athlete and they are a really good doubles player, they will transfer some of their skills into singles very effectively because they're so good at doing skills.
And then I have to do the toss. Can we hit a couple? You have 2 minutes, right? Get the careful. Yes or no? Yeah. This is a yes. You choose. I'm going to start here. And you, you are not.
Yeah, the referee just discussing the scoring format. Just discussing that he must score or enunciate the score before you serve. If you serve during when he is enunciating the score or before he's enunciated the score, this means that they will have to redo it and you would get a verbal warning. But I'd say something's really good is having all these American pros coming across and playing against our European. We can compare some of the players and we can also compare the European standard of play to the American. American's still very, very high, but I do see in the years to come where on the world scene we probably see the likes of Japan, China, Malaysia, Taiwan, these kind of countries really putting their foothold in international competition on the world stage. Also India as well, which has shown that they are very formidable on the APP Tour with recently an Indian player getting a gold medal on the APP Tour. So this will be a very exciting match. Yeah, just warming up some serves and then we will get underway. Okay, we are just about to start here.
One game to 15, same game. 8. 0-0.
Yeah, just overhitting that ball, getting a little bit too much under it, forcing it to go long, but Bona definitely creating a problem there. Unlucky there from Urquhart, just that tap of the net, forcing that ball to go wide, but I would look for him to try and make the player move as much as possible. Okay, so very close contest at the moment, a little bit forward and backwards. Let's see if there's any strategy change from either player. That was the right shot selection there from Urquhart, but just not able to execute it. Body position a little bit out on that time.
Lots of hustle here, Jules.
Yeah, that's another example of a lot of hustle, but there's a lot of athleticism on this court. It's very deceiving, I would say. People assume age is to do with, oh, your movement will depreciate, but this is an example of where it has not.
This is like a prize fight. This is a boxing match. They're throwing haymakers every rally at each other.
In singles, there's no room for holding back. You have to go out all the time.
So, Christian Boner is the father of pickleball player Riley Boner, and he's played golf, he's played tennis, he's played a bit of squash. I believe this is his first singles in about 3.5, 4 years.
He did say he wasn't really much of a singles player. I was mentioning that before, but saying that, he's definitely showing that he's able to do it.
Big serving. You can see that tennis open stance forehand firing through. What's also interesting from Boner's biomechanics here, change your ends 8-2, is you can see when he hits that serve, it's really on that boundary of waist high. So he's maximising the ability to get that ball over the net as flat as possible. So there's not the same level of curve you might see from other players. So it's not downwards, but it's got a real rip through the court and then just descends. Rather than for some players, it's very much more of a loopy, more of an arc. This is very linear, very flat, and it's really pushing Urquhart back.
Well, something I think that definitely pick up on is the importance of the serve in singles compared to doubles. Yes, it's important, but more in doubles, it's more about getting it in and be effective in keeping the player back, not necessarily about moving them out of the way for the next ball.
Just along there on the baseline.
Definitely a formidable competitor. Bohurt.
Really good passing shot there by Urquhart.
Let's see if this sparks a little bit of momentum on the side of Urquhart.
Interesting contrast between some of the Brits here and the very early, very loud call from Chris Boner there. Certainly, the experience of playing with a ref makes you call balls out and loud early. When you play socially rec or you don't have that additional personal court, you don't indicate quite as much. Just a little snappy on that, I think, Jules.
Yeah, I don't think he really drove through the ball. He wasn't really using his legs as much on that one, so it just caused a bit of the him to hit over the top of the ball and force the error. Well left there from Urquhart.
Yeah, good drive there. When you've got your opponent in the net, sometimes just using a bit of power directly at them can force the error and the ball to go long. And New Zealand there a little bit frustrated on that ball. Knows he can do more than that. That's a great deep serve. And just unsuccessful on that cut volley there.
I don't think that's a strategy that he's going to change, though. I just think he was a little unlucky on it, just drifting wide.
That's a little loose. He's going to be frustrated he had it on his paddle. It's in the right location.
Because of the height of the ball, I probably would have brought that cross court, just giving that little less height on the net.
Great play there by Bona. He was there before the ball had even been hit. He was covering the angle, ready to dominate with that forehand cross.
Yeah, he's definitely showing his pickleball IQ, as we would say, his intelligence of the game, reading the balls really well.
Interesting that Bona has switched to slice serves.
Could be the court, because different courts are bouncing differently, so maybe he's realised, okay, this is the place where I want to use the slice. Or it could be his opponent.
Yeah.
His opponent's not able to deal with it very well, so
Well,
he's just continuing to go there.
When he's been sliced into the backhand, his backhand, Urquhart's not ripping up it. So he's certainly been trying to slide that serve in or the return in. Yes, before the hand was down. Good stuff, Bona. It's gone slice city here. Both gentlemen have switched to slice serves, slice returns. The topspin has left the building.
It's an excellent slice.
Yeah, the rallies are starting to extend now, aren't they? There's not quite the shortness we saw earlier in the match.
But it was just the amount of spin that he generated on that last backhand. It was able to force a really low ball, and then it forced that finishing volley.
So now we've got the return of this forehand top from Christian Bona, and then just mixing it up with a couple of slices to success.
Every point we've got a lot of self-talk from Bona. He's definitely somebody that we need to watch for later on in the draw. Showing his level of competitive nature on here. Now just a note, this match is 2-15, win by 2. Outstanding topspin into the corners of the court. Urquhart is being put from one corner to the next. Okay, now we have a match ball on the paddle of Christian Bona. Yes, there we have it. Game and match. So congratulations there to Christian Bona. Definitely having a fun time on court there.
Coming up next, I think we have the match of Darren Cornish versus Federico Pasquale. Before I think we then turn Players Court 6 into Women's Semi-finals 50+ Open. Scheduled on the here is going to be Marcia Alderbert and Helen Kenner. Our second women's singles final will be between Tara Jones and Jet Vandel, and that'll be on Championship Court.
So So we saw Darren Cornish earlier, something that I was very impressed with his movement around the court. And I want to see if he's able to deal with the power of Pasquale. Pasquale was on the senior team for the European Pickleball Championships last year. He was in the final. Very, very good showing. It's a pleasure to commentate on that. And let's see if he's able to do the same here.
And we're joined on the first time on Players Court by Tara Creasy, our local ref. One of our recently qualified level 2s, and Tara has been out in the last couple of months and refereed at the US Open in Naples, Florida. It's part of her training and building her ability as a referee. So we have on the near side of your screen Darren Cornish playing out of Wells Pickleball Club, the Wells Swans, playing against Federico Pasquale on the far side of you. He is currently in the black top. I imagine he's going to be removing that and have a kind of teal top on underneath there. He can also be identified by wearing the compression leggings underneath. Cornish using a Yola Pro 4 paddle and Federico using a Poach pickleball paddle.
I think the delay was just due to not getting the confirmation of names that are in this singles match, and now we've confirmed that. We will be very shortly getting underway.
So while you're waiting for this match, we can give you some updates on our quarterfinals. So in the round of 16 on Championship Court, we had Chris Freiling and Andy Hill, which went in the end to Andy Hill 15-11, so he'll be playing Marcelo Jardim. We have Atto Stevens and Rupert Robertson in that quarterfinal. Chris Bono, we saw earlier, winning, and he's going to play Richard Love. And then we have this match here, Darren Cornish and Federico Pasquale in the quarterfinal.
I think it's a very exciting field that we've got there. A lot of Brits getting in the mix there. And by the looks of it, it was a very close match between Freiling and Andy Hill. So
I was just off court and off mic, and I was speaking. It seemed there's some net chords here and there, some thrilling stuff, but certainly Andy's supporters were absolutely thrilled for him to pull through there. Obviously, Hitman is part of my PPL team last year in RW Pickleball. A phenomenal competitor, a lovely man, one of the kindest, most humble men in pickleball, and he's really worked hard in the last year. He's been putting a lot of effort in to really try and make things happen in his game. Certainly the singles game is where he comes and excels initially, but he's building a more well-round game for his pickleball. And certainly it's starting to develop. So
how important is the serve in singles, Rob?
It's almost everything. If it's done right, you can keep rallies really short. You can get a big advantage by serving big. I spoke to a couple of people around the Telford International Centre I've worked with previously today, and I said, in your budget, you have one or two serves that are a little wide or a little long. You have to be going for the margins. Being passive, just rolling it in is not going to work.
What are your thoughts on a high loopy ball?
I quite enjoy that as a variation. And so if you've got a slightly compressed backdrop, so for example the end we're looking at here with our advertising hoarding, if you can get your opponent to step back to hit their return, then you may be going to give them a little bit of a different look. The other thing about if you can get a high loopy one with topspin, it will really spit up at you and have a really high contact point. And that's something that can be really difficult to control on that first drive, on that return. It certainly didn't seem to work for John Banks earlier though against Chris Freiling. That wasn't kind of doing the thing.
Something that was really interesting I was discussing with a competitor is the variation of the strategy of the game, but we're about to start here with Darren Cornish with the serve, 0-0.
And first strike to Cornish with that roll drop cross court.
Looks like he's got a lot of support on the sidelines there.
I can see Janet and Liz from the Swans. I can see Chris Wilson there from the Swans.
1-0.
And he comes. Open court to hit into. Cornish is there but can't control the ball off his paddle.
Like I said, Cornish has got hustle, so Pasquale might be have to hit another 3 or 4 shots to be able to win the point. But if he can keep his consistency of his drives at the back, I do see him raking up a lot of points in this map. Just a little bit unlucky. That was definitely the strategy that you want to go for, just dropping it into the kitchen and forcing that wider ball to force a ball to go higher, and then you would have had a volley to finish.
1-0.
You see also this match going very side to side. Very competitive match.
What a volley there from Cornish.
Absolutely bang on the line. No doubt about that. So we're back on the side of the Italian. It's very much about him trying to convert on his serve, trying to get forward after he has to let that return bounce. Oh, what a
rally! What a rally, guys!
Outstanding movement from both players there.
And no one scores a point. All that effort to just get back to 1-0. And that is on the line. You can hear the passion in those grunts. We're back to the boxing match, Jules, like we had with Bona and Urquhart.
I mean, I did say it was going to go side to side, and that is definitely what we've got right now.
0-1.
So there we have...
didn't save them all. Quarter 5.
So we have Pasquale on the board now. So it's only 1-1. Considering the formidable points we've had, it's only 1-1.
So common that when you're coming forward to take that backhand volley and advance into the non-volley zone line, it's so difficult to shape that ball in. I'd always prefer to see that going back cross court, so at least it's going into the open space. It's a bit bigger and you're not floating on the sideline. That's fine, Cornish, you've got that in your bank. That's one of your freebies you've used up. And that serve was preyed on in there. There's no need for that return to go in the net. You can see the mental side is preyed on in there.
2-1.
Oh, good hustle to get a paddle on that.
Great use of the depth of the court there.
Darren Cornish and Pasquale are definitely giving us a match that's very entertaining to watch.
That goes long.
Point. 2-2. Side out.
We're at 2-2 now.
Oh,
What a hustle from Pasquale.
I was putting money on Cornish getting that back cross court. Unbelievable. Get that back. The power of playing one more shot, Jules.
Absolutely. Give your opponent another question to answer.
3-2. Side out.
Interesting that Cornish is deploying that. So the ball's just joined us in a commentary position here. Now, it's interesting to see Cornish deploying that loopy serve. I prefer it if he's going to go slow. I prefer to get a little bit of slice to get that ball low and biting on him. Bit of net love there going in the favour of Darren Cornish.
You're up 2. 2, 3.
Sensing a little bit of frustration from Pasquale. He's really driving the ball through the court, but sadly Cornish is getting on the end of every single one.
We can almost just play this as an audio match. We can hear from Pasquale's exultations as he hits, whether it's a good or a bad one. We don't even need to watch it at times.
That's a really good point there from both players.
Yeah, side to side, whose movement was going to be the difference. And no one's really able to hit it hard. It was just get into that ball.
3-4.
That's what we were talking about, that formidable serve. If you're able to serve well, you're able to convert.
4-4.
That's so good, Darren Cornish. One of the best strategies you can play, people, is go back to where they came from. And he had just enough time to recognise that and shape it gently behind the recovering Federico Pasquale.
4-4.
Great play again, Darren Cornish threading the line. Back behind Federico for the second time in 2 points.
Something's really nice to see is two lovely one-handed backhands on court.
Yeah, something we don't see. Certainly the two-e is coming in. It's becoming a bit of a two-e game and two-e nation. Oh, he's just there. Just moving across the kitchen, unable to get it back cross court.
So what actually happened there, it was the angle that the ball was going towards the paddle, which just caused a little bit of an error. The actual execution of the volley position wasn't wrong. It was just the angle the ball came towards it.
Angle of incidence. It comes in and it goes out the same angle it comes in at, and because Cornish was unable to close his face a little bit, it opens into the net. Out in the court, I mean. And again, we've noticed that whenever there's an error on a long rally, the next point always goes against Darren Cornish. It's like he's not resetting between that hustle when that frustration goes into the next point. And there we go again. You can sense a little shifting here in Pasquale.
Do you think if we have a bit of a momentum switch from one side or the other, if we get a few points in succession, they're most likely going to take the match just because of how close it is?
I'd be curious to know if we've got any timeouts in this format. If I was Cornish, I'd be calling a timeout now if I had it, but you are 1 point away from the end change. So you'll get your little mini timeout, whatever. But certainly that's something that maybe he's not so experienced over the UK game. The deployment of the timeout to break a run. Uh-oh. Yeah, as soon as you get to that backhand of Pasquale, you are in trouble. Cornish has got to try and get that cross court.
Yeah, so like I said, a few points in succession. Not really able to stop that bit of momentum, but at the change of ends, it'll be interesting to see if we see any change of momentum. So what I'd be looking for Cornish to do, I wanted to see him try and reset a little bit more into that kitchen. And I want him to be able to try and get more angles on the court. Yes, he's been doing a very good job so far, but just a little bit of differential would be very beneficial. Okay, so let's see if we see any change of strategy there from Cornish.
Time in. 8 time. Side out.
So let's see if the change of ends brings a change of fortunes.
5-8.
Cornish needs to stay away from that Pasquale backhand. Yeah, he's always going to open him up there.
Yeah, I would say on average, people would say you'd have a more advantageous forehand rather than a backhand, but Pasquale actually has a very good backhand, and I would stay away from it.
There we go. And that's why.
Side out.
With a player that has got the ability to drive like Pasquale does, sometimes he tries to go a little bit too much. The backhand makes him be a little bit more cautious and a little bit more consistent.
5-8.
Whereas that forehand can hurt, so sometimes you try and do too much to your opponent.
Point.
So yeah, we're going to see a little bit of frustration probably creeping into Pasquale's game if Cornish keeps going to that forehand.
What a get, Federico Pasquale. Picking up on the half volley and send it into the open court.
Yeah, just able to get down to that ball. Very anticipation, high amount of anticipation on that ball to get there. So we're here, very close game, 8-6. And he's there again.
Point. Nine, 6. Point.
Cornish was there.
That was a fantastic dipping forehand though from Pasquale though. He was able to make it dip more than usual, and Cornish just wasn't necessarily prepared for that, but definitely a very good contest going on here.
Yeah, took the pace off on that last one. Got it low. And again, the forehand error from Pasquale. Certainly, I'm aware that a couple of the other English players that played at Federico has got experience, have suggested to Cornish to stay away from the backhand.
6-10. Point.
And Federico is complaining about the barrier behind making contact there. Unfortunately, it's the same for both of you, and it is what it is.
Yeah, Cornish would have had to have dealt with that at the beginning of the game, so just had the change of ends. That just
Absolutely right.
so happens to be how it is.
7-10.
There we go, Darren Cornish
outrageous.
again. Great pattern of play.
Absolutely outrageous dipping forehand cross court there. Cole's in the whip, not able to deal with it. No paddle on it from Pasquale.
8-10.
Oh, and the looper goes wide.
Side out.
Let's hope that isn't too damaging the fortunes of Cornish.
Point. 11-8.
Oh, nearly there, Darren Cornish. Nearly there. So the lead is starting to build again. 4 points clear now for Pasquale.
So I think for Pasquale, it's just about getting the ball over and in. Don't try too much. Just remain consistent and things will happen. For Cornish, it's definitely about targeting that forehand. And if he's able to try and build a little bit more of a momentum.
That is so good, Darren Cornish. Such control there to get that to drop softly inside the silent and volley zone. Yeah, and this time Pasquale does what Cornish did to him earlier and sends it back behind him. Timeout being taken by Darren Cornish. Good call here. Break the run. Make Pasquale think about it with 2 to go. If you were coaching here, Jules, what would you be saying to Cornish?
I mean, I think what we've been saying for quite a long time is keep it to the forehand, but slice it to the forehand, keep it low, and then use that to get forward on the court, because Cornish is very effective on his volleying, as we've seen. So he needs to try and utilize it a little bit more by using slice. Even to the backhand side, use the slice, because he'll try and drive it. He won't try and slice it back, so it would probably go in the net. Yeah,
keeping that ball low will make him head up. And then it's a case of how much topspin can he get on that ball to get it to dip if you're at the net. Great advice there, Jules. Let's see what Cornish does as they come back at 13-8.
15 seconds.
See ref Tara Creasy watching the call like a hawk.
Receivers 1, server 2. The ball.
Apologies, it's actually 12-8, not 13-8.
12-8.
3 to go. Pasquale. Great play there. Brings him 2 from a semi-final. And that brings him down to match point. Cornish not able to get over the top of that ball.
Yes, as I said earlier, if someone's gone a little bit of...
Oh, interesting. An offensive timeout. Make him think, Jules.
Interesting. Maybe he just wants to compose himself a little bit before going into this point. A little bit of a rest so he can put everything out there on that last point.
Yeah, good idea there.
Saying that, if Cornish wins it, it's not the last point.
No.
So he might be thinking, I need to actually have a big push in this last bit of the game, because it is coming to nearer the end, but we could have about 5 or 6 points left. Maybe more.
We can see there Pasquale strolling along the baseline. You can see him getting himself together. So 2 timeouts available in this as well.
14-8.
And that is game to Federico Pasquale. 15-8 against Darren Cornish.
That was a very good quality singles match there. Well played. So it'll be interesting to see how far Pasquale will get in the rest of this. Very tough competitor out there mentally and physically. Let's see how he does. So next here on Players Court, we have Marcia Audibert and Helen Kenneth. 2 British players. that we have seen a lot of over the past few years. Helen Kenner, mainly a doubles player, but trying herself here, but she's got into the semi-finals of this category. Very well done. Sorry, the quarterfinals. Okay, with this almost ready to get through, Marcia Audibert is a player that's quite high on, I would say, in the 50 plus category in the UK. Very competitive competitor. She got 4th yesterday with actually the player that we just saw. She was in the mixed doubles with Pasquale. Has a very good effective backhand, and I would say that she tried to use that and utilize that in this match. So we'll see if Kenner has got any insight or had any previous insight into how to target Marcia Audibert's game. So we're about to start here on players court. Kenner to serve.
One game, 15, 10 games, and 8. 9 games, 0-0-2.
Very well done. Targeting the forehand of Marcia Audibert there. See if that is continued.
1-0.
Good hustle there from Kenner, but just a little bit unlucky with the net call, preventing her from getting to the next ball, but good execution there from Audibert. It's a little bit wide there from Audibert, giving the ball back on the paddle of Kenner. So that's back at 1-0. Oh, was it called in? Oh, the referee corrected it there, so that was called in. So it's now currently 1-1.
Great depth there on that baseline ball from Audibert. I've got a lot of insight onto both ladies, Jules. Obviously, Helen, my long-term mixed doubles partner, and Marcia Audibert, part of our England team last year. Helen Kenner, what hustle there. Helen Kenna is stepping in for a friend and doubles partner, Sally Grace, who's had to withdraw from the tournament today. So great to see her on a singles court, not a common sight for Helen Kenna. But also playing in PPL for the Hurlands Club, which is exhibiting here, outside in the main concourse. Only going to play a little bit of singles in our Premier Pickleball League next year. The dip on that forehand from Alderbear there, Jules, is ridiculous. It barely got to Helen Kenna on the second bounce.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something that you can definitely do. But I want to see if she continues to do it.
This is always going to be an uphill battle, McKenna versus Alderbear. And that backhand of Alderbear, we know you don't want to go there, because that's what's going to happen. Marcia Alderbear is the loveliest person in pickleball, but she's such a fierce competitor. I don't know if we can catch it on camera from here on our screen, but she absolutely grits her teeth when she plays. She's so focused and determined. It looks so nice at the same time. So I just did a little pep talk with Helen there, switching from commentator to coach and friend. And error from the exchange of ends.
Okay, let's see if she's able to use this Kenna.
Yeah, chance to get another one on the board here. Good hustle, Helen. Good try there from Kenna, but unable to get a last ball over the net. And that's called out. Overall from the referee there. The lesser spotted sideline overall. Not typically part of the referee's remit. Obviously looking at the non-volley zone for faults, their key focus in singles and in doubles. But that ball just not getting up high enough for Alderbear there. Another chance for Kenna to get one on the board. Yeah, very similar to pass that ball into the open court there. Just place it very much under control.
Very much the momentum is on the side of Alderbear.
Great shot there from Marcy Alderbear. Right just on that sideline there. Brings her into double figures. That's a great ball on the baseline there from Kenna, but equally matched by the passing shot of Alderbear there. Kenna just a little bit slow to get forward and capitalise on that great depth ball.
11-1.
And that serve goes wide. Another chance for Kenna to get a second point on the board. Oh, and it just goes the wrong side of the net cord. And that ball is dispatched past the outstretched Kenna there. A good attempt to come in and try and shorten that point, shorten those angles from where that return came, but equally matched by Marshall Alderbear. And that's sent wide.
I think what I would say from the strategy from Alderbear's point of view is she just needs to try and get them over and in more. The longer the rallies are going on, the more that she's winning.
Frustration there from Kenna. Just unable to execute on her serve. Marshall over there so locked in she wasn't even looking on the other side of the court. I believe she was on 13. Great play there, Helen Kenna. Good hustle. Really good effort there.
I would say that was her point of the match.
Yeah, certainly. All of that just to get the serve back. And again, just getting caught in mid-court there, not fully committing to coming forwards. And then being passed again by Alderbear. Oh, the net call was so cruel there. What a great rally. Oh, what a get there from Alderbear to set that match point. You'd have put your money on Kenna taking that rally.
Yeah, let's see if Alderbear can close it here.
And she does. That final ball from Helen Kenna sending wide. So Marcia Alderbear advances to our women's singles 50+ senior open final, defeating Helen Kenna 15-1.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me. See, I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Wanna love you, baby, not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? Can we one of one? Can we one for all?
Come on, finish that.
Welcome back to Players Court here at the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. Chris Beaumont back on commentary alongside Tim Spurway for this men's singles senior open semi-final between Rupert Robinson and Marcello Jardim. Tim, we've not been around this morning. We get to come back and this is what we walk into. What a game we have in prospect. We are feeling very lucky, I am sure.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I'm, of course, delighted to be back and delighted to be commentating with you again after the last 2 days' worth of play. And like you say, we're on to the meaty stages of these categories now. And we've got two players here that have fought hard through the group stages and the quarterfinals as well. Find themselves in the semi-final here.
Yeah, Rupert Robinson clinching a nail-biter against Atto Stevens in the quarters. Marcello Jardim with a slightly easier run out, it's fair to say, but that just means he has a little bit more energy in the legs than Rupert potentially. I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to this one. We've had singles action all day here on day 3 at the Telford International Centre, and we are be treated now to a game with one of the best players in the world and a player who's fought his way into England's national team for the upcoming European Championships. Robinson's had a very good English Open so far. Not quite as good as Jardim, who is looking to pick up a 3rd gold medal. So, we are looking forward to seeing some electric action on Players Court. Two players just going through some warm-ups here. Robinson just up at the non-volley zone line, practicing some volleys. Jardim working on some of those drops from the back of the court. And Tim, as ever, he's my man with the numbers. What have you got for us?
I've just been looking through, Chris, Jardim's results across the tournament so far, and nobody has been able to take more than 6 points off him in a single game that he's played in. I mean, that record is quite astounding. He's won the last 2 games in the men's singles open here without losing a point at all. 11-0, 15-0.
I mean, he's not one of the best in the world for nothing, Tim. In fairness, he has been utterly dominant in this tournament so far. I was having a chat with Warren Urquhart after his game against Jardim, and he was just saying what an experience that was. He took 6 points off him in the singles, and I can tell you he was buzzing with that fact. And as you say, that is the most anyone has taken off this player so far. But one thing I love about Rupert Robinson's game is that fighting spirit. I've been lucky enough to be on the end of a couple of beatings from him myself, and this guy does not stop. It is relentless. But this is a different level of opponents for him. But Rupert has been very open in the sense that he has loved his pickleball journey so far, and these are the moments that we play for, to challenge yourself up against the very, very best.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will be the very, very best. Certainly the very, very best in this tournament. Performances from Jardim. 2 gold medals to his name already. Will he add a third? It's going to take a heck of a performance to stop him, and we'll see if Rupert Robinson can give him some problems. I think you just got to go out there if you're Rupert and play the absolute game of your life, let things fly, and see what happens.
How would you be looking at this one, Tim? Would you be looking to go safe and make sure you're just getting everything in, or would you be letting fly and hoping that you can get some kind of early momentum just by being super aggressive?
I mean, I don't know if it's the right thing to do, Chris, but when you're playing with a player that kind of is so consistent and has been just breezing through the opposition, I would play an all-out attacking game and try and get him off balance, try and get him moving, try and get a few early pop-ups, hit a strong serve if you can, try and get that third shot drive going, and maybe you can get a few quick points that way.
Well, as we often say from the commentary booth, it's very easy to have a good tactical plan sitting here. Putting it into effect is another thing entirely. And just as Jardim is a matter of meters away from me, I'm just impressed by his height and athleticism. He is a physical specimen. Robinson is also a tall man, which will both give them good reach when they do advance to the non-volley zone line. We don't see a lot of it played up there in singles with both of them, but of course one of the two will be looking to get there first to be able to control the points as soon as possible. Now, our referee has just entered the arena. This game should be getting underway very soon. And as we've said, first game back on the microphone for me and Tim today, day 3 of the English Open. And what a treat we have to be able to kick it off with this one.
And I think, Chris, unless I'm mistaken, which I very much might be, this is the first time I've been commentating on a Jardim match. So on a personal level, I'm looking forward to seeing him in action.
I was lucky enough to see him in action a couple of times yesterday, and what can you say? Good player. Yeah. Might have undercooked it a little bit there, Tim. let's go to very good, world class. Yeah. Move our way up the levels of how we rank pickleball players.
Rupert Robinson, of course, a regular partner of Chris Freiling as well, and them having success in this tournament so far, combining, I believe, to get the bronze in the men's doubles, 50 plus open, so coming in with a certain pedigree himself, of course.
And the two players are just shaking hands before the action gets underway. Now, Robinson is walking away with the ball in hand. And as obvious as it sounds, I actually like the fact he's serving first in this one, because if he can get off to a bit of a flyer, it just puts a little bit into the game. But first serve of the game, don't give it back easily to Jardim.
Here we go. The waiting is over. The match is about to begin.
just out by a fraction from Robinson. But I like the intent straight away. He knows he's going to hit deep. He knows he's absolutely got to try and use all of the court. Just missed it fractionally there. And there we see how well Jardine moves. Robinson has done nothing wrong there. The return was nice and deep. A great backhand across court into the non-volley zone. Good little dink from Robinson. What a touch from Jardine.
Yeah, very nice indeed. In a very uncomfortable position, managing to lever that one back, making it incredibly difficult for Rupert Robinson, who did manage to get it back. But Jardine, strong start already, taking a 2-point lead.
Very, very good indeed. Again, Robinson has done absolutely nothing wrong in these opening exchanges, and he finds himself 3 down. That's really important for Rupert Robinson, not to feel rushed now, just to keep taking a breath, try to get the basics like that. And that is my concern for this game, that if mistakes start to slip in, he could find his head drop a little bit and it could get away from him really quickly.
You just have to be absolutely perfect to win a point, and trying one down the line there. You just have to hit worldies. And just another error on the backhand side this time on the return. And a 6-0 lead quickly gained from Jardine.
Now, at this point, you don't care how you're going to get it back. And that gives the ball back to Rupert. He's having a little chuckle to himself, getting ready to serve. He's got an opportunity to get a point on the board now.
And you can tell he is going for it, and whacking that backhand and it just going long. And just like that first point with the backhand side just creeping out.
What a touch. I mean, Robinson's done the right thing there. I think trying to take the pace off it, drop it into the non-volley zone area. Delicate little touch from Jardine. It's a 7-point lead already.
And again, not much done wrong by Robinson, but just Jardine picking the spots and hitting the lines, hitting the edges of the court, moving Rupert Robinson around and coming forward and spearing that backhand volley away. And quite quickly in this first to 15 match, we have a change of ends with Jardine leading 8-0.
Yeah, that window that you've got to hit the ball into at this level of game, Tim, is absolutely tiny. If anything, that was just a little bit too high, that attempt at a pass. And with Jardine's reach and balance, he's just able to put the arm out, change the angle of the paddle, and just that little bit of a flick gets it back deep. And Robinson's got so much to do to scamper across and try and retrieve it. Now, at this stage, he'll just be looking to get a point on the board. Let's see what he can do in this second phase. Good battle from Robinson. He forces the error from Jardine, who just goes wide, and he gives his opponent a little round of applause there. Called out by Robinson, so we have a point on the board. But that was a really good rally. He went for it a little bit more, you feel there. The handbrake has to come off now.
Yeah, a good 2 points pulled together from Robinson as well. He won those points. Jardine didn't give it to him.
Well played, Rupert Robinson. Nice soft hands at the line. Just drops that one into the non-volley zone. Jardine just slowly retreating to the baseline just to get an extra breath.
Yeah, and Rupert Robinson will will like that. He's tired Jardim out with that last point and getting Jardim moving around now. Hitting some spots of his own. This is looking much more promising and he's showing what he can do.
Oh, that is a shot and a half from Jardim. Great serve from Robinson. Great third from Robinson. The fourth shot, though, just absolute class.
Yeah, and Robinson can't say anything apart from good shot there. He's played that point near enough perfect.
And again, postage stamp stuff from Jardim. Just a fraction of space left by Robinson, and he only needs the invitation for a little bit of a fraction.
It's just the level of accuracy. All of his shots seem to hit the spot he's aiming for.
Oh! What do you say about that, Tim? There's a bit of showboating, then there's the athletic side of it, and he forces the error going cross-court to Robinson, who stretches, and it just goes wide.
What a point. What a get from Jardim. And what's impressive as well is that he pulled off that behind-the-back shot and then followed it up with another worldie cross-court pass, making it difficult for the approaching Rupert Robinson. Winning the point. Stunning stuff by Jardim.
And again, such a good dipping cross-court shot from Jardim. Robinson's making him work, but he's just got an answer to almost everything so far in this one. It's an 11-2 gap. Robinson calls it good. Another little round of applause for Jardim. I'm already starting to just look in a bit of wonder at the quality of this player. It's just stuff like we have not seen before. Well played again. And it's important to point out, Tim, that Jardim would not look out of place in the 15-plus open age category.
No, he's breezing this match as he's breezed through everybody else at this level. And as we see there, on the stretch, and what a return by Rupert Robinson. Absolutely belted it down the line, but it's no problem for Jardim. He comes across and hits a forehand cross-court pass. And we are now on match point, and there it is. I mean, what can you do against that? You can have all the strategies in the world. You can speak with a coach. You could hire the best coaches in the world to give you a intensive course for 3 weeks, and I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Jardim, another level.
You can have the greatest plan. Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face, Tim. I mean, that was just incredible. Robinson has played shots there that will have won points off the vast majority of players in this draw. Jardim has barely broken sweat and repelled everything and more. And what a shot to finish it. He's on the move, he's on the stretch, and he hits that like it's just another shot for him. For most of us at any other level, that's the shot we talk about for the next 6 months. That's just one of many in that game.
And that is, I think, a real showcase of levels in pickleball, where you have good players and you have exceptional players. That consistency, and exactly like you said, Chris, the ability to hit those spots regardless of where you are on the court, regardless of how well the opponent has hit the shot to you, I mean, yeah, as I say, it's a different class of pickleball that we just witnessed there, and Jardim marches on to the final. But fortunately for Robinson, he will be able to have a crack at the bronze.
No, most certainly. And I think the benefit for Robinson in that situation is that he can just walk off court, dust himself down and go, okay, that's what that was. There won't be a lot of mental damage carrying forward to the bronze medal match for Robinson there. He just gets to move on now, gets to go and play another game and has a chance of picking up another bronze medal here at his English Open. For Jardim, he's looking for that three-peat, make it a hat-trick of gold medals, and it's going to take a hell of a player to beat him.
Oh, it will. It will, and we'll be back after this very short break.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Now it's not the time to give up, but to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
Welcome back to Telford, everybody. We are just about picking up our jaws from the men's senior open semi-final. What a performance there from Marcello Jardim. And we're moving swiftly on to the women's singles senior open bronze medal match, which will be between Helen Kenner at the top of your screen and Jeanette Vandel at the bottom of your screen. Now, Tim, these two players have the opportunity to take a medal away here on Players' Court. And they're just going through their final warm-ups before this one gets underway. Tim, what do we know?
Well, Jeanette Vandel, very well to make it out of groups, just beaten by Tara Jones in the semi-final, 15-6. And Helen Kenner, as we saw on the Players' Court here earlier, was beaten by Marcia Audebert. So we will be having a Marcia Audebert and Tara Jones final. In the group stages, Helen Kenner just got the better of Jeanette Vandel.
She did indeed. And Vandel will be looking to reverse that as this game gets underway. And she gets the first point on the board, Tim. Just Kenner just thinking that one into the net. And a second one just goes into the net there. So a quick start for Vandel. We saw Kenner on Players' Court for her semi-final just a little while ago. Very convincing win for Audebert in that one, 15-1. What a lovely lob there from Vandel. That will have hurt Kenner, I'd imagine, such a big defeat in the semi-final. And that could have an impact on how this one goes.
Yeah, Audebert was in stunning form, and Helen Kenner will certainly be looking to put on a stronger display, and she can take heart from the fact that she beat her 11-8 in those group stages earlier on.
Well, as we see a lot, group stage results aren't always an accurate indicator of what happens in a knockout game. And Vandel has raced to a 5-0 lead here on Players' Courts.
Yeah, Vandel really putting the pressure on Helen Kenner, getting her moving all over the court so far in this match.
But a nice bit of depth there on Kenner's approach shot. Vandel's backhand not able to get up and over the net, so Kenner with the opportunity to get her first point in this one. Attacking the backhand twice, opens up the court and pulls the forehand wide.
And she, in a nice double-handed backhand by Helen Kenner to start off that one, giving her the opportunity a bit later on in that point.
Yeah, well played, Kenner. Good bit of court control there. Was moving Vandel from side to side whilst maintaining a good position at the non-volley zone line. But she needs to start taking some of these chances on her serve, doesn't she, Tim?
Yes, yeah. It's noticeable with Helen Kenner. She sometimes throws in a double-handed backhand and then reverts back to a single-handed backhand. And there we see the double-hander, and that one gets its rewards.
Yeah, mistake from Vandel there at the line. Just pushing that volley into the net. And a sore space down the line. Tried to play it there, but just found that pesky net in the way once again.
Yeah, Vandel there finding those spots, and a lovely shot down the line and a follow-up overhead, and takes a 6-0 lead. These final games, of course, best of 3 matches, and a slice pass cross court. Jeanette Vandel said she's hitting the spot. She hit another one there. Lovely shot, Chris.
Yeah, best shot of this game so far. Nice use of the angle. Kenner did well to go from side to side, kept the ball in play, but that lob went up and Vandel was able to push it away. Now, Helen Kenner will probably be aware of the fact that it looks like she's won 1 point out of the last 23 she has played. So she needs to get some momentum going again if she's going to end this one with a medal.
This is a best of 3 game, of course. Vandel thinking at the end of the last point there that it was just a single game to 15, thinking they were going to be swapping sides, but Helen Kenner, she really wants to get some momentum. She got lucky in that last point with the net cord, and she'll really want to get a few points on the board and not lose this one to 0.
And there it is. That's the first point on the board for Helen Kenner. Nice stretch, pushing it down the line. Bit of a banana on it. Looked like it might be going in. Looks like it might be going out. And then it kisses the line. Nice hit from...
Now, Jeanette Vandel did immediately call that one out. And I think Helen Kenner was pretty confident that was in. And so Vandel has given the point to Helen Kenner.
And rightly so, I would say, on that one. It was a great shot from Kenner. That one, though, no dispute over. Just sails wide of the court. So a side out again. Vandel with the opportunity to push this game further down the track. A little bit tentative on that one, Tim.
Yeah, just kind of pushed the shot, pushed the ball over rather than stroking it through.
Good play from Vandel. Nice approach and went wide. Kenna lifts it too high again, but good, confident push down for the winning points.
And this has been the theme of this first game, really. Jeanette Vandel has been using really, really effective placement of her shots, not necessarily overpowering Helen Kenna, but over-placing her.
Yeah, very much so. Placement over power. One of those pickleball cliches that we hear a lot of, but it's a cliche because it's true.
And that brings up Jeanette Vandel's first game point in the first game of this bronze final. And just popping that third into the net.
Then they're just pushing that serve along. So another opportunity for Jeanette Vandel to close out the first game of this one. But she doesn't take it again. Just clipping the nets. And Kenna should be using this opportunity just to get a bit of rhythm again. Get into this game to take it forward to the next one. That is a second point on the board. Anything she can do now that's positive will give her a little bit more confidence going into game two, you would imagine. Safe as houses that little double-handed push from Jeanette Vandel.
It looks just like she's got all the answers to Helen Kenna at the moment. Vandel. There's a nice return from Helen Kenna there, though, on the backhand side, and she'll have to do more of that, utilise that lovely forehand she has to put Jeanette Vandel under a bit more pressure if it does indeed go to a second game.
Yeah, good change of direction from Vandel. Just punches it wide of the Kenna backhand. Another opportunity to win this first game. Good return from Kenna, forcing a mistake again from Vandel. Still hasn't got this game over the line. Kenna just looking to get that rhythm that we've mentioned. That's better from Helen Kenna. A bit more lift, and sometimes it is okay to lift it in singles because the player is on the stretch because they're having to cover the whole court. You do get a little bit more margin for error there.
Yeah, so 3 points now, Helen. And yeah, targeting that backhand, but what a backhand by Jeanette Vandel.
Well played, Vandel. Moving Kenna from side to side again. Kenna on the stretch, just pushing that one into the net. So once again, Jeanette Vandel got the opportunity to win this first game of this bronze medal match in the Women's Senior Open. That'll help Helen Kenna feel good, I would imagine. That was a nicely constructed point with a good put away at the end.
And a rare error there on the return from Vandel gives Helen Kenna her 4th point of the match. So chipping away and perhaps getting a little bit of confidence back.
Opted for the lob there. Vandel equal to it. Controls her forehand smash back down to the corner and again has an opportunity to get point number 11. And this time she takes it. Kenna forced into the lob. Vandel read it early, got into a good position and puts the smash away. So Jeanette Vandel leads Helen Kenna 1-0 in this best of 3 bronze match in the Women's Senior Open here on Players Court. Tim, going to your tactical mind once again. Slightly different scenario to what we had with Jardim and Robinson. If you're Helen Kenna, what do you do differently in this second game?
As we saw, Vandel has been winning most of those points when the rally has been going longer, utilizing a real, well, at the moment anyway, her ability to place that ball on the court. I would say to Helen Kenner, she wants to take a few more chances and try and get her forehand going, which is her stronger shot, onto the backhand of Jeanette Vandel. I mean, she knows she can beat Vandel. Only a couple hours ago, probably, coming out victorious in the group stages, and clearly she utilized a tactic there that was successful for her. And that would be my advice, Chris. Drive onto the backhand and try and get forward and finish those points a bit earlier.
Yeah, and there's a first point on the board of this second game for Helen Kenner. And little things like that do start to build a bit of confidence. I completely agree. I'd like her to see a little bit more aggressive now. Be a bit more of the protagonist. Don't be so defensive. And we're seeing that already in the first couple of rallies. But Vandel has done very well indeed on that one. Another nicely angled smash. And she gets an early side out.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of success moving Helen Kenner around the court here. And is not overpowering Helen Kenner.
And this is better from Kenner straight away. Being a little bit deeper in her forehand, going to the backhand, forcing a mistake. If she can just get a couple of points on the board now and open up a little bit of a lead in this one, it puts Vandel on the back foot in this match. And the dynamic of the game changes slightly. But Vandel, very good with her hands there, just dropping that one into the non-volley zone. Kenner not able to get up and challenge that ball. Better from Kenner, Tim. Bit more positivity in the forehand.
Yeah, hitting some more spots with that forehand, putting Jeanette Vandel under pressure. You can see Jeanette Vandel, though. She's wanting to get to the net. She's wanting to get to the net, whereas Helen is maybe just a little bit more reticent to do so. But getting a bit fortunate, of course, with the net cord there. And that gives her a single point lead. And just following up with a miss serve.
Important for Kenner to try and string some of these good moments together. Build some momentum in this one. Vandel doing what she needs to do, though. She knows Kenner's going to have to put her foot down and try and do something different. All she needs to do is remain consistent, keep doing the things that she's been doing so far, keep putting the ball back into areas Kenner doesn't want it, and let Kenner make an error. And a side out there.
A lovely pass on the forehand side from Helen Keller. And that one sneaking in, given the thumbs up by Jeanette Vandel.
And that's good, Tim, isn't it? Helen Kenner down the line. That's what we wanted to see.
Absolutely. Moving forward, taking the opportunity of a short return from Jeanette Vandel. And that will give her definitely some confidence. And even more confidence from that shot. Again, a short return from Vandel, stepped into by Helen Kenner and following through for the put away.
Oh, but Vandel has pulled off a wonderful bit of reflex volley work at the non-volley zone line there. She needed to do something there to break that momentum. She's done it straight away. She has the ball back in hand on serve. But Kenna on a good little run there. That'll give her confidence.
And I feel like, Chris, this is a different match now with 4 points for Helen Kenner. And that one just catches the line. Helen Kenner, but a bit more of a spring in her step despite that last point, Chris.
Yeah, Kenner wasn't getting anywhere near that one in the first game. Nearly got it back up and over the net there on the stretch. And that one just getting a bit low, didn't bend the knees enough. And suddenly Vandel has got the scores back level. This game does feel like it's swinging from side to side a little bit more. A rare miss on the forehand smash from Vandel, but we've seen that pattern of play a few times. She likes to go out to the Kenner backhand. That backhand tends to end up being a lob. Vandel's been putting those away, but she shouldn't now change that just because she's missed one. Good shot, Helen Kenner, Tim.
Yes, hitting that backhand nicely on that occasion and hitting shots from the forehand and the backhand with a little bit more crispness now in this second game.
Good cross court from Kenner. Got Vandel on the stretch, which meant she was unable to control that volley. That's the area where she just needs to, if she's going to go high, has to go high and a bit wider to get Vandel on the stretch again.
Yeah, Vandel is really taking every opportunity to come forward and is getting a lot of success from that tactic, as we see a forehand down the line there. Had Helen Kenner even got that one back, I think Vandel would have been looming down at her at the kitchen line.
Vandel would have been looming in her leopard skin print skirt there. Matching visor. Oh, and I think Kenner was too focused on trying to hit it back into that space and forgot to do the bit she meant to do, which was hit the ball herself.
Yeah, just going down at her feet there. It's always a tricky shot when it comes down and you're leaning down. Harder to time that one.
And there's that tactic again that we spoke about a moment ago. Wides to the Kenner backhand, gets the ball to be lifted, opens up the court to put a forehand smash into the space you have created.
Yeah, and it wasn't a particularly terrible lob at all from Helen Kenner, but Vandel equal to it. And the backhand approach again, you can see her moving after that shot, anticipating a pop-up on this occasion, this one going into the net.
And suddenly Vandel has opened up a 3-point lead in this one. Kenner's change of approach has been positive, but Vandel has battled her way back to be 2 points away from bronze. And now she has bronze medal points, Tim.
Yeah, she's adjusted to the change in tactics by Helen Kenner. And as you say, Chris, match point for the bronze medal here.
But she'll have to wait a little bit longer. Side out, Kenner on serve.
And you might be able to hear that on your TVs at home. That's an announcement going off in the venue. So just a brief pause in the play.
Good put away, Vandel. Again, good position at the non-volley zone line. Had her choice of spots to pick. She opted to go cross-court, and it was a good choice because it gives her the chance once again to close this match out. And Kenner pushes that one long. And that is the game. And the bronze medal to Jeanette Varndell.
Yeah, and a big hug there at the end. Lovely to see Varndell getting her revenge for that loss in the group stages, clearly adjusting her tactics, and that last point there was quite characteristic of that whole match. Varndell using her superior placement in that match to maneuver Helen Kenner around and get her that bronze medal. She'll be delighted. A slightly tired celebration from Varndell. It's been a long 3 days worth of play for our 50-plus players. And we will be now moving on to something slightly different after this short break.
timid, no. Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Wanna love you, maybe not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? Can we 1-1? Can we 1 for all?
Come on, finish that.
Now it's not the time to give up, but to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination. Here to have some fun.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
Welcome back to the Telford International Centre, everybody. It is the English Open 2025. As you can see, James Chowdhury and Thadia Locke just having a little bit of a warm-up on court, keeping it ready for our men's singles open bronze final in the senior category. And that is going to be between Federico Pasquale and Rupert Robinson, who we saw in his semi-final here against Jardim a little bit earlier. That game will be getting underway shortly, but in the meantime, why not enjoy the images of two of England's finest players whacking the ball very hard at each other, Tim?
Certainly harder than you and I can hit, Chris, or at least I hope so.
Well, I'm going with that second bit there, Tim. I might hit the ball that hard. I'm not saying it's going in, but I'm going to give it as much of a whack as I can.
Well, if you were, Chris, I think I'd be in big trouble later today. Chris and I facing off in men's 35 plus 4.5 singles, so that won't be streamed. So you'll just have to hear about the fallout from that.
I mean, we've mentioned this game about 67 times over the last couple of days, Tim. People either care about it or they don't. One of us isn't going to want to talk about it if we do end up on commentary again before the end of the weekends. And you might have noticed that I've been subtly picking your singles tactical brain with some very leading questions as the morning has gone on, just so I can understand what I might be up against later on. I'm not going to give anybody a clue of my take on what you've been saying. But, yeah.
We turn our attention back to the court, Chris. Two of, like you say, the top players in the country. They'll be strutting their stuff later on today in the singles. And we'll be looking forward to watching them play.
We have actually got some exceptional matches coming up later on today here on Players Court. For example, we're going to see one of the top Americans, Richard Libanese, in action. We're going to see Australian Caitlin Hart against Lorena Ducknick. We have got an all-English tie, Ellie Tompkinson versus Katie Morris. We're going to see Joshua Bright against American Ronan Cameron. Josh Bright doing some really good stuff in English singles at the moment, but his toughest test to date against US player Josh Bright. One that I'm really looking forward to is Caitlin Hart against Thadia Locke, who we can see on our screen at the moment. Hart, one of the leading players in the Australian PPA. Locke spending a lot of time in Australia herself, so they'll be very familiar with each other. Then we got Matasik, the Polish player who was in the World Pickable League earlier in the year and was very impressive in Mumbai, I can tell you, Tim. And then Alexa Schull, one of the best up-and-coming players in the world of Pickable, also played in Mumbai in that event. She will be on here too. We are in for a treat as this day goes on.
I'm looking down the list, and some of those names you've mentioned, Chris, some of the top players in Europe and the pros from America. Boy, we are in for a treat this afternoon. As you say, some of the top English players coming up against stern American opposition, and it will be fascinating to see how the guys from England get on against players that play generally at a higher standard in America.
Most certainly, but it's not just the group stages that we're going to be having here on Players Court. We can look forward to one of the men's singles round of 32 matches. We get a round of 16, we get one of the quarterfinals, and we will be bringing you the bronze final later on today, as well as one of the semi-finals. And the same for the women's singles in the open age category. We will have a quarter-final, we'll have the semi-final and the bronze final. So you will be able to go as deep into this tournament with us as you want over the remaining hours of day 3 here at the Telford International Centre in the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. Now we are waiting for the next match to be ready, and just to remind you, that is the men's singles senior open bronze final, which will be between Rupert Robinson and Federico Pasquale from Italy. He was in the Italian national team in the senior event of the European Championships back in Southampton, November 2024. We saw him earlier in a close game with Darren Cornish. Pasquale coming out on top in that one. Narrowly lost his semi-final, but will be looking to take a bronze back to Italy.
Yeah, Pasquale impressed us earlier on. Darren Cornish, a really seasoned singles player, moves across the court very nicely indeed. And we see James Crabtree there. Absolutely power a forehand down the line with complete ease.
So I feel like we should be commentating on this one, Tim, to be fair. I mean, Locke with a deep backhand there. Chowdhury opening up and just powering an inside-out forehand across the court. The people at home watching this probably don't want us talking these two players in action, but unfortunately for them, we've been asked to commentate today, and commentate we shall.
Yeah, James Chowdhury last year, a quarter-finalist, losing a very close contest to William Sobek. So he'll be looking to improve upon that when he gets underway a bit later on.
William Sobek, again, one of the mainstays of the APP Tour over in the US. And we have several of the APP players over here at the English Open, thanks to the partnership between Pickleball England and the APP, who are led by Ken Herman, who's also here for this tournament. As you say, Chowdhury will be looking to remind everyone why he is still considered Europe's best singles player.
Absolutely, Chris. And Thadia Locke as well, missing out on a medal in the singles last year, losing a fairly tight contest to Pei Guan Cao, one of the top British players herself in the bronze final, so just missing out on a medal.
Just looking at some of the players that Thadia Locke played last year, beating Rose van Rieck from the Netherlands, but playing down and living down in Australia currently. She lost to Alexa Schull in the semi-final last year, and we're going to see Alexa in action again this year later on today. Alexa Schull also, as we said, tipped to be one of the stars of pickleball over the coming years. And I'm just looking through Susanna Barr, fantastic player Susanna, but Thadia getting a victory there against her last year. And Caitlin Hart, and those two will have renewed their rivalry down in Australia this year. Caitlin here once again for some of the action here at the English Open. Whilst we were looking down, giving you some results, there's been a change of personnel on the court. James Chowdhury is still there. Thadia Locke has disappeared stage left. We're still no closer to bringing you the Senior Open Bronze Final. So it might be a good opportunity for us, Tim, just to hear from our sponsors shortly. And we can go and get ourselves ready for another medal match.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up your face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I wasn't visible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, falling up, you baby not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we one of one. So we one for all.
Absolutely. That is very true.
Liking that from David. Oh, yes, David Youngs. Oh, Nick. Oh, and clipping the top of the net there from Marcello Giardi. Goes in favour of Mandula and Rossi, who then whips another shot. Time coming back, having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying. Jardim on serve. Well, moves again, and a nice deep serve. Atto Stevens follows up with a drive. Good hands from Farman, and Stevens move. Good reset and nip on the board. Great drop there from Hans. Whitwell goes to the Ernie. Unable. There's the attack. Well played. Benita Baker. Well played. Salmon moves across court very well. And that, of course, puts so much pressure on the angles of Thompson. Turn that one.
Thank you for letting us jump on court. Well, you're going to play longer. I need a rest, you see. Really? Better because of yeah, he's... but I see him all over the place all the time. And then when it's time for him to be here, he's not... You can do my checks, what's the time limit on it? I don't want to do that.
And as the players come on court here, we're just going to take another look around this amazing venue, the Telford International Centre, which has been transformed into the pickleball hub in Europe. And we can see the flags there on the raised platform. So many countries, so many players from different countries have come to this, the main event in the UK pickleball calendar. From all over the globe, as we've spoken about, some of the top American pros as well. And we've got the 15 plus players out in force as well. So this day at the Telford International Centre, the third day of the English Open, we will be seeing action from all of the categories, given all of the age categories rather. So we have been focusing, of course, on the 50 plus this morning, but the 15 plus will be the main focus for the afternoon. And we can see as well our referee, I believe, for the next match, the legendary Ron Ponder, who has come up to the commentary desk, as well as Rupert Robinson. And this is one of the biggest matches of any pickleball player from the country, looking to get those fantastic medals. And I've seen one, Chris. I haven't obviously had the opportunity to play for one yet, but they look very nice indeed.
You can look, but you can't touch, Tim. We get our opportunity to dream later on today, tomorrow and Sunday. And as Tim said, we're just waiting for this game to get underway on Players' Court. It will be Federico Pasquale of Italy up against Rupert Robinson, who has fought his way into the England team.
And Rupert Robinson, of course, coming up against Jardim in that semi-final we saw earlier, managing to get 2 points off him. And we were commenting at the time, Chris, he didn't play a particularly bad game at all. Jardim just was hitting those spots incredibly well. So I don't think he necessarily needs to make enormous changes in how he was playing. He should be feeling not too disappointed about the semi-final.
Absolutely.
No, he just came up against a stronger opponent on that occasion.
No, completely that, Tim. Rupert was playing very well in that one. And he's going to have his work cut out again against Federico Pasquale, who was part of the senior Italian team for the European Championships last year. We've seen him on court already. Now, Federico took Richard Love very close in the semi-final, losing 18-16 in that one. And we know that Richard Love is in good form himself. So a very good game was had there. My question is, how much has that taken out of Pasquale? Because that would have been physically tough as well as emotionally tough to lose that one. Robinson had a bit of an easier ride in many senses. Not with the opponent he played, of course, because the result was the result. But physically and mentally, probably a lot easier for him to recover from that one because the game was shorter. He was nicely outclassed by a stronger opponent, and mentally it's easier to take that. You can walk away from the court going, look, better player beat me, I can live with that. When you've got that close to winning your semi-final like Pasquale did, how much of that is he now carrying forward to this one, I wonder?
Yeah, I think you're right there, Chris. And we saw Rupert Robinson come off the court after that semi-final, and the first thing he said was, I managed to get 2 points.
He was positively bouncing off the court in its weird way. And Pasquale is a absolute competitor. We have seen that. He has a very strong game from the back of the court as well. And we know that Robinson also has that. But I just wonder whether Robinson's superior reach when he does get to the non-volley zone, whether that is going to be the critical factor. There is a difference in height between these two players. And from what I've seen of Pasquale too far, tactically so far, he's not been a player that has rushed to the non-volley zone line. So we will see whether that is going to be the case in this one as well. Robinson capable of playing some very good passing shots. Pasquale capable of hitting the corners relentlessly. I'm really pleased we've got this as a bronze medal match to be able to bring to the viewing public.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a tight one, and I wouldn't want to call it myself. As we see now, Pasquale with ball in hand. And I wonder, Chris, how long this warm-up is going to be, or if indeed they will try to elect to have a shorter one, or indeed none at all.
Well, I know one man who's going to decide how long this warm-up is, Tim, and that is Ron Ponder. He is known for his very clear communication on court. In fact, I was lucky enough to watch a bit of Ron playing some singles earlier today, and I can tell you now, he calls the score when he is playing like he's refereeing the match. It is clear, it is loud, and it wasn't just his court that knew what the score was. I was 3 courts away. I knew what was going on in that one. I wish more players could be like that.
And when you are scoring the match as well, it is always appreciated to ring that score out loud and clear. So we need to get Ron Ponder playing on court 6 if we can, Chris.
I've just had a little idea, Tim. Is there a market, would you say, for a Ron Ponder app where you're on court, the score comes out loud, everybody knows what's going on, but it is in the voice of the legendary Ron Ponder?
Well, there's your next business venture, Chris. I'm sure you'll be absolutely flying into that. I think, actually, is that you Googling the trademark for that?
I was hoping one of your team in the background, Tim, was actually just sorting that out for me, as they're not bringing us the data that we need for this fixture, because we know it all already. Having told the listeners that Pasquale lost to Richard Love in his semi-final, Robinson lost to Jardim in his semi-final. That will obviously be a fantastic final itself over on the championship court. But we are looking forward to Players Court here. What a fixture we have in store. The players are choosing what the match ball is going to be. Pasquale is walking to the back of the court. Zip top, partially unzipped. He is going to be taking it off. I was going to say, it's quite warm in here, Tim.
Yeah, it is. He's got the leggings going. He's got some shorts and just running down to a t-shirt now. But he has just jogged over to us and is looking pretty sprightly. So... And you will always call upon your reserves for a medal match, I think. You could be almost on the floor. And the call of a medal at the English Open will... Well, it's strong, put it that way.
We are underway. Robinson just teeing off a little bit on that return. Ball flies wide, so an easy point for Pasquale first up. But in response, hands the serve straight back over to Robinson. That serve hitting the top of the net.
0-1.
Pasquale approaching the net there. Might be regretting that strategy as Robinson just calmly picks him off, rolling the ball down the line. And it is 1-1. Liking that from Robinson. In complete control there. Forced Pasquale wide with a deep approach. Got himself up to the non-volley zone and the deftest of touches, Tim.
2 perfect points there from Rupert Robinson. And a little nod of the head after that last one.
Pasquale looking to go cross court there. Just clipping the top of the net. Robinson has a 2-point lead early. He's just walking around at the baseline, composing himself for this next rally.
3-1.
He's read it well. Pasquale looks disconsolate already after that exchange. Robinson forced wide, suddenly had to turn around, was in a good position to punch that double-handed backhand down the line, Tim. I am enjoying the start to this game.
Yeah, cracking start and a really, really strong start from Rupert Robinson. He is playing a really high-level game at the start of this match, and a missed serve.
Good serve from Pasquale. Bit of extra pace on it. Robinson giving him a round of applause. That's a point on the board. And that just shows how important it is not to give the serve back easily to your opponent at this level. These serves are whipping from Pasquale. He approaches the non-volley zone again there. Just punches the ball down to the backhand of Robinson. And he's unable to react. So, 1 point in it.
And a lot of respect already between these two players. Robinson there just tapping paddles, appreciating that forehand from Pasquale down the line.
Another good serve from Pasquale. He ties the game up. Robinson unable to get that serve back. Regretting not getting his serve in a few rallies ago. Just long from Robinson. So close. Nearly the shot of the day. Pasquale forced him wide. He went around the post. Fractionally long. What a fine effort from Robinson on that one. Cracking point, Tim.
Yeah, and gosh, that would have raised the roof had that one gone in.
Good return from Robinson. Adjusted his feet quickly as that serve clipped off the top of the net. Landed in. Robinson was quick onto it. Punched it down the line.
4-5.
Good play again from Robinson. Pasquale forced wide on his backhand. He's now motioning that he probably should have opted to go down the line rather than cross court. Too late for that now, as Robinson is on serve at 5-5 in this first game. Robinson opts to go down the line, Tim, but misses. Unfortunate there for him. Pasquale gets a chance to get a slender lead once again.
5-5.
A little bit of help from the net there for Robinson. He gets the serve back. Pasquale unable to respond quick enough to that one. Well played, Robinson. Nice bit of deception there. Pasquale was legging it back into the middle of the court, but Robinson just pushed it down to his left ankle. He was unable to change direction quick enough, and Robinson now leads 6-5.
6-5.
Yeah, real good experienced play from Rupert Robinson there as he just misses that forehand. So a very, very tight one, as we predicted at the beginning of this game, Chris. Both players putting in a pretty impressive performance so far.
Oh, what a change of angle there from Rupert Robinson. Pasquale set that up nicely. He thought he had a chance. Robinson opens the paddle face, goes cross court, through the non-volley zone. Lovely shot. That has got the crowd eyes focused on players' court.
6-5.
Pasquale getting a little bit frustrated with himself there. Didn't quite get low enough on that backhand. Ball flew into the net. And he's just having a few more words with himself as he retreats to the baseline. Robinson has a 7-5 lead.
7-5.
And he just takes a moment, quite often, Rupert Robinson, to compose himself before each point, heading back to our barrier and quite often either tapping it or maybe just taking a few deep breaths.
And it's now 6-7 to the advantage of Robinson. Good return down the line. Forces Pasquale to drive into the net. Side out once again. Rupert Robinson leads 7-6 here on Players Court. Good shot from Pasquale down to the low backhand of Rupert Robinson. He's unable to repel that one. 1 point in it here, 6-7. Pasquale on serve. Very good return across court from Rupert Robinson. I think Pasquale felt that one might be going wide, and then before he had time to react, the ball dipped and just landed inside the line.
And I'm getting tired, Chris, looking at this match.
You just get the feeling it's going to be a long one, don't you, Tim?
It's every point is hard fought. And Rupert Robinson putting off a nice forehand there. Picking the spot nicely, and a 2-point gap now, 8-6 to Rupert Robinson.
And this best of 3, first to 11, win by 2 in this bronze medal match. Robinson going long with that forehand, hands the ball back over to Pasquale. Oh, he read it. He was there. But he was unable to flick it up and over the net. So another point on the board for Federico Pasquale. He is trailing by a single point. This is high quality singles pickable here on Players Court. I would advise you not to go anywhere. This game looks like it is going to be incredibly close. Great reflexes from Pasquale. Pushes it down to the toes of Robinson, who gives his opponent a round of applause.
Yeah, really did well to redirect and hit that backhand volley into a difficult position for Rupert Robinson there. So closing this gap now, just 1 point in it.
Oh, and they both move from side to side. Great angles. But again, it's Pasquale just able to get the ball low enough on Robinson, and he's unable to lift it back up over on the stretch. So Pasquale now finds himself with a single point lead. And that is a rare error in this game. We haven't seen many unforced errors from either player. Not the ideal time for Robinson to find that one. Pasquale surprisingly taking a time out, 10-8 ahead with momentum. You don't see that too often at all. He's 1 point away from taking game 1.
Now, Chris, he did exactly the same thing in his previous match. He had game point and had quite a hefty lead, and it might be a mental thing, or it might be he's trying to just recover his energy to put a maximum effort in for this next point. And I do wonder about that when you've had a tough game like this, and it has been a very tough game. Just trying to cool on some
15 seconds.
reserves, giving yourself a little bit of extra time is not a bad idea. Well, we're about to find out, Tim, but I mean, it's clearly something that's pre-planned. I don't think he's done that on a whim. And yeah, how often do we see somebody get to game point and then do something silly? This is an opportunity for him to reset. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's very nice from Pasquale. He rolls it cross court on the volley. He takes the first game 11-8. Both players keeping that ball deep in that exchange, but Pasquale was able to get to the non-volley zone and rolled his volley cross court. Tim, take a breath.
That was a physical game of pickleball that we just witnessed there. Pasquale just coming out on top. A nice run from him, falling behind before coming back and taking that. And as we thought, Chris, this was a close one and no doubt will continue to be so. Do we think? Are we going to go the distance? Is Rupert Robinson going to be able to take this second game and take us to a third?
You'd like to think so, Tim. You'd like to think so. What impressed me there was how Pasquale just seemed to go through some gears there towards the end. And he is going into this game with more momentum than Robinson. But I don't think Robinson needs to change too much, really.
Yeah, he just... Sorry, Chris. He did have just a few words there from Julie Mack, who, of course, you may recognise from the last couple of days of play, as he's about to get the ball, the game back underway. But like you say, he did hold a lead for a good proportion of that match. So perhaps it's going back to what he was doing successfully in that first game.
And one thing I'd actually like to see Robinson do less of in this second game is the clear respect, the clear applause after a good shot from the squad. I'd like him to get into his own zone a little bit more now and almost become a little bit nastier in some kind of ways, but just really focus on what he can do and see if he can become the absolute protagonist in this second game. He's going to need to do more than he did in the first one. He has the ability to do so. It's now down to also whether I think he's got the stamina and the heart to be able to really fight and put Pasquale in a position where we go to a third game.
I certainly wouldn't doubt his heart.
Oh, Robinson did so well in the first place. Pasquale more than equal. Just opens it up, flicks the wrist, sends it across court, agonisingly close to the paddle of Rupert Robinson, but a touch of class from the Italian.
I thought for a second Robinson had done enough to win that point.
A quick change of hands there from Rupert Robinson. Went left-handed on that little reset into the middle of the court. Side out.
Yeah, and you do see that occasionally, the movement of the paddle from the right hand to the left hand or vice versa. And on that occasion for Rupert Robinson, successful, and that just gave him perhaps a little bit of extra reach to get that difficult shot from Pasquale.
Most certainly, and Robinson sends it down the line, forces an error on the forehand of Pasquale. So he has a single point lead here, 2-1 in this second game. Remember, it's best of three, and Pasquale won the first of those potential 3 games. Didn't quite get up on Rupert Robinson, that one. Looking to roll it cross court, but the ball just goes into the net. So a side out. Pasquale going down the line. Robinson, who was looking to get to the non-volley zone, wasn't able to then change direction and get wide enough on the stretch, and his volley goes into the net. We are tied once again. Oh, that is a shot of this game so far for Rupert Robinson. Rolls it across a lovely angle, cross court. Pasquale unable to do anything with that one, and he's giving Robinson a round of applause there. This is the opportunity now for Robinson to gain some momentum with the energy that shot must surely bring him. And he's pushed in deep again. The ball kisses the line. Pasquale looks at the advertising hoardings, wishing he had just a little bit more room that time to work with, but he could not, and the ball went into the net. Pasquale still tapping the advertising hoardings, giving it the dirtiest of dirty looks, Tim.
Yeah, indeed. It's, lovely couple of points here from Rupert Robinson.
And that's so good from Pasquale. He just took a little bit of pace off that approach that went wide to Robinson. Robinson then wasn't able to whip it across. He had to try and lift it. Pasquale was there ready just to play a nice little drop volley and get the side out.
And Pasquale just querying the score. We have it 2-3.
Robinson clips the net there. Looked like there was a little bit more space on Pasquale's backhand, but he opted to go forehand, but he just clipped the top of the net. Robinson unlucky on that last point. Amazing rally there. Good change of angles from both players, but it looked like Robinson had got himself into a position to apply the finishing touch, and he was unable to do so. Pasquale leads 4-3 here on Players Court.
Yeah, good move forward there from Pasquale. Just noticing Rupert Robinson was about to slice that shot, sneaking in that slice, popping up ever so slightly for the nice, easy put away. And Pasquale has pinned Robinson back, and Robinson has just decided to take a timeout, and a timely one, Chris.
Yeah, I think so. Momentum has gone back in favour of Pasquale. Robinson started this game probably the form player, I would say. He was taking the lead. However, it just feels like Pasquale now has just found a bit of rhythm. He's changed his game slightly more, getting Robinson moving around even more than he was doing already. And just that last one there, we saw a late bit of disguise from Pasquale. First time we've really seen that. So many of his volleys have rolled cross court, which is why we saw Robinson very much with the weight on his right ankle. And Pasquale just waited that little half beat longer, pushed it down to the left-hand side. Robinson was unable to change. And that's going to put a seed of doubt into Robinson's mind now. Each time he looks at that shot, is Pasquale going to go across? Well, he now knows that he can push it that way too.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Chris. And as we just saw there, Robinson getting a few words of encouragement from his regular men's doubles player, Chris Freiling. Fellow bronze medalist, winning the bronze medal in the men's 50-plus open category. And they are a experienced pair and no doubt will know each other's games incredibly well, able to offer some words of advice there.
Oh, delightful Robinson. He was on the run. He got the paddle angle perfect, and he has just flicked it across court. That did not look like it was possible, and he has made it so.
I mean, both of these players have showcased some incredible passing shots in this match so far. The angles they are finding from tricky positions is something to behold.
Oh, and Pasquale forces it wide.
And Pasquale there, letting out a yell of pure frustration, pointing down the line, saying, Why didn't I go down the line there? Why did I try cross court?
This is good from Robinson, though. He's forcing some errors here from Pasquale. He has come out of the blocks since the time out. And this is, again, just one of those little shifts in dynamic that we see every so often in these games. Robinson now has really got to be disciplined enough not to take the foot off the pedal. He must not let Pasquale back into this encounter. And he's got one there as well, and Pasquale is getting frustrated. He has missed a fairly regulation volley at the non-volley zone, and he has punched it into the net. Robertson leads again in this second game.
Yeah, and I think Pasquale was almost expecting either a down the line on the cross court, and in the end it was neither, straight at him, and just took an extra millisecond to react. And
that is not going to please the Italian either. It's clipped the net and it's dropped wide of the court.
So Chris from 3-5 down, 7-5 lead now for Rupert Robinson. What a timely time to call a timeout.
Oh, Rupert Robinson is on fire at this moment in time. He has taken that on the half volley. He has rolled his wrist and he has played it again cross court, giving Pasquale a little bit of taste of his own medicine there. That is the shot we've seen Pasquale do several times. Robinson is now doing it to him. Amazing play.
And I think if and that is wide, and Rupert Robinson showing a mixture now of power and precision. And I tell you, a 9-5 lead in this second game. I don't know what Chris Freilink charges for coaching, but I think he needs to double it.
Well, he's not going to double it yet.
If he can take this second game.
Oh, Robinson down the line with a clean winner. Amazing. He has got game points on this second game, and I've just sent Chris Freilink a text seeing if he's available to be on the sidelines for me later on, Tim. What a bit of advice must have been put into the ears of his good friend. Timely side out for Pasquale. But tell you what, Robinson made him work for that as well. Pasquale has got to do something special now to make sure this game doesn't go to a third. Now, this is important moments for Robinson. He can't now allow any freebies to Pasquale, because that confidence, that momentum can shift quickly if he does not keep his foot on the pedal.
Oh, and yeah, the sneak attack there. Sensing the slice from Robinson. Pasquale moving forward. And again, getting a little round of applause. A tap of the paddle from Robinson. And a 5-point lead reduced to 3.
And there we see it again, Tim. Just a little bit of tension slipping into Robinson's game there. Where he was playing a bit more freely straight after the timeout, he's got a bit tense. He's not really pushed through cleanly on that forehand, and it's ended up in the net. Oh, and both players finding the net cord that time. Robinson trying to adjust, unable to do so. It is 9-10. Pasquale has clawed back 4 on this run of his. What a game.
Yeah, this has gotten very tense. It is squeaky bum time here at the players' court. You can almost sense the tension in the crowd.
He's missed it. The ball's probably going wide as well. Pasquale went cross-court, as he has often done. Robinson read the play, punched it wide. Win by 2 though in these final games.
And a fantastic double-handed backhand down the line. And that will do Rupert Robinson the world of good.
Not a bad time to bring that one out of the toolkit, Tim. He's missed it. He had an open court and he's put it wide. Robinson needs to move on from that one incredibly quickly. How often do we see that? You set it all up completely and then you miss the literal open goal. Pasquale still looked in shock. He thought that point was dead. I think we thought that point was dead. Robinson thought that point was dead, but he's missed.
Yeah, and like you say, Chris, has to get over that one, not think about that as best that he can, but it's hard not to.
And Pasquale's missed one as well. The ball was lifted. It was there to be put away. Pasquale has punched and missed. And he was frustrated with himself there as well. A bit more tension, a bit more drama in this one for us on Players Court. Good pressure from Robinson. He's put it to the forehand of Pasquale. He looked to go cross court once again. He has hit the net. So Robinson has a chance. It was a long time ago he had his last game point, Tim. He's got another one now.
It was indeed, Chris. Game point. And he has taken it, Rupert Robinson, and we are going to a third here on the Players' Court, and a deserved third. Rupert Robinson managing somehow to put that missed shot at 10-all out of his head. The easy put away, popped wide, but it didn't affect him, and he has taken the next 2 points, and we are all, I think, Chris, delighted to see this one go the distance.
Most certainly. That takes mental strength to miss something like that at that point. That could have broken a lot of players. Not Rupert Robinson. He then got himself back on there. He and Chris Freiling are currently having a little chat again. Whatever Freiling said last time did the business. Hopefully he's got some words of wisdom to take Robinson through this third game. Richard Livanese was looking over momentarily to see the score on this as he's on court next. He has now gone away once again to get some more fuel for his game because he knows this third game could take some time.
Yeah, and Freiling and Robinson there having an extended chat. And this game has heated up to almost boiling levels here on the Players' Court. Both players, no doubt, will be having to call on some serious reserves now after 2 absolutely grueling first games. I don't know what that would have taken out of both players, and as we see them embrace now before we get this third game underway.
You get some best of 3 games that end up being one way and then the other way, and not so much energy gets taken out. This one has been so close in both games, and we're going into a third. Goodness only knows what we're going to see in this one. Pasquale taking his time, double checking where the space was and comfortably pushing it through. He gets the first point on the board in this third and final game of this bronze medal match. Just wide from Robinson. Really important he doesn't allow Pasquale to get a comfortable start in this one. It is better for Robinson the more this game remains a bit bitty at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is sometimes easy, as we see there, a missed forehand slice when you've put so much into the second game, emotionally and physically. to just have a slight drop off in the third game, and he needs to finish that now.
And with a good return to the backhand of Pasquale, bit of extra depth. Pasquale unable to control his shot down the line. It goes wide. Robinson now on serve, 0-3.
And I think Pasquale sensed a little bit of weakness and felt that his time was then, because he lets out an enormous yell after missing that shot in the previous point. And we are now... He has won the serve straight back. 3-0.
Yeah, Pasquale reading that one, and then has the time to choose where he wants to put the put away.
So, Rupert Robinson, 4 points down. The crowd going slightly muted here, and he needs to make a move now.
And he forced that one. He saw a gap. Clearly felt that that was the time that he had to really put extra in. Often the time you need to take a little bit off and make sure you hit that space. 5-0 Pasquale leads. Are we seeing the Italian run away with this third and final game as Robinson's return goes long? It is 6-0 here. This is not the third game we were expecting, Tim, at this stage.
No, and just after that missed return from Robinson, his head just dropping a little straight away, and Freilich is on the move again. He's raised his rates, and let's see if he has some more wisdom to provide to Rupert Robinson. Chris, it worked last time.
If he comes up with the magic code this time around, I think it is worth every single penny. I would imagine this conversation is a little bit more around the mentality side, though. Just probably telling Robinson just to take a little bit more time, not to force it, not to be as edgy as he feels in this third and final game, just to relax a little bit. We know that Robinson can come back. We know that Pasquale has the ability to lose a few points in a row if it goes against him. But Robinson has got to give him the opportunity to make the mistakes, which means getting his returns in. It means not punching the ball wide. It means just cutting out these unforced errors that we are seeing in this game so far. So they've changed ends. Pasquale is on serve at 6-0. Let's see how this game finishes.
That was maybe just a slightly tired-looking backhand from Rupert Robinson there. Pasquale sensing blood now.
Yeah. I think that's a very fair assessment, and that's the first shot Rupert's played where you go, how much has he got left in the tank, mentally and physically? Oh, but if you need a confidence booster, that is the kind of shot that Robinson had played to great effect when he took the second game. Now, Rupert Robinson, what have you got left in the tank? That is a great shot. Can you take advantage of having the ball back in your hand? Unfortunately, not on that occasion. That is a good cross court again from Pasquale. Robinson got up to the non-volley zone but was unable to get underneath and lift back up and over.
7-0.
Yeah, and that is such a lovely slice there from Pasquale, low on the forehand side of Rupert Robinson, and he would have had to have pulled out an absolutely stunning shot to pass Pasquale with that cutting slice.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to do it when it's a topspin roll across court, to be able to do it off the slice. Completely different shot entirely, and I think Pasquale knew what he was doing with that one. And he forces Robinson, not able to be balanced, and the volley goes wide. I've got to give credit to Pasquale here, Tim. He has brought his A game to this third and final game of this bronze medal match. He is forcing Robinson into areas that he's not comfortable with, And he is getting the dividends from that tactical change.
And just a steered backhand down the line from Rupert Robinson. And see if he can build any momentum from that point.
Not the right shot choice there from Robinson. It is feeling like there's a tired mind at play now, Tim. Just wanted to keep that deep, wanted to keep him back. Went for the touch shot, didn't work out for him.
Yeah, and he's fighting not only Pasquale, but he's fighting the scoreboard now, of course. And it's 2 versus 1, it will feel like, for Rupert Robinson, as Pasquale just misses that shot. And a couple of errors slipping into Pasquale's game as he nears the bronze medal.
And we have a point on the board this time for Robinson. So he has been able to take advantage of getting the ball back in his hand. He has won, and all he can do here is obviously the 1 point at a time routine. But a couple of points here, the game starts to open up for him again. But it is so crucial that he keeps the errors out and keeps putting the pressure on Pasquale. And you can understand why he did that. It's a routine that he likes, going there and then dropping it back over. But he had space on the other side of the court, which would have been safer at that stage.
Pasquale putting so much pressure on Robinson in this last game, and Robinson now using his timeout in this third game. So each player gets 1 timeout to use per game. So let's see. I believe that's Pep Giuliano coming on court now to offer some words of advice for Rupert Robinson, if I'm not mistaken, Chris.
Absolutely correct. Pep is the England team coach for the open age category at this coming European Championships in September. Pasquale is just checking something with the referee as well. He's going for a little bit of a wander around the court. It'll be interesting to see whether Pasquale also takes a timeout if he gets to that 10 position again, as we've known that he likes to do that from time to time. But he's currently just casually hanging around on the net, 1 foot up, and he's waiting for this game to get back underway.
Yeah, and he's got a smile on his face. He's interacting with his supporters in the crowd, Pasquale. He will feel that maybe 95% of the work is done here, and it's just whether he can finish up this match and claim a well-deserved bronze medal.
Tell you what, Tim, I think the percentages work out there as well. I mean, at 9 points on the board. Maths is pretty tight there from Tim Spurway. How tight will Pasquale be as he looks to get the final 2 points over the board and take home a bronze to Italy? Error forced by Rupert Robinson.
Yeah.
So he has the opportunity now to chip away at this lead. Good bit of play from Robinson, Tim.
Yeah, very nice. That backhand down the line, just a little bit too far for Pasquale to manoeuvre back into the court. So 1-9 down.
Good drive for Pasquale. Robinson not balanced at the non-volley zone line and was unable to hit the volley the way he wanted.
When Chris Pasquale has made errors, he's managed to recover and play a really good point on the next one. So he hasn't let Rupert Robinson back into the game to get a string of points, as we see Rupert Robinson there just slicing that one into the net. And we do have...
Pasquale's taken it, Tim. He has taken the timeout. 10-1. This is a well-honed routine by Federico Pasquale. We saw a 1 minute timeout about 60 seconds ago. No, let's make that 2 minutes ago because we would still be in the time that it was 60 seconds ago. My math's not as good as yours, Tim. But we saw Rupert Robertson take one a little while ago, and Pasquale is taking his traditional now timeout when he has 10 points on the leads. I think this actually makes a lot of sense. I quite like this strategy from Pasquale.
Yeah, and you saw there was a mild bit of annoyance from Rupert Robinson as he did take that. He probably knew it was coming. But yeah, it worked out for him last time. And Pasquale, perhaps, as we were saying, Chris, he's just recuperating to put his final bit of energy into this last point for what he hopes will be his last point anyway.
Most certainly. He just takes a little jog back to the baseline where his paddle and ball are waiting for him. He is going to have 9 opportunities to win this bronze medal from here. And he only needs one of them, Tim. A very good game comes to an end. It is a bronze medal for Federico Pasquale. Thoroughly deserved for the performance he put in that third final game. But the 2 games preceding it, Tim, were absolutely nip and tuck. You've got to give credit to Pasquale for his mental fortitude there to get that one over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to give credit there. Full credit to Pasquale. What a tight third game he played. Rupert Robinson's level just dropping at the start, finding himself falling behind quite far and unable to draw on any reserves to pull it back. So very well done to Federico Pasquale. He is delighted as we just see the bronze medal finalists take a photo with our legendary umpire Ron Ponder there as they make their way off the courts. Well done to them, and we will be going straight into our next game here now, because that game went on for a while, didn't it, Chris?
It certainly did, but there is no rest time here at the Telford International Centre. We are swiftly moving on to the men's singles open 15 plus age category, and we are going to be watching Alexander Minogue-Stone against Richard Livanese from the US of A. Now, Tim Livanese is a gold medalist in APP events over in the US, teaming up with the YouTube star Tana Tomasi from time to time. But Livanese, look at him on court. He is tall, he is athletic, he is tanned. This is sounding far too much like a man crush. He is a fine specimen of a pickleball athlete.
It's funny you should say that, Chris, because Livanese is a regular at the English Open. I believe he came over last year, and I made a pact with my men's doubles partner that next year we were going to come and we were going to look like Richard Livanese.
Tim, how can I put this, my friend?
Excuse me?
I like you. You know I like you. We're not going to be friends later on today, but right now we are still friends for at least the next 5 seconds. Tim Spurway, you might need to give it to next year.
Another year, you think?
Potentially. I mean, you can only do it 1 year at a time. But we are looking forward to this first game of the men's singles open here on Players Court. Livanese striding to the back of the court with one of his earphones in his left ear. Minogue-Stone in the white t-shirt at the top of your screen. So if you're Alex Minogue-Stone at this point in time, Tim, what is going through your head?
You know what? I would be excited, and I would, be relishing the opportunity to try your hand. Alex Minogue-Stone has come a long way in the last year, rising to become one of the top young players in the UK. So he will no doubt want to see what he can do, and I think he'll be relishing this opportunity, Chris.
It's the only attitude you can really bring forward to this type of game, isn't it, Tim? If you come in not looking forward to it, you have to wonder why you're here in many ways. And it's going to be Minogue-Stone who is getting us underway in...
And a follow-up there with a lovely pass from Minogue-Stone. An early 2-0 victory here. Points lead here, rather.
Getting ahead of himself there, Tim. Minogue-Stone would love it to be first to two because he would already be winning, but he has got a 3rd point on the board. He has come flying out of the blocks.
And playing with incredible precision indeed. Pinpoint drop there.
And Livanese drives that one wide. It's a 4-0 lead for Minogue-Stone. Only just kissing the net and dropping the wrong side for Minogue-Stone there. Very, very close indeed. And now Livanese gets a chance to serve at 0-4. Good cross-court drop from Livanese. Minogue-Stone looking to go around the post, but just overhit that one. And it's the first point on the board for Livanese.
Yeah, perhaps steadying the ship here with a couple of real class points. Stepping up his level at a critical time, not letting Minogue-Stone get too big an advantage.
Oh, that ball just dipping on Livanese from Minogue-Stone. Nice shot, gets a side out. He gets another opportunity to extend this lead.
And a missed return there. And Livanese, Minogue-Stone here catching him slightly cold maybe.
Probably the right way to go there, just unfortunately clipping the net from the Minogue-Stone point of view. Livanese would be pleased that that one didn't come over, and he gets the opportunity to serve at 2-5. Good play, Minogue-Stone. Getting Livanese doing the running at the moment from side to side. Ball bounced lower than he would have liked, and he was unable to get the drive over. And that is the kind of luck that you need when you are trailing. It just clips the top of the net, falls into the non-volley zone. Minogue-Stone, no hope of getting there, didn't even really try to, understandably. Minogue-Stone getting his bit of good fortune off the top of the net, and then the ball goes long, so it's another side out. Oh, and you could hear the kiss of the net there, Tim.
Yeah, you could. But you can tell from the expressions, we're quite close to the action here to the side, and Richard Livanese knows that he's in a match here. Just throwing a few worried expressions to his supporters in the crowd.
And Minogue-Stone just sending that volley long, slightly off balance, but relentless pressure that time from Livanese, eventually forcing the mistake. Ball coming on court there. I believe that was called before that point played out, so we'll see what happens now. Replaying 3-5. Oh, Minnow Stone called on a foot fault there. It was a great bit of agility to be able to get to that drop from Livanese, but he just allowed his foot to go over the line. The referee on top of that one. Just out, yeah.
And those balls, those passing shots from Alex Minogue Stone were all going in at the beginning of this game, and just a couple now slipping out, and Richard Livanese ties things up at 5-all.
Yeah, it just feel like the momentum has shifted. Minogue Stone out of the blocks as fast can be, but Livanese has slowly reeled him back in, and at the turnaround leads 6-5. He will now be feeling confident, a little bit relieved. He's certainly smiling a lot more than he was a few moments ago, Tim. He'll be looking to push this home now.
Yeah, he will. And Alex Minogue Stone, I mean, he's got to think that, I think before the match, if he was going into the change of ends at just 6-5 down, he would possibly take that, or not, at least not be too unhappy with that. So he's got to just try and forget about the fact that he did hold that 5-2 lead.
No, certainly. He's seen enough in this game to know that he has got a very good chance of getting something out of this. He's just taking a moment to have a few words with himself, just reassessing his plans and composing himself at the baseline before we get back underway. Livanese on serve, 6-5 ahead. Oh, leave that one alone, Minogue Stone. That was going wide. He went for the volley. He's punched it into the net. He had set that point up so well. Just a poor decision made. And that one rolls wide as well from Minogue Stone. Livanese just starting to ease his way through these gears now, Tim.
Yeah, and showing his real class here, his level totally stepped up, and another miss from Alex Minogue Stone, and it is that additional pressure that is so hard to come up against consistently, successfully, Chris.
Minogue Stone with another unforced error there. The dynamic of this game has shifted, and it is now game point to Richard Livanese. Good pressure though from Minogue Stone. Buys himself the opportunity to have a go at closing a bit of this gap. He's 5-10 down.
Yeah, and you feel, as we've said before in the group stages, every point counts. So he'll want to get as many as he can, and that is an additional one on the board. Richard Livanese just popping that return wide. So 6 points for Alex Minogue Stone.
Just wide from Minogue Stone on that occasion. You can see what he's trying to do there. It made a lot of sense. He was just unable to execute. Livanese is taking a bit of time at the back of the court, composing himself before he gets another opportunity to close this group stage game out. Livanese goes wide. Minogue Stone with another opportunity. He wasn't happy with his return there. You can see he's shaking his head, but he got away with it.
He did get away with it, and he's being rather self-critical, I would say. He's played a stunning match so far against one of the top APP pros, and we can see there Richard Livanese just firing that forehand cross court. And we have another game point for Richard Livanese to take this opening game in our men's singles open.
But his serve goes long, so Minogue Stone with another opportunity. Good pressure from Livanese, relentlessly targeting the backhand of Minogue Stone, and eventually it is he who cracks first. Livanese just taking a use of his towel once again, and he gets another chance to get point number 11, which will mean he wins this game. Pulls it wide. So Minogue Stone with the opportunity to close the gap once again. If he can just take one of these opportunities, the game gets tight. Disguise from Minogue Stone. He waited that extra half second, opened it up, pushed it down the line. It's now 7-10, 3 points in it, Tim.
Yeah, and he couldn't have played that point any better, crafting the opportunity with 2 follow-ups. But a missed shot there, and Livanese will have another opportunity at 10-7 up.
That's a good return of serve from Livanese. Deep and wide, forced the error from Minogue Stone. And eventually the pressure from Livanese pays off. He goes up to the net to congratulate Minogue Stone on a very, very good game indeed. And they just go through the formalities of signing off the scorecard. Minogue Stone can walk away with a lot of pride from that one, but also potentially feel like he's left one on the table there, Tim.
Yeah, he held that lead. It's the first game. Richard Livanese made a few errors in the start of that game. I was impressed, actually, in particular about Alexander Minogue Stone. Despite going 10-5 down, he did manage to get another couple of points.
He kept fighting, didn't he?
He really kept fighting and kept on performing at a really high level. So, a real quality match there. And Richard Livanese Jr. marches on, and Alexander Minogue Stone will have further chances. But we are moving on to our next match. So we have next coming up Lorena Duknic versus Caitlin Hart in the Women's Singles Open.
Entry level will change into 6. No timeout. No timeout.
So, on the rear of the court, in the rugby frame, we have Caitlin Hart from Australia. And next to us, we have Lorena Duknic. Our referee will be the legendary Ron Ponder for this game. I'm sure there will be a solid amount of calls on there, plus a healthy dose of humour where required. You see Ron there saying hey to Brooke Revolta on the other court. Ron, one of our fixtures of the game, certainly well known. I can see on the sideline Coco Lococo, who's going to be coaching Katie Hart, obviously only in the timeout between ends and just being around to keep an eye on her. Obviously no coaching permitted in pickleball. So Lorena, who's on the nearest to in the camera, was born in Zagreb, Croatia, but now lives in Nashville, Tennessee. 31 years old. Her biggest results were in the PPA Dallas Worlds, where she won a few 5.0 categories. Her best result is 9th place in APP New York in women's doubles. And she has a full-time job in finance and marketing, plus pickleball on the side. Now, Caitlin Hart is appearing for the second time. I believe she was in the WPBL this year, playing under Coco Lococo. So Ron's called them in. Ladies, looks like they're changing ends. So Katie's going to be... Oh no, they are staying on the same end. I believe Caitlin's been playing PPA Australia as well. Ron Ponder's going to get her to move that towel. Here he comes. I can see him move. Is he going to move it? He's hovering with intent.
It's going to be interesting because we've got two very tall players here. We're going to see how interesting it will be if that plays into any tactics. Fantastic passing shot there.
Hart fully extended there to her left to try and get to that ball. Great shot there from Hart down the line.
So something that's really interesting, if you're taller, that means that your strike zone is higher. It means that you do not necessarily have to put as much up onto the ball, but if the ball's hitting low, you have to go down low to it. So it's going to be interesting how those properties of this court actually play in this match.
That was looking like I was going to go down the line. It just clipped the tape. Calm there, possibly thinking that ball might have gone wide, but made sure to play that extra ball that came back depending on the call. Good
really well
hustle
played.
there.
Really well played there. So what we saw there is that she hit a ball very hard, wide, deep, and that was very low, and that forced the ball to come up, and she already read that, came forward and executed a perfect volley cross court.
Bit of frustration there from the net court. Always going to change your shot timing. Very hard to get a ball in after that.
Caught the line there.
Yeah, really good direction on that ball. Big finish there from Katie Hart to get that ball. And the first one on the board.
Excellent hustle there from Dudnik.
1-5.
I definitely see this being another boxing match.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of subtlety. I think it's going to be firing away at each other. And again, Hart there questioning the bounce, but I think we're going to accept that these balls and this court doesn't bounce anywhere near as high as they may be used to back home. Obviously, both ladies used to playing in America or Australia, so they're going to be looking at outdoors, maybe slightly slower where the ball gets softer, a bit more bounce. We're playing on a hard court rather than on our temporary court here from Pickleball United, but certainly they've been playing extremely true. They seem to be a little bit heavier and grittier this year, so they will last in well into the day 3 of this tournament. Coco Lococo, they're just giving a few words of encouragement to Katie Hart.
Time in. 6-1. Point.
I think at the moment it's very much a mental game with Hart. She definitely has the ability to come back into this match, but it's all about remaining calm with being a 6-point down drip.
And lasers the line again.
There's not a lot you can really do there if they're hitting the line. If you've gone to the middle, you're doing a fantastic approach, and they've just hit the line. It's just too good. Well executed volley there.
And the net court goes in the favour of Lorena Duknic.
At the moment, not even luck seems to be on the side of Hart at the moment, but I do think she has the ability to get back. Let's just see if she's able to get the serve back on this next point.
Yeah, a good low ball there gets her back in the game.
Hart just struggling a little bit to convert on serve. She's doing a good job at getting the serve back.
8-1. Side out.
So another chance here for Katie Hart to get on the board.
1-8.
Good finish there, and it goes into the adjoining court.
Fantastic hustle there from Dudnik, though. I would have said the average player would have probably lost that point about 3 times over, but no, she was still there bringing it back. But Hart, very gritty, very determined, got another point on the board.
One brings 2. We can hear Coco Lococo clapping from the sidelines.
3-8. Side out.
just overcooks it. She was there in time. When that pressure is on the scoreboard, it makes you do too much sometimes.
Fantastic shot there. Very low, very difficult to get back from that position on court, but still was able to get a paddle onto it. Most players wouldn't be able to do that. Fantastic hustle to get there. And that time she gets it and it goes down the line. Fantastic shot there.
Thank you.
Now we've got a little bit of a few points of momentum on the side of Hart. Let's see if we can maintain this and get a little bit more back into this match. And then we're now pulled in within 3.
So an attempt to call a timeout to put a heater on there, but not going to happen. Oh, and the net cord is so cruel. But Hart is pegging back that lead. So now the lead to within 2.
It's definitely a comeback that we're seeing here. Any game that's within 2 is definitely winnable from any player.
They've had a lot of spin. 7-9. Side out.
Oh, they're just checking the ball, making sure that it was okay. Uh-oh, the bounty is going to go. Nearly taken out. Josh Roberts in the far side. He's playing against Tom Turney. I think we need to get some sandbags on that for next year.
That's an outrageous get.
The line. Incredible get there from Duknic. The lob serve there being punished by Caitlin Hart.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. When you're taller, you have a higher strike zone. So if you're giving a high bounce, it's right into the strike zone.
And there we go, we're within 1.
Absolutely outrageous movement we are seeing on the court at the moment from both players.
The players' court is serving up a whole load of delights, just waiting for Duknic to make sure that backdrop is fine. Just see Caitlin Hart there just resetting after that point. And she knows she had it there. She knows she had a chance.
And then we have match point.
So just taking a moment to compose herself, Caitlin Hart. And that is it. That backhand cross drop unsuccessful. And Marina
Fantastic.
Ducknick takes the game 11-8 against Caitlin Hart.
Yeah, fantastic battle from both competitors there. It definitely could have gone either way, but I was absolutely incredibly impressed with Ducknick's movement on court.
Yeah, there was no giving up on any balls, even taking the backdrop out at one point if she needed to. Coming up next, we are going to have the match between Tom Turney and Drake Palm. See, our officials just arrived. I'm just to look for the competitors at the moment. I know I saw Turney on the other side of the court playing when we had our little player backdrop interface earlier. So maybe we're waiting for that game. Oh, here's Turney now. I can see him here. So it looks like his opponent is just about to arrive. They'll be get underway very shortly. Certainly the players' court is building a lot of attention today as we get more of our pros turning up into the latter half of the day. Certainly there's getting some attention. There was a huge crowd for that men's bronze medal match between Rupert Robinson and Federico Pasquale earlier in the day.
Nice shot down the line there from Turney.
Yeah, just a little misdirect there. Calling Drake Palm napping. That's out, and an ATP to finish it with. Let's go, Turney.
Looking a little bit smug after that shot, and I think I would be as well.
One thing you can't say about Tom Turney is he doesn't have foot speed. And that's the third one in.
He is painting the line.
Ridiculous start here for Tom Turney out of the Isle of Wight.
Something I have to say about Turney's game is he will most likely get to every ball. It just depends on him getting it back.
Oh, he just tried to go the other way, but he was there.
It's a fantastic dipping forehand there.
Yes, there's an interesting sound off of the paddle with Drake Palm. Really nice flick there to finish that. Held that ball such a long time. Then puts the ball away.
Yeah, and giving that angle, not able for Turney to get onto that ball. And giving that angle.
So it's Palm getting back into it. 4-3.
Just narrowly out there.
A grimace there from Turney as he turns back to the camera. No, he was almost there. And the ball comes on from the adjoining court. And we now come to the turn with Drake Palm up 6-3.
So what would you be looking from Turney here to turn this around?
I mean, the first plays of the game were all Tom Turney, and it's just been a momentum shift. I think it's just trying to cut out a couple of those errors here or there, trying to get the ball to land, just getting it over the net. I mean, it's a simple game of getting the ball over and in one more time than your opponent, but sometimes it isn't that easy. And it maybe just need to go back to the basics, do the simple things well.
I think also it might just be about getting that one more ball in the court, but thinking about, okay, where are his weaknesses? But Palm doesn't have, I would say, an awful lot of weaknesses, so I would have to say that you just try and get as many balls in as you can, just make him answer just one more question and make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, Jules. Just got a short interaction while we have a player coming across from the adjoining court. And you see just not getting a basic ball in there, Jules.
Sometimes sometimes it is all just about getting one more ball at the end of your opponent. That's how you win a pickleball match, is just getting more balls into your opponent.
And that's in as well. Great play there from Drake Palm. And you see there, the on-rushing Turney putting all the pressure on Drake Palm there. It's a much better use of strategy there in that part of the game. Yeah, good attempt to disguise there from Turney, but Palm easily up to the challenge.
Something that I would have liked to have seen from Turney there, he did a fantastic shot down the line, but he should have really followed it up with a volley rather than staying back.
That's so good to go back cross court from there from Drake Palm.
Yeah, something I've noticed from Drake Palm, he has a fantastic two-handed backhand.
Yeah, ripping that cross was really good play. He's really rolling across the top of that ball, isn't he?
It's also keeping the ball low on the surface, so it's very difficult. It's removing some of the time from Turney, which on other surfaces he might have been able to get to the ball.
Yeah. Bit of cat and mouse there, and Turney going for the Ernie.
I would definitely say he had a few shots there from Turney that would add to his highlight reel, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's really quick. Really quick. This unsuccessful on that last ball there. But Drake Palm takes that 11-4 against Tom Turney. Coming up next, we're just going to see who's joining the court. We've got to change to our schedule.
Hello. Yes. You know where your opponent is? Look, and she didn't even bring a paddle. So that's
Yeah, coming up next we have Amani Phillips versus Dominika Turkovic.
hello. So, how do you
Once again, we've got
pronounce
Ron Ponder on the call. Interesting story, Jules. I did a level 1 coaching course with Amani Phillips a number of years back. When she hadn't really played pickleball, she now has pretty much gone full time. She's living in Bermuda, and she'd phoned over specifically to do a coach education course. And now I think she's pretty much doing pickleball full time. Dominika was also born in Zagreb in Croatia. She's basically playing on the APP tour. Plays out of Florida. I'm pretty sure when I was out in Florida earlier in the year, I saw Dominika play.
What did you think?
She's good.
Okay.
She's really good.
Okay.
This will be interesting. I've not seen Amani play. I mean, the only time I saw Amani play ever was when she'd barely picked up a pickleball paddle and made that level 1 course.
I see.
So it'll be interesting to see how she's done it in the sort of 3 odd years since I saw her last. But what she was saying to me, she's pretty much devoting her life to pickleball.
Was there anything that you noticed that you thought would just stand out as a skill for her?
pick number 1 or 2?
It's a long time ago. 3 years ago is going to be tricky, but we'll see what happens there. She has been doing a lot on the Next Gen Open singles in the APP tour, so
Okay.
she's obviously flying across and taking it seriously, and obviously got the bug. When I saw Amani before, it was all about tennis, and she's just starting to get into pickle as it just come into where she was working, and now it seems that pickle is the thing. So it'll be fascinating to see how she plays. Our two women in Edison want for the next couple of minutes. I'd imagine this would be quite a big ask for Marnie Phillips in comparison to Dominika Turkovic.
But no, I think we're going to have a very interesting match here.
Yeah.
From just watching in the warm-up, we can see that they've got very good consistency on their ground strokes. So I'm going to predict we're going to see a tennis-like-esque pickleball because I feel like they're both from tennis. So we'll see some very deep backhand exchanges and forehand exchanges from the baseline.
And we particularly see in the women's game, it has not quite as evolved towards the cat and mouse that we used to find in the men's game, but in some ways it's almost like men's singles has become more like women's singles used to be, just because the paddle technology is making it so much harder for a man to cover the net, and it's sort of just gone with it. Almost those sort of areas are not going to work very well, so we don't seem to find the net play anywhere near as prevalent as we once did in either gender playing singles.
Okay, we're just about ready to get going here on players court. Dominic to serve. Phillips to serve.
So interesting, Phillips is playing the cat and mouse game. Very rare in women's singles.
That goes very much against what we were expecting, but
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, but unfortunately so far it's been unsuccessful. 2 out of 2 going in the net. Ron's got a bad back, Kamani. Don't make him bend.
1-0.
And that's going to go wide.
Point. 2-0.
At this rate, I think this game is not going to last very long.
I do think it's just about getting forward and making the balls. That's what she needs to do at the moment. Don't overthink it.
Good play there from Phillips. Finally making a successful volley.
Let's see if she can convert.
0-3.
Good swinging backhand there. Great passing shot there, inside out down the line.
Yeah, just opened up her body a little bit there, allowing herself to target that ball just on that passing shot, almost painting the line there.
4-0.
Really nice cut volley on the backhand there from Turkovic, making Phillips cover the entire court.
Side out. Zero five. Point. One five.
What a great cross-court pass there by Turkovic. And we get to the turn at 6-1. Looking relatively comfortable here for Turkovic. I think there's anything Phillips can do to arrest the slide.
So, something that I was just thinking, as you can probably see on my page, is do something that you wouldn't expect your opponent to do. So, at the moment, Phillips is hitting a lot of balls that are coming deep, and she's wanting to drive the ball deep. Try using the kitchen a little bit more. It is there. Try and use it. You don't see it a lot.
Actually pull her in.
Yeah, pull her in. Make her move. Make her go out of her normal rhythm.
But the pressure is relentless. It can be hard to execute any kind of game plan when you're under this onslaught from that carbon true foam paddle. So, a chance again here for Phillips.
1-7. Side out.
It really feels like she's not getting into any phases of play.
Hasn't really found a rhythm in this game. I believe this is her first match, I would say. So she's, trying to get into a rhythm on your first match is probably the aim of the match, I would say, and then to win.
Oh, and then you get a net call like that is cruel. Good play there from Phillips at the net.
Yeah, they're getting forward, using those skills in her arsenal. That's exactly what we want to see. We wanted to see her getting up to that kitchen line, make it difficult.
And dispatched at the net. 2 from victory for Turkovic.
Something I've seen from any form of American player or plays in the States or anything like that, any ball that is high, it is executed perfectly and it is placed as well. It's not just about the power, it's placed.
Yeah, and there you go, Jules. Exactly what you're highlighting there. The beautiful control to put that ball cross court with the cut volley. Bringing up match point.
10-1.
And there we go. Ball called out before it even landed.
Match. Look
Dominika Turkovic beats Imani Phillips 11-1. Valiant effort there from Phillips, but obviously difficult when you've got a really top level player on the other end of the court. And if you're not going to get that regular exposure, that kind of reps, it's always going to be tricky.
So you are Matt? Yes. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, okay. So, you're okay, there you go. Oh my God. Good luck. You too, John.
Okay. Let me remember your speaker. First, I don't need to talk to you about the line calls. They make it clear, and the appeals also make it clear. I'm sure that you have appeals, okay? So we can go just to the top, right? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, it is. I will start first.
So coming up now, we have James Chowdhury against Matt Burrows. Obviously, Chowdhury, one of the most recognisable people in British pickleball. On the far side of the court, in the pitch top, and nearest to us is Matt Burrows. Interesting, he's kind of new to us. What we have been able to find out from our player database of data that's been sent to us is that Matt Burrows plays out of David Lloyd Coventry. We can see he's using the Selkirk Halo paddle there. He's 36 from Kenilworth. He's been playing for 3 years and relatively inexperienced by the looks of it, although he's been playing for 3 years. No big results on his name, but comes from tennis. It's interesting to see what he's able to achieve here. Obviously, Chowdhury, one of the best players, if not the best male player in Europe, particularly at singles. It'll be fascinating to see what happens here. And we always tend to bring it up on commentary. James Chowdhury holds a record in tennis as a junior that no other British man has done, in that he won every single age group category. And even Sir Andy Murray was able to achieve that as a junior.
Amazing.
So the other thing that's going to be interesting here, Matt Burrows can play with both hands. So we can see him here warming up with his right. But it may be interesting to see if he pulls a switch and uses the left at some point in the rally, if he's going to get extended. Be very fascinating to see what happens there. Obviously, we've got the other very famous ambidextrous player in the draw today, Jack Monroe.
Yeah, definitely a really formidable force, Jack Monroe. And if anybody watches his YouTube channel, he is very fun. He has a lot of fun scenarios that he does. And I'm definitely a follower of him. It's very, very fun to see him play. In certain situations, for example, he might do 5-0, but all they have to try and win the point within 6 shots. If they don't win it within 6 shots, then the opponents get it, and they go against 2 5-0s. It's really exciting. Definitely these people that you want to watch out for.
So Chad with the far side of your frame, he's about to get started. And first strike off the serve. And obviously the net tape always changes the rhythm of a rally. And that time in the favour of Burrows. That's way long. Look at that down the line with 2 hands from Chowdhury.
Very calm, very relaxed. That's the best way that you want to execute your shots. You don't want to be overthinking it. You don't want to be tight. I like that shot.
So I believe Chowdhury is using one of the new prototype paddles. And 1 on the board for Matt Burrows.
That was a very well executed point, making Chowdhury run from one side of the court to the other.
And serves long again. If you've had 2 of those, maybe back up another step. Make sure you get it in. And the power there from Chowdhury. Just getting a bat on that is going to cause problems and deflections.
So something I noticed with the Pro XR paddles, they have a lot of grit, so they can generate a lot of spin, causing a lot of pace. That was a really good example. Keep that paddle up at the net.
And you can see the dip off that paddle there, dipping under the paddle of the outstretched Burrows there. And also these new prototypes have got a really powerful core as well, so it's kind of like a bit of a unicorn, does a bit of everything, particularly in the hands of Chowdhury. But as always, commentator's curse. Pulls up a little bit early on that forehand, and the ball goes back to Burrows.
Yeah, I saw the roll of his eyes there. He wasn't very impressed with himself there.
Yeah, just a little slow to that. Lots of cut on that volley from Chowdhury to keep it nice and short.
Really needed a couple more steps for that.
Dismissive by Chowdhury there. So calm on the net. No need to rush. Always in control of the rally.
Something when I was younger, a coach always told me, be proactive, not reactive.
That serve called long. Speaking to Lee Whitwell earlier, she said to me, if you're rushing, you're reacting. But if you're patient, you're proactive. You didn't tell me that one, that's the one I made up myself.
Oh, you've got a double R there and a double P. Yeah. Patience, proactive, rush, reactive.
Chowdhury there just threading that pass, seeing that Burrows was just a little bit off balance after that first shot, and just calmly placed it into the space. No need for any pace on that ball. There's always going to be an unstable opponent on the other side of the court. Chowdhury doing a Federer there, hitting the ball down in the ground with the edge of his paddle. That's loose. He looked a little loose before he even started that point.
Yeah, just lacked a bit of concentration.
Good hustle to get to that Matt Burrows, but no pace on the ball, so you've got nothing to help you get it back. Seems to be very much going in the direction of Chowdhury here. Burrows unable to really engage in any kind of rally or any pattern formation. But Chowdhury knows he's got time. He's got a big cushion here at 9-1. I think sometimes, Jules, when it's not going your way, it's not going your way, and the net cord is not favourable for you.
You can have days like that at the office.
I like the attempt at some junk on that return there, something a bit quirky, but still Chowdhury's equal to that. Ball coming across the court. And that is it. A quick 10-11-1 victory for James Chowdhury against Matt Burrows. Certainly a bit of a baptism of fire on a streaming court here on the Players' Court. Just see the players there signing the scorecard with our referee.
Yeah, I don't think Burrows was really able to get into any form of rhythm because Chowdhury didn't allow him to do it. Very proactive on the court with that Pro XR paddle.
So it looks like we're going to have, coming up next, potentially or certainly in between them, we've got Josh Bright and Ronan Cameron coming up at some point. Also, we might be getting to see Ellie Tompkinson and Katie Morris in a bit of a battle of the Brits. Let's see what's coming up next.
next up on Players Court, we have Ellie Tompkinson and Katie Morris, a battle of the Brits here. Ellie Tompkinson was the national champion this year, beating Thadia Locke in the final, so definitely somebody to watch. And Katie Morris is currently playing in Australia at the moment, so she's travelled back for this tournament, along with a few other Brits that have made that decision to go down and do the Pro Tour down in Australia. I feel that from what I've been told, she's doing pretty well out there, so all good luck to it. But it'll be very interesting to see if her game is developed to be able to take down the national champ.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting battle of the Brits here. Obviously, all contenders for our England Euros team. Katie getting the call there with Molly Nags, Thadia Locke, and Molly O'Donoghue. Obviously, Ellie only being 18, still in college, got plenty of time. There are bright things in the future of both of these ladies, and certainly Ellie Tompkinson has made a name for herself this year. If she can continue that momentum. Just waiting for our referee to turn up by the looks of it, and obviously waiting for a board to come as well. Brilliant to have Players Court refereed all weekend long, powered by our amazing team of volunteers and officials from America and all across Europe. Must make a comment out to Byron Fresso, Ron Ponder and Marsha Fresso, who have come over to kind of lead our officiating, and Kelly Dawson, who's been in charge of rotating and scheduling all our referees across all of our key matches. I believe at one point, George, she was needed to have 120 ref matches in a day.
Wow.
Obviously in America, there is a phalanx of referees at every event. There's almost like a referee tent. There's all this, they come at every so often, like they're marching out to go to their courts, and just everywhere you see there are refs on every single court, on every single game. There's a referee, as long as it's in the main draw. And on the back draw, you'll probably get yourself just doing it yourself, but pretty much all the rest of the time, there's a ref on court. Looks like a ref has just arrived. I had the pleasure of being ref by him a couple of weeks ago over in Abingdon. We had our warm-up event. So a lot of our European refs were being qualified in a warm-up event run by Pickleby that also has provided the streaming equipment for our Players Court this week. Yes, I think it's about 8 or 10 coming over. They had the American team over, so they were training them and getting them ready to go. So practice assessments on the Saturday, and then live assessments on the Sunday. Interesting side note, on the Sunday, the assessments were done on a slightly lower level than the training. They found that the high-level players were relatively uneventful, that we didn't tend to make foot faults, didn't tend to make errors of position or server. Obviously, when you're looking at the slightly lower level players, there's a little bit more incident, which is obviously better to assess a ref, because things will happen. I'm trying to think how many times I had a foot fault today. I've had one paddle strike on a volley, and I'm not seeing very many foot faults on a volley in all of our singles games.
There was one in the Senior Open category. I can't remember who it was. They were on the far side of the court.
Oh yes, it was Urquhart when he stepped in after hitting a volley.
Yes.
I think it was Urquhart. I think it was to that game, but there was one where someone hit a black hand volley and then stepped into the kitchen afterwards.
Yeah, a bit demoralising when that happened.
So we're just about to get underway in a moment. First strike there to Ellie Tompkinson on the far side of the court. I can see England player and sometime coach Richard Love just joining on the sidelines to keep an eye on Ellie. Big crowd being drawn on Players Court here for the Battle of the Brits. That's some great ball making from both ladies there.
Yeah, keeping it very low on the court, not able to get another paddle or even time to get to the ball. Do you see this going side to side quite a while?
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games where it's going to be 1 point one way, 1 point the other. Certainly there's been an exchange of rallies and no score so far. First strike to Morris.
Irony, we just had a foot fault called on Morris there. So the ball's now in the hands of Tompkinson.
And that's the first one on the board for Ellie Tompkinson there. Good advance to the net to put Morris under pressure. Has to make that ball.
1-2.
That's really good there. Ellie Tompkinson held the paddle, misdirected it past Morris.
I don't know if I would go to the backhand of Tompkinson repeatedly because it is probably one of her best shots and she's able to create a lot of deception. You don't necessarily know where the ball's going to go.
It looks like Ellie Tompkinson settling into this match after the first couple of points on the board for Katie Morris. She's now getting into that rhythm. Just pulling up a little early on that, going for the sideline. Some real shape on that ball off of Tompkinson's paddle. Seemed to pull up a little early and gave Morris all the room to hit that cross court.
Yeah, and it's all leveled up at 4-4.
And does that catch the line? It looks like it does. Oh, Tompkinson's going to rue that. In control on the rally.
6-4. 1 minute.
So just a little bit of a change of momentum from Morris has caused the difference in this game. I'll say Tompkinson is very much in this game, but she's having a bit of being targeted on her backhand. She has been holding her own through most of this match. She was 4-2 up, and Morris has just had 4 points on the trot.
We can see Richard Love just on the sidelines here, having a conversation with Ellie Thompson. You can't quite see that in the frame at the moment. We're aware that Love and Thompson have got a relationship back in Norwich. Obviously, Love moving to Farnham to run the Hurlands Club for Sally Grace and Andre Strachan, who are exhibiting their venue here this weekend. And another one goes astray there for Tompkinson off the return. Just needs to get that serve back and try and build some more points. Great shot there from Morris to stretch Tompkinson's cross court.
The tip of that ball just prevented Tompkinson from getting any paddle onto that ball.
And that serve goes long. Giving Tompkinson a chance here. Just going to take a little mini time out here to tie her shoelaces, just come loose. And then get underway again. Yep, that onslaught of pressure there and the stance in the net puts Morris on the back foot and sends that cross-court backhand wide. And one brings two, Jules. That's two back. Lead down to two. Oh.
Side out.
No harm done to Ellie Tompkinson there.
8-6.
And that brings it to within 2 points of victory for Katie Morris. And here we are, match point to Katie Morris. 10-6. First match ball. And it goes begging. Thompson leaves to fight another day.
Did you see the dip of her legs there to get down to that ball and generate that spin? That was a fantastic shot there from Tompkinson.
So she pegs one back. That's a great backhand down the line there for Morris. That did not look like it was going over. Huge crowd here around Players Court. Barely able to get past. And it goes wide.
That goes game of Morris's way. Very impressive. Able to pick out the national champ there. But something that was really interesting I noticed from Morris is she's able to articulate and use the paddle for generating a lot of spin, and that's what's been the difference in this game.
So yeah, so we're going to move on. Katie Morris wins 11-7 against Ellie Tompkinson. To have a little look at the standings here, it looks like Mary Monson in Group A is not going to take part, whether she's withdrawn from singles or not here at all. So currently in Group A in the women's singles, Sophia Seving is 2-0, top of the box, with loss of only 3 points. Second place is Rina Duknik, who is 1-1, and third place is the homegrown Thalia Locke, who is also on 1-1, with Lauren Mercado, Caitlin Hart still to register a win. If we look at Group B in our Women's Singles Open, currently top there is Brooke Riveralta, followed by Bruce Van Rake. Then we got Alicia Garcia Alvarez, Leah Talbot and Rosie Harfield. Top 2 from each group will go through to knockout. So in Group 3, we have got top Chantel Griffiths, the homegrown player again, who's converted into pickleball from tennis. Up the top with 2-1. Then Dominika Turkovic, who we saw earlier, is 2-0. And also Alexa Shaw is also at 2-0. So this is going to be a 3-horse race for those 3 ladies to get through into the finals. And then in our final group, the very much batter the Brits plus Ava Cavatayo, we have got top Molly Nags, 3-0. Ellie Thompson and Katie Morris are now, actually no, Katie Morris will be second after the result we've just seen at 2-0, and Ellie Thompson will be third with 1-2. It looks like it's going to be a Morris and Nags 1-2 there if things go to form as it stands at the moment. Coming up next, we have got Josh Bright, the up-and-coming singles player from England, playing out of Halton Pickleball in Purple Pickleball. And then he's taking on Ronan Cameron, part of our APP Next Gen team, who are over here for the English Open, powered by APP, the Elite Island Resorts Antigua and Barbuda English Open. So Josh recently won 2 golds in the One Pickle event 3 or 4 weeks ago, held at Surrey Sports Park. So hope you can take some confidence from that into how he's going to play today. Using one of our sponsors, paddles from Diadem, one of the new Warrior Blue Core range.
I wonder, is this the first experience he's had with an American player?
I think he may have got some access in some other tournaments before, but he'd only been on the European circuit, I think, but certainly at this level, probably unlikely to have. Some of the obviously APP Next Gen team are the bright young things in US Pickleball, part of Ken Herman's project to really develop elite pickleball players. Obviously they've got the 4 out in Fort Lauderdale, which is the home of the APP and the home of the APP Academy. And local player from here, Jason Edwards Pereira, has been given an invitation to go and train as part of the APP Academy. Well, there's some fundraising going on to try and get the funds together, send him out there. As we're about to get underway, Roberts is on the far side of your camera in the white top, and Ronan Cameron is on the near side in the brown top. And it looks like Bright's about to get us underway. They called it out. Yeah, so first point to Cameron. Oh, a beautiful bit of disguise there, but unsuccessful to get it over the net.
I would have said that would have been the perfect shot in the way that the momentum was taken right from to the left side of the court.
Bit of Callum Mouse with a drop there. Attempts at a big, deep cross-court ball there from Cameron, unsuccessful. So we're now level at 1-1. Interested around the court, so I can see dinking partners from the PPL teammates, Anakin Owen and Josh Roberts playing on a side court. Oh my. Oh, what a rally.
Fine. I didn't see that ball coming back on.
There's some ridiculous gets in that. But that's the power of playing one more shot. Anybody at home, never give up on any ball. Oh. That is ridiculous, Josh. Right. Incredible to get those balls. And there we go again, ripping it cross court. Gets the advancing Cameron. Just not quite underneath that enough to get it past.
What's crazy, we've had such terrific rallies and it's only 2-2.
And that just goes wide off the net. He's going to check the ref. Check with our ref. No. Yeah, called out. So an exchange here, a side outs.
The right shot. I'm liking that Bright's wanting to bring in the cat and mouse game. That's definitely the way that you want to try and play this game out, because he seems to be coming on top when that's happening.
Yeah, and also from tennis, he's going to bring that one-handed slicing, isn't he? You can see he's gone to that 3 or 4 times. Obviously, Cameron is pushing him towards that. Oh, that is incredible hands.
A lot of it is about taking off the pace of the ball and just directing it rather than adding pace.
Yeah, so good again by Josh Bright.
Relentless at the net there, making it very difficult for Cameron to get a bit of a rhythm in this game. And a bit of a test, the commentator Bright hitting that out long. Excellent shot down the line there from Cameron.
Yeah, just threading that pass there, getting behind the incoming Bright. Oh, great coverage of the net by both players.
Genuinely, when I think the rally is over, there's another shot, and then there's another one, and then there's another one.
Yeah, the movement of both players on the court is ridiculous. The ability to cover the entire space of that half of their court, they're 440 square feet on each side, is staggering.
But what was really good to see is like the contrast in compared to the men's game to the women's game, just from these two different matches. So we've got cat and mouse situation where you're at the kitchen and they're moving from side to side, and then in the women's game it's very much evolved being at the back of the court.
And again, that passing shot cross court off the 2-e roll.
Yeah, there's nothing really Bright could do anything about that.
Good low ball there, made the impact.
Yeah, when the ball's really low, it's very difficult to try and get the height over the net. Lightning hands at the net.
Yeah, quick reactions moving side to side there. But Cameron coming out on top. We've got the Purple Pickle team just off camera here, supporting Josh Bright in the left corner. Great deep return there. Forcing the error.
So it's really interesting. We were discussing first strike pickleball. Get the best first strike on the ball.
He knows he needs to shape it more. Just a little bit of frustration there. Carrying on Bright. Just unable to control that ball. Once you're charging forward, it's so difficult to play a softball because your momentum's always going to put that into the ball. Very sneaky there with the lag wrist of Bright. Looks like the ball might have been going out, but forces Cameron to react and play because you can't tell where it's going to end up.
I think also he was trying to deceive him, thinking he was going to do a dink cross court, and then suddenly he flipped it back up.
But those passing shots are too good.
Yeah, precision. That's definitely something we've seen from the Americans today. Precision. Not necessarily about hitting it hard, it's about placing it into the right spot away from your opponent.
And that goes along, just trying to do a bit too much on that ball.
Yeah, had a little bit of an open face on that volley, just making it drift wide. Long, sorry.
And game ball taken at the first opportunity by Ronan Cameron to beat Josh Bright 11-3. Really strong start from Bright. Then it all seemed to go just in one direction for Cameron.
Well, that's the first time I've ever seen him play live, and I was pretty impressed. I'll be honest, his movement was exceptional. I would say he's definitely one for the future, especially on the European circuit.
Yeah, I mean, Josh is relatively new to the game. He's sort of just getting his feet in the game in the UK. So he's converting over from tennis, but if you pardon the pun, the future is bright for Josh Bright. He just got to keep on accessing those players at that level.
Absolutely. I think he's a bit gutted on the sideline, but I would say that was a really good performance, considering that was probably the first time he's actually seen what the Americans are made of. I would say he put that American three spaces, made him think a bit more. It's just about maintaining that level for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to come for him. He just needs to keep finding access to play with those players, to continue to build things. It's always going to be about access to players when you get to a certain level. As much as you want to drill, as much as you want to play, you will end up needing to access the very best players to really grow you to the next level.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this. But you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
15 seconds. Pause it.
So about to get underway, just for you that at home that haven't been introduced to our players. Nearest to us on the camera is Caitlin Hart from Australia. She's using her signature Maxwell paddle. And on the far side of the court we'll have the legend of English pickleball, Thadia Locke, who's going to be on the far side using her Pro XR. Thadia, obviously one of our ever-presents in the game. A phenomenal fan ambassador for the game of pickle in the UK. Thadia looking down in case that ball didn't bounce. Certainly had some topspin on it. Good acceleration towards the net there by Locke. Putting Hart under pressure on that volley. Again, that ball's just a little low again. Just not able to get those balls over the net. Needs a bit more top and a little bit more pressure at the back of the ball.
I think this is definitely going to be about who can get the shape on the ball.
Proves it again there, Jules. Lots of very short rallies with balls going in the net. Yeah, and there we go. It's becoming a bit Groundhog Day.
Yeah, we're going backward and forwards, backward and forwards. Going to have to get really low to this ball.
And then Locke doesn't get the serve over the net, but that is the less preferred kind of full serve. We prefer it to be long rather than in the net. Great angle off that net cord there from the Locke. We've got a little bit of extra revolutions off the net cord tape. Gives it a little bit extra dip to go across.
1-0.
Hart is such a long target to try and get past there. Fully extended but still unable to control that final volley.
2-0.
So Locke now starting to build a little bit of a lead up.
0.
Just caught the line there.
So very quickly, 4-point lead has been built by Locke.
4-0.
Make that 5. And we're now at the change ends at 6.
Timeout, change ends. 6-0. 1 minute.
Hart looking to reset her focus on that point. Locke trying to remain focused here in the change of ends. About to get underway again.
What would you see for like you from Hart just to change it up a little bit? Because at the moment Locke seems to be on top of the momentum.
I'd like to see some slice, change some pace.
Right there, lovely change of pace.
Often when games are going one way, there's a certain tempo to those rallies. You can disrupt that pattern, change the speed of things. You can then get success. Yeah, that ball goes long. So Hart's still unable to convert her serves into points. And down the line with precision from Locke.
Yeah, I don't think Hart had any chance on that ball. That was an absolute laser down the line.
Going for the same spot again, but just doesn't get it over.
Yeah, so the net is just a slightly bit higher than the middle of the net on the end, so you're going to have to generate a lot of topspin to get it over.
Yeah, and that serve goes long. Just a little bit overcooked on that cross court or backhand there from Locke.
Yeah, a very ambitious shot, very low margin shot.
I think you could hear that back in the Telford Shopping Centre from Caitlin Hart there. First one on the board. And then puts the serve in the net. Again, going for the lower margin of the outside of the court. And again, hitting the net tape.
Yeah, this court especially, it's not got like the highest bounce in the world, so you really do need to generate a lot of topspin and get right under that ball. Lower your knees and really get to it.
Just like that example there, Jules, from Caitlin Hart.
Yeah, let's see if she can get in that rhythm. She's found the sweet spot. She's found the amount of pace that she needs to generate, and she's found the amount of spin that she needs to generate.
Yeah, we have these Franklin semi-permanent nets on players' court. And they react like a standard net. When you clip the net tape, it goes over and in rather than dropping like you'll find on a temporary net that's so common in the UK. It's fantastic to play with this kind of net system because you just get a more true feel of those net chords. And that sails long. Hart disappointed there. A relatively routine return. Goes into the net. And that sails long into the coach position off our fan, and Bailey Locke takes that game 11-1 against Caitlin Hart. Locke did a really good job there of keeping that ball low in that game, and obviously making the taller Hart really have to bend down to get those balls.
Yeah, I think that's what I mentioned earlier when Hart was playing, is does this height play a part? And what Thaddeus did, she was using in putting a bit of slice in the ball, making a hiccup on the ball.
2 minutes warming up. 2 minutes. I will advise when 1 minute.
Good play there from Matusz Maciek. One of the rising stars in Polish pickleball. On the near side, we have got Clayton Powell, one of our APP Next Gen players. Matusz, also known as Spidey, one of the players in the WPL out in India earlier this year. Really hitting hard and getting that ball low, making it tough to get that shape over the net.
Deflecting the power by power. Let's see if he's able to convert any of this.
Matt, you were there, just didn't quite get it over. And that appears to paint the line, it does. And that sails long. And that's good as well. Brings up number 5. Make that 6. Very rapidly moving away from Clayton Powell here.
mean, what I would like to see probably from Powell was just a few more balls in the court. Not much you can really do in terms of the power that's being generated by Magic.
Lucky number 7. This is very, very rapidly going in the direction of Matusz Maciek. That net cord just making the difference in that rally.
Nice shot placement there, just moving Magic's wide and off the shot, following shot wide.
But Powell just can't seem to build any kind of rhythm and any kind of rally progression. Whenever they get into a rally, it seems to be on the paddle of Maciek, whether it win or lose. And there we go, that's 8. And that's number 9. Every time Maciek is coming back to our commentary position, tapping on that back fence, refocusing for the next one, and he's now 1 point away from victory. This is clinical, Jules.
Very clinical.
And there we go, that's it. 11-1 in no time at all. Matusz Maciek against Clayton Powell. Technically, he's so compact on that drive. He just holds that ball and accelerates straight the way through it. There's virtually no backswing. It's such an efficient stroke.
And also you can't read it. You don't have time to read where the ball's going to go.
A phenomenal performance there. And we have another timber. Hello, Tom Turney. What a surprise.
destination with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this. But you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make him taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Falling on you, maybe not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we want to win. So we want for all.
Come on, finish that.
6. Time in. 0-0.
So we're about to get underway. We've got Alexa Shaw on the far end of the court in the visor, and Amani Phillips in the yellow dress nearest to you here. And first strike there to Phillips. Better start here for Phillips in her previous appearance on Players Court. Great recovery there from Shull on that return of serve. Really had to get low to get that ball back. Great shaping on that forehand volley to direct it cross court with so much topspin.
1-2. Side out.
Lovely depth on that forehand down the line.
Yeah, you can see Shull there just looking at the backboard there, just cognizant that there may be a little bit of restriction on your swing.
2-1. Side out. Here.
There's a slight pause while the ball's being retrieved from the crowd.
1-2. Point.
And then we have it tied up here at 2-2.
2-2.
That shot is just long.
Point. Game 2.
Really big top on that backhand there from Shull.
Yeah, definitely dominating at the moment. She's had a scoring of points, so about 3 points, and she's now taken the lead. Let's see if she maintains that momentum.
Oh, Phillips disappointed there. She was on that.
Point.
Just a little bit area when she got to that last stroke.
I think something that people need to expect is if you are playing against an American, it will likely come back.
Quick change of ends there. 5 points in a row there for Alexa Shull.
1 minute.
Maybe take just a little time to settle into the game. You see head of the APP. Is Ken Herman there? No, I thought it was Ken Herman, but he isn't. No, he's just passed around. Maybe we can see in the sidelines national coach for the APP Next Gen team, Lee Whitwell, is talking to some of her charges. Alexa Shaw is also part of that team.
We saw Alexa Shaw here last year, and she really impressed me with her level of grit and determination. And I think that's something that's just preached in American athletes from a young age, just to keep going no matter what the score is.
6-2. Side out.
Good clear call there. A referee confirming that call.
Go 6.
Great play there from Shaw. A really good drop there. Phillips able to control it cross court, but Shaw more than measured to that. Did it back cross court again.
Yeah, something I've noticed in a lot of the matches today, there hasn't been any easy points. A lot of it's been very hard. You have to work very hard to get these points. Like the idea of that shot.
It was looking good almost all the way. Just getting ready to call a 7th point for her, but ball goes down the other end. Interesting, Phillips' dress is pretty much exactly the same colour as the ball. If I was playing doubles, I'd be a lot more concerned about tracking the ball out of some counters and some volleys from that dress.
Absolutely.
A lesser known rule, you can appeal to the tournament director if your opponent is wearing clothing of a similar colour to the ball. But it seems Shaw's having no problem tracking that ball down, dispatching that volley cross court on the forehand. Called out.
I like the idea though of bringing in the angles and creating a problem more for Phillips than tracking that ball down. Oh, nice touch there.
Yeah, Phillips was able to gently caress that ball over the net. Keeps it very low bouncing. Shaw's still able to get there, but too big a task to get that ball back in play.
Again, trying to go for the angle. Just failed there. Needing to get a little bit more topspin, get under that ball and bend those knees.
4-7.
That's such good decision making there from Shaw. Heading it back into the open space rather than where Phillips was going to run into down the line.
But I like the idea from Phillips. I like bringing in those angles. I liked her coming forward because she's managed to get some points on the board.
Alexa Shaw, take a bow for the hustle.
Yeah. Also, with the lighting in here, when you look up, the glare from the lights can put you off on that smash, but that was a really good shot placement there from Phillips setting up the point. However, Shaw with the hustle, just able to out-hit her opponent. Yeah, I think Shaw will be wanting to try and close out this game in the next couple of points. And Kirsten, the commentator, is going back onto the paddle of Phillips. Let's see if she can get any more points on the board. I want to try and see for her to try and come forward and attack her opponent a bit more. There we go. Just like that. Another point on the board. And another. Nice to see. Just forcing some errors. Show a little bit uneasy at the moment. Allowing Phillips having a bit more of a look into this game.
6-9.
That's outrageous movement there from Phillips. Getting another point on the board. There's been a massive swing of momentum here. And a massive improvement in play and ability from Phillips. Very much dialed in. I definitely think that she is in the zone right now.
Yep, only down to one. If we had a timeout, now will be the time to call it. Interesting. Look how Shaw is slowing the pace of the game down. Just gently rolling it back to Phillips. Giving her time to think about it. Use that little mini timeout you can create. All legally within the game. There we go. Gets to net. Controls the rhythm. Hits into the open court.
What's really interesting is in the last possession for Scholl, it was actually about 9-5, 9-6. So there was a lot of points going on the side of Phillips in the last possession. So let's see if Scholl's able to convert on here.
Yeah, once she gets that ball in that backhand corner, gives her the freedom to advance and brings up match point.
Yeah, and if I was going to lift the ball to Scholl, I wouldn't be hitting it necessarily to her forehand because she's able to generate those angles and you're not able to get any more hits on that ball. And that just dropped in there, so that is game and match to Alexa Scholl. Congratulations to her.
Timid, no, make him taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, fall in love you, baby, not. We come from under, can we them underdogs? Can we roll a one, so we roll for all.
Come on, finish that.
Now it's not the time to give up, but to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, But you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination. Have some fun.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
go quick over there. So make the course clear, right? Clear. And the appeal course clear. Go. Go to the goal. Right at you. Clear.
So next here we have the men's singles open round of 32. And we have Bertram versus Macic. One in the blue top is Macic and the one in the multicolored top is Bertram. Okay, well, so in 1 minute, this is going to get underway. This could be an exciting exchange and battle on court at the moment. Let's use Macic is definitely someone of the future. Polish player, up and rising, wanting to try and pursue a career in America. Okay, we're about to start off with just the exchanges of serve. So the serve didn't get any points there, so it's back onto the side of Matic. It's an outrageous get there from Matic, just making his opponent move along that pitching line, losing a bit of balance and forcing the error. Narrowly out there, going back on the side of Bertram. See if we can get any points on the sideline. We want to try and see him pushing back Matic in these points. Oh, that's a lovely passing shot there from Matic. Not really much you can do there when you're almost painting the line. Just out of reach. Oh, still unlucky there on the net call. Not going in his favour. from Bertram, but Matic on the ascendants, 5-0. Really good point there, cat and mouse at the kitchen line. Oh, just going wayward. Not really what he wants at the moment. They're not able to convert on serve. Got to make those passing shots. Got to make that ball to go over the net. Make Matic work to the point. That's a great passing shot. That's what we were talking about. Getting to the point on the board. And another. Oh, that's outrageous. Covering that line, reading the play, which made it look like that he was moving so quickly. Oh, again down the line, painting it. Now we're at the change of ends. So what we're wanting to see from Bertram is trying to make some of those passing shots. Needs to be a lot more consistent. Matic is hitting most of those shots. He's making his opponent play one more ball. Yeah, just Bertram, he's just trying to extend how long this change of ends is, just from moving his pit from one side to the other. Possibly tactical, or possibly he's just wanting to try and get a little bit more time to recover, having to move quite a lot. Unlucky there. So let's see if Bertram can convert, see some of those passing shots, make the opponent work to the point. Just narrowly wide. So 10 on the paddle of Matic. The amount of pace that you possibly can't see at home that's coming off the paddle of Matic is very high. So you need to control that ball and redirect it. Almost. There we go. Passing shot down the line again there from Matic. 2 points away from taking this match. It's up to 15 to clear. And then we have Matt ball on the paddle of Matic. And there we go. He wins 15-3 in a very decisive match from Matic.
Whoop, and then Katie, I'm your. I'm the referee. Let's do the numbers real quick. 087. All right. So congratulations, you made it to the quarterfinals. This will be 3 games to 11, win by 2. And 2 timeouts per game. Okay. My responsibilities are calling service calls, short serves, non-volleyball calls. You're responsible for all other line calls, including center line on the serve. Please make your out calls loud, clear, and immediate. Or if you signal me, just leave your hand up just a little extra so I can see it. Okay. A 1 or 2. It is a 1. Would you like to serve, receive, choose an end, or defer? It will serve. And then, Katie, which end would you like? Okay, so then you take the ball. So you will be serving from the audio side. Ball for you. 2-minute warm-up. Wherever you like, with your fingers on the floor. score. Wait until it's all the way down.
And that is called good. So, and that's gone wide, called wide by Brooke Revolta. So on the far side we have Casey Morris from England, and the near side Brooke Revolta from the APP Next Gen team. And first point on the board for Revolta there. Really good adjustment in that rally from the net caught there for Morris to get that second ball back and stay in the rally and keep calm. Revolta there just literally turning her back on that shot before it even landed. She knew it was landing long. Morris there, not able to get low enough to take that ball over the net. But certainly we've seen a significant amount of this match so far being played from the baseline. Fairly typical women's singles play we'll find in pickleball. The battle of the ground strokes typically. And that sails wide. And again, one error, double down to make two. Make that three. Time to reset and refocus. I believe there may be timeouts available in this open quarter-final. And that is now 4 on the spin for Morris off the paddle of Revolta. A very needed unforced error there for Brooke Revolta from the paddle of Katie Morris. Good pick up there off the advance in Revolta. And that ball paints the lines.
Yeah, just using the width of the court there from Revolta, using that pace and the spin off these new paddles that are coming into the game. That's an excellent shot there down the line from Morris.
Oh, that was so close to Morris.
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be quite a close game. But if Revolta gets a bit of momentum, I feel like it will go towards her. But let's see what pans out.
Just before you rejoin me in the commentary position, Jules, there were 4 unforced errors off of return by Reverol to take it from 1-1 to 5-1. Actually successfully regaining her composure to get into this game. Morris there just shallow swinging again what she wanted to try and achieve on that ball. Great passing shot from Katie Morris.
Yeah, very balanced, very good movement there from Morris to be able to hit that back into the court.
That advancing shot there from Morris sailed long. A little bit loose there. A bit of Groundhog Day here now. Jules been stuck on this 4-5 for a little while.
Yeah, like I said, it's gonna be a close game. I do think it's just about who is gonna get that string of momentum.
Yeah, called out there by Katie Morris. Thought it was good, but actually it's out.
Excellent angle.
Yeah, correct decision there from Morris to advance on the net. Forcing the lob from Reverolta and put with control cross court. Not with super power, just really into that back corner, so it's really hard to get back. And again, that successful approach down the line from Morris. Building the lead back up to 3. Timeout being taken by Brooke Reverolta.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart one. Getting a little bit of momentum on the side of Morris, and I think she just wants to try and disrupt that.
I think we've got 2 timeouts per game in this. So certainly there's a little bit of strategy to be used as we go into the knockout phases beyond our round of robins earlier in the day where you've got no timeouts.
Is this up to 15?
Yeah, we're up to 15. We haven't changed any that time. It would be a change the next point to Morris, or if Reverolta gets another 4. First 8 will change ends on players court. I've got this short break for the timeout. This is the Elite Island Resorts Antigua and Barbuda English Open, powered by the APP, supported by Franklin, our ball sponsor and net sponsor. And we also got to thank our existing and new sponsors this year: Zimmer Biomet, Paddletech, Diadem Pickleball, OW, Head Pickleball, Scan, Notties Nut Butter, Pickleball United, Pickleball Nuts, and the UK Pickleball Shop. All right, it's 8. I think we may be only doing best of 3 here, possibly. Because we would have changed ends at this point. So I'm assuming it's a best of 3 in this.
We will find that out for you at home.
Yeah, our quarters are played to best of 3, win by 2 by the looks of this. This is the second of our quarterfinals. following at home, the other matches underway around the courts are as follows.
Excellent angle there on that two-handed backhand match.
At the top of our draw, we have Sophia Seving and Alexa Shaw. We're watching the bottom half of our top bracket here. And that goes one to the paddle of Revolta. In the third quarterfinal, we have got Thadia Locke and Dominika Turkovic. And then Ruth Van Reek and Molly Nags in our fourth quarterfinal. Morris building that pattern. We've seen success there, but unable to control that backhand volley.
Something that's really interesting, like when you're watching a game of pickleball, when you're playing, you don't necessarily see the repeated pattern that's happening, but watching you do. That was another attempt to try and repeat that same pattern.
And now Revolta brings it to within one of the error there from Katie Morris on return.
Said earlier, it's going to be a tight game. Definitely going to go on who can get that next string of points.
Oh, that appeared to take an interesting bounce off the surface there. And Morris is taking a timeout again as Revolta draws near. We're now tied at 8-8.
So, who is having a conversation there with Morris, and Revolta is having a chat with Chad, one of the APP Next Gen coaches. So it's very much Britain against America in this match.
15 seconds. Remaining timeout. Receiver 1, server 1.
Almost. Just needed to try and generate a little bit more racket head speed on that to get over that high point of the net.
This is going all the way, I feel, Jules. This is not going to end in a 2. I think it's going to be pushed to 3 games.
Absolutely.
And now at 9-9.
And as we go down to the wire, I think the thing that's going to separate these two is just making that one more ball to make your opponent hit one more shot.
That is such a good return. So low. A little bit short, so really having to stretch to get it.
Again, lovely angle there from Morris.
Yeah, big swinging two-handy there. Really good. And that sails long. First game point and another timeout being called. Trying again to ice the heater. Stop that momentum. And also, when I'm also commentating with Sam, we always talk about you can't take your timeouts with you, so you might as well use them.
Absolutely. Something that's interesting in pickleball compared to something like tennis. Tennis, you have time to catch up. You can have the different games. In pickleball, there's no time. You've got points. It goes point to point. You lose your serve off 1 point. You need to have a massive amount of consistency, so you might as well use the timeout just to try and break it, make them think a little bit more.
Absolutely. It's a strategy you don't really see in many other rackets who can actually completely stop the game, but then we don't have those short 9, 8-point games. It's always to a minimum of 11. And that brings the first game up for Katie Morris on that return error. So 11-9 to Morris on game 1. They'll be changing ends, taking a 2-minute timeout. What are you going to say if you're Coach Ched Edwards on the sideline there, talking to Brett Reveralta?
What I would be saying is, I would say if she comes forward to the net, try and drop it wide out of her reach, and then come forward off that and attack from the volley. If she's then gone forward from Brooke, try and use those angles that that you're able to see from her. So her two-handed smash, her one-handed out wide. And maybe use a little bit of deception and misdirection. We haven't really seen that from her. The shots are quite readable, so maybe using a little bit like that. So we've got a little bit of stalemate at the moment. Let's see who's able to get the first point in this game. There we go. Lovely passing shot there from Revolta. That's definitely what we're looking for in the camp of America. Again, no points converted. Still stalemate. Outrageous hands there from Morris at the kitchen line. Really lovely to see a little bit of cat and mouse there from the ladies, which we haven't really seen a lot of today. But with Morris coming out on top. All about composure now for Revolta. Can she get this serve back and then start converting? Outrageous passing shot cross court. Just able to get underneath that ball, rip up the back of that backhand and finding that passing shot. That's exactly what we were talking about. And there we go, another angle found. Yeah, so we got her first point on the board. See how many more she can get.
1, 2.
Oh, an outrageous point from both ladies there.
Such a good rally. Side to side, corner to corner. It's going to be a case of who made that first volley, I think.
Morris's movement from the last time I saw her has massively improved. Absolutely unreal movement today.
I think it's a difference, Jules, of being able to devote your career full-time to pickleball. Previously, she used to work for a sponsor head as a marketing manager, and now she's full-time pickleball, which obviously gives you the chance to train, to drill, and to play.
It makes a massive difference being able to have that time to drill. It just elevates your game to a completely different level, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, a lot of the English players up until the last year, 2 years, have just been playing when they can.
Lovely passing shot there.
Yeah, keeping their careers going, and this is fitting around it. And now we're finding that the scales are tipping, and our players are now able to make a living playing and take the day jobs away. Beautiful play there by Reverolta, seeing the oncoming Morris, but knowing she's going to be going to her left, sends it away to the right.
Yeah, so like I was talking about, trying to find those angles from Revolta, and that's what she's doing. She's doing a really good job at executing this plan. Ah, that's a nice passing shot though from Morris down the line, leaving Revolta short on any points on this side out.
And again on the lines from Katie Morris.
Both players are painting the lines here. For those who are at home, I don't think you could possibly gauge from the camera angle how low this ball is going. The movement of these players is genuinely phenomenal.
Silky hands there from Reverolta, controlling that ball cross court on the volley.
Yeah, so that was combining a little bit of what I was trying to say, getting forward and creating the angles.
And that just sailing along, she looks the sky disappointed. She knows she had that point on her paddle.
Brilliant angle off the paddle of Morris.
Again, getting into the net early, dominating the non-volley zone and generating the angle for herself off of the paddle of Revolta. Wow! That looks like that might have been an ATP, if not, it was certainly very close to getting around that post. Looks like we've got another timeout being called again. Yep, the icing is attempted.
Yeah, to be honest, we don't really see that a lot from the women's game, just because of the level of movement tends to be a little bit slower than the men, but to be honest, I think it's getting better. It's getting better all the time, and we're just seeing it evident there with that ATP.
Of course, you can't get that shot if you aren't generating the angle somewhere in the rally.
Absolutely.
They've both been using the full width of the court, the full depth of the court to really try and expose any weakness they can find in their opponent. But at the moment, certainly, it seems that Morris is up again at 5-2.
Seconds.
Cheddar's again giving some pointers to Brooke on the sidelines.
Remaining timeout. Receiver 1, server 2. Time in. 5-2.
And successful change there out of the timeout.
Ooh, outstanding drop there from Morris.
Yeah, great drop there. Getting that ball low to the forehand of Reverolta. Having to move into that shot means it's hard to control when it rebounds off the edge. And another point there for Morris. Just past the halfway point in the second game for her. And the net call goes in her favour there. Apologetic there from Morris.
One of those things that happens in a game, if that happens when you're down, that is one of those things that defines you as a player if you're able to come back mentally, because that is something that will be gutting at the moment.
A bit of net love there in that rally for Revolta. A little kiss off the tape, but it goes in the favour. Morris is now at 3 points from home. And sends that way long. You can see her wiping her hand on her dressing, maybe a little bit hurt. Ball's about to come on court. Launch from the adjoining court. And that sails wide. Surf back on the paddle of Katie Morris. Two from home now.
Yeah, I think this is about mental composure for Morris, just keeping that ball in the court.
And you're right there, Jules. Revolta's taking another timeout on match point. Again, trying to arrest that flow. Suddenly we can see on the sidelines the crowd is amassing again on players' court here. You see England teammate Molly O'Donoghue on the sideline there. Jen Hewitt's there, Julie Mack. Suddenly some of the fixtures of the English pick. We've seen there Ewan Skillicorn's there, Freddie Powell from the England team. Mark Eggleston's walking around, Elaine Brown. Pierce have a medal round her next. She's had a good day in her singles. Obviously still loads of action going on here. We could be going for another 2 or 3 hours all around this hall. Oh, we thought Morris had it.
It was on her paddle.
Just a little early on that ball to send it into the net. So second match point for Katie Morris. And she takes it at the second time of asking.
Congratulations to Katie Morris getting through to the semi-final here.
Yeah, Morris beats Revolta 11-9, 11-2 to advance to our semi-final. Our first homegrown member in the semi-final club in women's open singles today. Whilst we're waiting for the next match to come on, let's have a little look if anything's coming on the results on the rest of this bracket. At the moment, everything still appears to be to play for. Yeah, no more results in at the moment. There's a chance of having 3 out of our remaining finalists all into the semi-finals from England. Coming up next on this court will be one of our upcoming women's singles semi-finals. Then we're just waiting for the men's bracket to play out. And I'm sure they'll be then joining us on court 6 again. We'll be back shortly after these messages.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Fall in love, you baby not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we one of one. So we one for all.
Come on, finish that. learning from another coach.
About to start here on the paddle of Great Palm. That was a fantastic passing shot there from Serrano. Again, initiating the high ball from creating the angle towards the feet, lifting the ball up, and they're able to finish cross court with that forehand drive volley. So a bit of momentum here at the start of game number 1. 4-0. And then another point there on the paddle of Serrano. He's definitely finding some momentum here, making calm work.
Yeah. Just wide there from Serrano, but build a good early lead in this round of 16 match. Again, we are in a best of 3 format. Did that go in? It looks like it did. Beautiful disguise there from the paddle of Drake Palm. And again, great play from Drake Palm. Just misdirecting it around the side. Inside out on that forehand. And again, beautiful control on that paddle to throw that ball cross court. Starting to build a crowd all around players' court here. Even on the adjoining court 5, we're starting to get people to watch. But not able this time to get it over the net. And that is the lead down to 1 now. With Drake Palm to serve. Great control on that backhand volley there to just take all the pace off the ball. Timeout called there by Serrano. 5-0 run in points. A game of 2 halves so far. At the halfway point, so probably 2 quarters to be more accurate. It's only a good decision here to take the timeout to try and slow down the onslaught from Drake Palm's paddle. Doing a great job of putting the ball all around the court, moving his opponent around and putting it into spaces where he's just vacated. So 15-second call from Joel, our referee. Each player has 2 timeouts per game. Good hustle there. One of those balls seems to be going to be taking the head off Serrano. Be able to redirect it into the court, stay alive, and bring the surf back onto his paddle. And a jumping Ernie there across the corner from Serrano to finish that ball. And again, we're stuck at 5-5 in this opening game. Another aerial ball there from Serrano. And again, Serrano all over that court, putting the ball past for the 6th point of this first game in our men's round of 16 match. Just wide on that one from the paddler Serrano. Bring the serve back to Drake Palm. Again, just not getting underneath that ball enough to rip it cross court. Such good play there from both players, but Serrano unable to just get quality contact on that last ball. Got a cat and mouse here, one up, one back. Drake Palm there trying to go back behind on his Tui, but unsuccessful this time. We've seen that work previously in the day. Great passing shot there from Alexander Serrano to bring up the 8th point. And we are having a change of end here. Looks like we have changed our format to first to 15 rather than playing best of 3 due to time constraints. Looks like we're going to be getting into that 3-game fixture later on in our tournament. Great shot down the line there. Beats the advancing Palm. Three bits of the way there for Serrano. Oh, good attempt to go cross court there, but really great hustle from Drake Palm to take that ball back cross court, nice and low, forcing the extra play from Serrano. And that goes long. Brings him back to within 3. And make that 2. Serrano again, passing the advance in Serrano. And that goes around the side. I think we had a foot fault called there by referee Jarrell. We did. I believe that's a foot fault before the ATP from Drake Palm. It brings it to a 1-point game. Make that level. If I was Serrano or his coach now, I would be calling timeout and try and ice that run. And still no timeout called. Palm back in lead here at 10-9. What play there from Serrano. At least in 2 points in the rally, we thought it was all over. And now we're back to level at 10-all. And Serrano takes the lead on that beautiful cross-court drop. And make that 2-point lead now. And we have another timeout called by Drake Palm. Things have very much gone back in the direction of Sada Serrano. So it's going to give him a minute to think about it. A minute to regroup and reflect. Rebuild some composure on the side of Drake Palm. Figure out a new strategy. Certainly the cat and mouse hasn't been working the last few points. So maybe see a little bit of a change in strategy here. Oh, trying to get a little bit extravagant on that finish there. Taking his feet off the ground. Trying to do a little bit of flair on that last ball. And that's it in the net. At these vital stages, what is important to try and express yourself. Sometimes consistency is king. Palm doing everything you can to get that ball, but side out, go to Serrano. Much more consistency there from Serrano. Really smart play there, keeping himself on the ground, placing that ball and putting match ball on his paddle. First time of asking. And the lob serve comes in. And the little dropper then generates the pop-up, and off we go. Serrano seems to have lost his knee pad. Let's see if he leaves to rue that decision to put the lob serve in on match point. And that's one back for Drake Palm. Lead is now 3. So Serrano, interestingly there, just rolls that ball back slowly, forcing a little bit of a slowdown in the pace of the rally. But fault again called by referee Joel on Serrano there to bring it within 2. And that's now 1. Oh, and actually before the passing shot, there was a paddle tap. That misdirect really good from Drake Palm, but Serrano wise to it this time and brings second match ball onto his paddle. And that goes out. And confirmed by referee Jarrell. A good attempt there to try and sell the dummy on that ball being in, but wish fulfillment there from Serrano. Ball landing wide. And Palm threads the needle down the line and finishes up with that 2-eat cross court to bring it to 14-0. We are win by 2. This is the race to 2 points on your serve. Ball on court here called. We are standing room only on the side of players court here. And again, another short timeout here while the knee brace of Alexander Serrano is being adjusted. Is he having issue with his leg? Cramping of some description? Can't quite tell. So we can get a camera view to see what's going on here. Something is happening. Are we looking at a time out here? A medical timeout for an injury? Looks like something's going on here. She's asking for a medic to be called by the looks of this. Yep, we are going to be taking, by the looks of this, a medical timeout. So, interesting thing is what actually is the cause of this. An interesting thing here is if he has cramp or some kind of issue of that nature, that is not a medical timeout. And I've had that check with a couple of tournament directors, and that is not an issue that you can take a timeout for. He appears to be walking okay, don't appear to be suffering effects of cramp. We're just waiting to see what happens from here. Jordan is trying to understand if he needs to call for a medic here. No, we're going to play on by the looks of this. What's happening here? Okay, match is going to be resumed. Let's see if Drake Palmer can remain composed and bring it over the line. It can be very difficult here with opponent that's suffering, maybe injured, to try and remain focused on playing the ball rather than playing the person in front of you. There we go, all pulling up again there. Something's on the other leg now. So back to 14-all. 2 clear points required to win. And that sails long. And that clips the sideline by the looks of it to bring up 3rd match point for Alexander Serrano. Yeah, let's go. This is what we want to see. A real humdinger of a match here. This is such a great game. We want it to continue. We want this to really push to the line. And here we go. The back and forth is happening again. Palm unable to convert that serve. 4th match point for Alexander Serrano. And the return of serve goes long. And the men's singles open round of 16 match between Alexander Serrano and Drake Palm goes 16-14 to Serrano. A real credit to both players there. Phenomenal play on both sides of the court. Some real quality cat and mouse play there at times. Some fierce ground strokes. And eventually Serrano gets over the line 16-14. Whilst we're waiting for our next match to come on court, let's catch up with what's going on around the arena as we speak. What we can now see from here is this is our last round of 16 match to complete. So what we're looking at here is round of 16 matches going underway at the moment. Ryler Tahar and Jack McGregor. We've just seen Alexander Serrano and Drake Palm. We have Aditya Rahela and Matush Matsik, Balint Bako and Jack Munro, James Chowdhury and the giant Jaden Broderick, Mara Garcia and Richard Livanese, Freddie Powell versus Charles Bowen Rayner, the all-English battle there, and we're waiting for the results from Yuri Santiago, and then Alexander Monroe Stone to play against Ronan Cameron. Let's have a look at the outcomes so far on the Women's Singles Open. Just going to pull from our pet system, which you can follow at home. If you want to see anybody's results in the Telford International Centre, you're able to follow online on our pet system from the Pickle England website. That then gives you the ability to look at every single result across the entire weekend so far. Looking at the outcomes of the women's singles, we can look at 2 semi-finals at the moment. We have Ruth Van Rake coming through 11-6, 11-4 against Molly Nags. We have Katie Morris that we saw on Players Court coming through 11-8, 11-2 into the semi-final. We still have no results yet from Saria Seving and Alexa Shaw and Fedia Locke and Dominika Turkovic. I'll keep you up to date on those upcoming matches and results from around the Telford International Centre. We'll just take a short break. And what we'll do from this, we'll come back and if we can find any more information, we'll go from there.
leave your phone?
So coming up here on Players Court, we have the Women's Singles Open semi-final between Katie Morris and Sophia Suri. This could be a very interesting match. Morris has definitely improved over her time in Australia, but Sophia Suri is probably one of the highest level pickleball players coming from the States, coming up in the APP. So this could be a very exciting thing for any British fans that are watching today. Katie Morris has probably played about a couple of years, one of them being down in Australia. Definitely been developing her game, drilling on full time. And Sophia Suri is already a full-time APP Academy player. The referees are just discussing the rules that are going to happen. It's best of 3, games to 11, or win by 2. They won't be too long, but I just want to give a shout out to our lead sponsors, Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda, powered by the APP. Also shout out to Zimmer Biomet, Diadem Pickleball, Head Pickleball, Nutties, Pickleball Nuts, Paddle Tech, Owl, Scan, Pickleball United, and last but not least the UK Pickleball Shop. Yeah, so we have some really powerful weapons on both sides. So I'm going to look for Morris to probably try and reach the corners. Probably the same from Suring, but she's going to try and get forward very, very quickly. It's definitely the atmosphere is heating up here as we're getting later in the draw. If we're going to think about what will make the difference in this game, it could be down to who's got the nerve, who's got the mental resilience, or it could be down to who just gets an extra ball in the court. It's just warming up serve, so pickleball is very much first strike pickleball. When I say about first strike pickleball, I mean serve and return. Which one is more effective in that point normally wins the point.
15 seconds. Game 1 to 11. Time in 0-0.
And like I said, there's Morris trying to go for the corners, and she did have the point on her paddle there. She just didn't necessarily generate the spin. It's just called narrowly out, so the service has gone back to Morris. Great shot there, forcing Morris wide to hit that volley on the kitchen line and then open the space and hit down the line for a winner.
0-0.
Ooh, she almost got to it as well. It was a fantastic side-to-side movement there from Suring, but Morris coming out on top.
0-0.
Big serve, nice and deep. Like I said, first strike pickleball. Normally whoever gets the better serve or return wins the rally.
Side out.
It's just narrowly out for those at home who couldn't see that. So it's going back onto the paddle of Suring. Let's see if she can get any momentum here.
Side out. One zero. Point.
So Morris has definitely turned up for this game. She's going from corner to corner, which is making Suring extend a little bit more and forcing higher shots, so she's able to hit those volleys effectively into space.
Side out.
So Suring there doing the exact same to Morris, side to side, opening up the court. I think if Morris wants to try and stop that, she needs to try and get forward to that kitchen line a little bit sooner, get a bigger drive in the deep part of the court.
Point. One, two. Point.
And just leave a little bit more bend of the knees on that shot to rip up a little bit more on this. This court really does have a low bounce on the ball, so you really do have to get low on it. Yeah, nice whip there by Sophia Suring. Not able for Morris to get a paddle on the ball. Yeah, Morris, they're trying to find an opening from the center of the court. What I would say is they kind of need to open up the angle a little bit more, not necessarily going for too much on the whip. So we've got a little bit of momentum here from Suring. She kind of needs to upset this, possibly causing some drops to get forward. Anything to kind of change that momentum from the back of the court. Yeah, really well done. Get forward on top of those volleys, making it very difficult for Suring to find anything from the back of the court going side to side.
Side out.
Yeah, again, just needs to bend those knees more. use more rapid head speed on that paddle. Get right underneath up the back of the ball. Definitely on this court.
7-2.
Yeah, very difficult ball to get there. Probably would have been better to decelerate and just drop it short. Just get another ball or paddle onto that ball.
8-2. Point.
Yeah. Reassuring, really dominating at the moment. Oh, that's an outstanding shot there from Morris. Finding that backhand slice cross court, allowing it to dip right to Searing's feet. Not able to get it back.
2-9.
Well finished there from Morris, but as you can see, Sophia Searing is making a hit another 2 or 3 balls to be able to win the point, which arguably at the beginning of the day she would have probably only had to hit 2.
3-9.
Oh, that's an outstanding shot. Passing shot there from Searing. Morris able to find that corner, painting the line there from Searing, not able to put another paddle onto that ball and getting that ball in the center. Yeah, again, painting the lines, finding the back corners of the court. Just as we said at the beginning, that's what Morris needs to do, and she's executing that plan.
Side out.
But I was very close there from Morris, but finding again that back left corner on the forehand side of Morris and just hitting over the top of it, not getting underneath that ball enough to bring it back across.
Point. Game. 1 minute. Change hands.
So that's the first game for Sophia Searing. She probably just needs to continue her game plan. In terms of what Morris needs to do, she needs to find those corners again, because that's when she was winning the points. But Searing has had fantastic movement on these courts. Going from corner to corner, just presenting one more question for her opponent to answer. So yeah, Morris just getting some intel from the sideline. Possibly talking about finding those corners, because that's where she was finding success. Getting forward to that kitchen line, getting over the top of that ball, making it very difficult and finding those angles.
Game 2 to 11. Time in. 0-0.
Very well played there from Searing, going side to side. Morris going side to side, not able to find that one more ball to put it into court.
1-0.
That's absolutely outstanding. Shearing did a fantastic serve. Morris did a fantastic return. Very low, but Shearing was there and put it right back to the other corner, making it very difficult for Morris to have an effective shot.
Side out. 0-2. Side out. 2-0. Yes, I will go score. 2-0.
Excellent slice there, making the ball go very low, making it very difficult for Morris to push that ball a bit higher over the net. It'll be interesting to see if Shearing utilizes this a little bit more, because it's definitely something that should be employed. Yeah, and the net call there looks going her way as well.
4-0.
There we go. She's got forward. That was exactly what I was talking about. When Morris is getting forward to the kitchen line, she's able to win the point. But the quality of hitting from Shearing is forcing her back. If she's able to utilize getting forward and finding that ball to get forward, surely she will get some more points on the board. And not able to utilize on serve. Really should be looking to try and get forward. Good passing shot. Yep. Shearing just checking the ball there for any cracks. It's a nice try there. I like the idea of just changing it up a little bit from the ground strokes at the back of the court.
5-0.
Yeah, too good. Excellent movement along the kitchen line. Definitely something she'd probably be drilling.
6-0.
Again, finding the corner there from Shearing. Morris not able to find and get underneath the ball there. Let's see if we can find anything on this ball.
Point. 8-0. Side out.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky on that ball, but I kind of liked it. Possibly going to go into a trading. So that's when you have shots in the middle of the court.
Side out. Timeout is
A timeout there from Morris. Probably needed a little bit sooner. But, you know, it's something. And then we have Megan Fudge going to the sideline for Sophia Shearing. She's been giving her coaching today, as she announced that she was going to be retiring from singles at the top. Megan Fudge being number 3 in the world. So helping one of her fellow Americans through this tournament. And they are actually playing women's doubles tomorrow as well, so that'll be really interesting to see. the master and the apprentice playing together.
Remaining timeouts. This is on. Target 1. Time in. 8-0.
Now, it was nice point construction there from Morris, forcing a wide ball for Shearing.
0-8.
The right ball, it's the right ball, and it's the right movement. Just need to execute.
Side out. 8-0.
Yeah, too good. Too good. Right on the edge. Yeah, I think Katie Morris here is lost their head a little bit, lacking a bit of technique at the moment. So this is match point on the line of Sophia Shearing. Yeah, well played there from Sophia Shearing. We finished that with 11-5, 11-0. So we just got a little bit of a warm-up match for tomorrow here. Some women's doubles. So it's currently 0-0-1. Oh, no. This is quite a high-level women's game. A little bit unlucky there on the match tape, but what you'll find, you'll probably see a lot of giggles and not as much seriousness on the court, so it'll be quite entertaining to watch this. Ooh, that was a very good shot there at Mary, straight at her, which kind of caught her up a little bit. Wasn't really able to get that volley back in play just because the precision of the spot on the body was there. Yeah, so first point on the board here for Ava and Bella. Oh, a little bit unlucky there on the net tape. ATP wasn't really on there. So we're now looking at 2-4-2. Oh, that's an outstanding ATP on the other side, though, there from Maria. So that's taking the ball. That is... So that's going back the other side, and that's 2-2-1. Yeah, that was very well done there. Just catching up, executing that spot on their opponent. Yeah, unlucky there. So it's coming back across on the side of Ava and Bella, and that's 2-2-1. Yeah, back across the other side. That's 2-4-2. 2-4-1, sorry. Ooh, that wasn't excellent poach there from Maria. Just coming across to bring the score to 5-2-1. Ooh, just a little bit overextended there on that backhand volley, which forced the ball long. Ooh, that was a nice shot out wide there from Mary. Ooh, a little bit shy on the net tape, so it's coming back across on the side of Ava and Bella. Yeah. Oh, that was the right ball to go for, but very good off the feet from Ava. Oh, the ATP was definitely on. Probably need a little bit more width on the court to go past the barrier. Yeah, so that was the conclusion of that as we bring up this men's quarterfinal between Freddie Powell and yeah, so this is Freddie Powell against Ronan Cameron. So we saw earlier today a little bit of action from Cameron. He has very quick hands at the net and very good movement along that kitchen line. And it's been a long time since I've seen Freddie Powell play because he's moved to the States. So let's see if moving to the States has changed anything in his game. Something in his arsenal he had from when he was over here was his one-hand backhand from when he played tennis. So he was a Division I States player in America for tennis when he was younger. And then he made a transition towards pickleball only a few years ago.
I'm on here now. So I'm just telling my mom.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for a referee here on Players Court at the Elite Island Resort Antigua and Barbuda English Open powered by the APP. Shout out to our sponsors, Simo Biomet, Diadem Pickleball, Head Pickleball, Nutties, Pickleball Nuts, Paddle Tech, Owl, Scan, Pickleball United, and UK Pickleball Shop. And here we have the referee ready to probably check paddles and initiate a warm-up. So in this side of the draw, we have Jaden Broderick, Mauro Garcia, Freddie Powell, and Ronan Cameron. So whoever wins this match will play either Jaden Broderick and Mauro Garcia. On the other side of the draw, we have Ryla DeHart against Alexander Serrano. Then we have Maciej Maciek against Balint Bako, and they will either play each other on that other side of the draw. So this is a very interesting match that is going to happen here. Could be very closely contested. I couldn't really call who's going to win it, but let's see what happens. Okay, we've got just 2-minute warm-up that's been initiated from the referee. Let's see if that one-handed backhand comes in from Freddie Powell, and if the quick hands come in from Ronan Cameron. Okay, so as we bring up this match, I think we are going to be starting soon. They're just warming up some serves. Powell and Cameron, definitely going to be a tightly contested match. Gonna try and look for some deep serves here. Yeah, so let's see if Powell is going to be able to win this match as we get started very soon. So it looks like that Ronan Cameron is going to serve at the bottom of your screen to start off this match.
Time in. 0-0.
That was an outstanding first serve there from Karen. Definitely going for first strike pickleball, which I've talked about all day.
1-0.
Outstanding shot there from Powell. On the reach, able to keep the ball low from that ball, forcing Cameron to hit a higher ball, and then Powell was able to hit a lovely backhand volley down the line into the corner. Again, aggressive serves. Definitely the play here from both players.
1-1. Point. 2-1.
Oh, lovely fast hands there from Cameron and Powell. But Cameron coming out on top.
One, two. Point.
Yes, it's all level here at 2-2.
2-2.
Yeah, that's a nice shot to the bottom right-hand corner there from Powell. Working those corners, very important in singles to open up the court. Yeah, so Freddie Powell just got a little bit of momentum on his side, taking the lead up to 4. So he's winning by 2 points, so it's 4-2. Excellent execution there from Powell. Going right to the corner, forcing that high ball, coming forward off it, and giving an angle at that kitchen line. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. That Freddie one-handed backhand cross-court, forcing that high ball, and he's being very aggressive coming forward. Again, finding the corner then on the forehand of Powell. If I was going to think of something for Cameron to do, he needs to try and slow down the ball, possibly put in some slice. So we're back onto the paddle of Cameron. Let's see if we can get anything off this paddle for some points. Yeah, and Powell read that really well. Excellent backhand flick down the line. That is definitely one of his weapons in his arsenal, and I'll probably try and stay away from it.
7-2. Side out. Go, 7. Point.
Yeah, nice aggressive serve there from Cameron. Very low, very difficult for Powell to get underneath that ball and get it over the net.
7. Point.
Hello, a couple of points on board here for Cameron.
4-7. Point.
Yeah, that just drifted long there on that bottom line, I can confirm. Cameron's definitely making Powell play a little bit more, trying to find that court. Few unforced errors on the paddle of Powell here. Yeah, he's trying a little bit too much. So now here it's 7-7. It's all leveled up.
7-7.
Oh, looky off the net tape there for Powell, getting some luck going his way. Just wide there. down the line for Freddie. He's not finding his backhand at the moment. Definitely started off on the front foot, was 7-2 up, and now it's level at 7-7. Let's see if he can find some composure to turn this around.
Ready, get volley. Point. 8-7.
Oh, and the look from the tape from Cameron. It's now 9-7 up. At the moment, we've had 7 unanswered points. Net tape definitely playing a part in this match. Powell getting the look that time. Okay, we're back to win 1. 8-9. That was an excellent deception there from Powell. Just turning that racket head a little bit so he could hit that down the line shot instead of looking like it was going to go cross court. So we've now leveled it up at 9-9. He knew it was on his paddle. It was on his paddle. But no, going back towards Cameron for 9-all at the end.
9-9.
Oh, it's an excellent shot there from Freddie Powell. Diving across the kitchen to hit that angle on that driving volley. Yeah, we're not able to convert on that really excellent point before. Yeah, just long there from Powell. Just long, so that is the first game goes to Ronan Cameron, 11-9. Very close contested match. Okay, probably going to need to change ends here, so Powell is going to be on this side. Very close match. I would say the only difference in that was just unforced errors. That was the only difference. If Powell is able to lower those amount of unforced errors, he will probably win the next game. But so Freddie starting this game 2, 0-0. Painting the lines there, Powell. Downline just forcing that error, making the movement very difficult for Cameron to get that ball back over the net. It was too low.
0-0.
Oh, good ball there behind